The Vatican invented Islam. If you tell that to a Muslim, you'll probably get killed. The Vatican invented Islam. Still gay as fuck. All I can say is gonna be gay as fuck. Gay as fuck. Got symbolic, but people blood looks like you fucking me now. Everybody but their own. C'est une bande, la force une bande de Tiganais fait le tour du a beau pire à ça, parce que. Là, tu t'en es là. Tu déconstruis le monde. Toujours dans un monde, comme juste que. Comme avec le baguette. C'est fait. Il y a ce monde exposé. C'est comme ça, même bon. Yeah, well, pick up the fucking window. Jeff Bezos et Mark Zuckerberg. Sortons de...
Where we disagree. For him to say that he's been supportive of workers, given what happened in the past couple of weeks, if the strikes had gone ahead, we would see massive layoffs in other industries that would have affected not much everyday Canadians who would see the economy ground to a halt. And it's a very important and responsible decision that he took. But I do find the timing of it odd. Politics is more of an art than a science. And if he really wants to stand up to Poilievre, maybe not just about it.
That's the only thing I'm going to agree with Karina Gould on. I mean, the timing, Jaggy should have just waited another 2 weeks or something. So it just looks like he's just bowing to Poilievre.
But again, I take a point on the breadth of the impact on the rest of the economy. The workers in this instance, the whole thing as it unfolded, to have a very specific set of concerns that ultimately your government decided to force arbitration on. And can you see how they would interpret that as a move that is anti-claims workers in particular?
Well, I think what's important is there's been a lot of bargaining at the table. But at the same time, we have to look to the entire Canadian economy and overall. And now that our government has done since we were elected in 2015, it always put Canada and Canadians first.
Like the Canadians slipping in tents right now. Like the Canadians, I saw there was a couple of Canadians had signs up in front of their tents saying they're begging for work. They just want to work. They want big money. That's what you guys have done.
It's disappointing that Mr. Singh is deciding right now that he's putting himself and his own political interest, or what he thinks is a benefit to him politically first, and putting at risk important programs that Canadians come to rely on that we know.
No, nobody's relying on these loan programs. There's like 12 people relying on them. That's it.
The Conservatives, under the leadership of Pierre Poilievre, will cut and get rid of things like dental care and farm care and job care. I think that that is the Canadian. So it's unfortunate, but that's the decision of the NDP that they're putting political interests ahead of the interests of Canadians.
If you feel that all that is at risk, and I take from that, you mean that if Poilievre is elected and ultimately beats your party with the NDP, that will come to fruition. Does that mean, can Canadians interpret from those comments that we see the likelihood of an election has just increased?
Well, it's a really good question. I don't know if that's true or not. I guess we'll have to see how things play out over the next couple of weeks.
She's such a liar. She knows it increases the chance of election. If you're a coalition, you can just pass everything you need. You just got all the votes. She's a liar. Just admit it for once. Just say something honest for once in your life, Karina.
One of the things that the NDP statement said, and remember, there have been conversations about this, but that they're going to take things on a case-by-case, basis. We're going back to kind of programs as usual. The second is not a first in Canadian history, but it's the first time that something an agreement like this is happened at a federal level. So minority parliaments have existed without these kinds of agreements. So my job now 10 for years to that could be the LDP on something, that could be the block on something, that might even be the conservatives on other things to continue to deliver for Canadians. So that's what I'm focused on. And there's still elements, I think, that are priorities for the LDP that they would want to see fall through. But that's going to be up to them, I guess.
When you say, and the Prime Minister has said this again, including today, that you're going to continue to deliver for Canadians,
what exactly does that mean? Because I think the message that they're sending through public opinion polling is that they don't think they're delivering for them.
Yeah.
There are really big new programs that didn't exist 9 years ago or 8 years ago. So we are
First off is slipping inside of the streets.
going to continue to implement childcare. You know, I'm sure families, but spend a lot of time negotiating those agreements. It's not done yet. There's still more to do. Dental care, yes, it is being rolled out across the country, but it is not done yet. There's still more work to do. When it comes to the great transition, you know, things that different Canadians that they like, those actual policies and those programs are important and useful for them. But they're not done. We still have to work.
Look at Mass's face here. She's not buying a word of this. Look at her. She's so gold.
With the provinces and territories to implement those numbers. So we're working to make sure that these policies are in place at the federal level and to deliver those actual tangible results to Canadians. So we've begun this process. They're in implementation, but it's not done yet. And certainly what I hear from Canadians and people in my community is that those are things that they like and they want to continue. But I think what Canadians also can understand and see is that those programs are at risk if the Conservatives have power. So, look, our job as the government, we are in government right now, is to continue to govern effectively for Canadians. It's to continue.
The way she speaks, our government is in government right now. She knows full well they're right.
To deliver the policies and the programs that we have put in place, and to make sure that we're doing that effectively. And that's my job as leader, is to make Parliament work, and to make government work me.
But it's that last part around effectiveness that I think is the point Jagmeet Singh is trying to make today, or it appears to me is saying is kind of the friction point between his party and your party. You name a number of programs, you say you've implemented them, but there's still a way to go before we take effect. Think of childcare, for example. I'm not taking away from the impact it's had so far, but only 30% of kids across the province, a recent study showed, should have access to those spaces. There is a severe shortage. When you talk about bettering the cost of living, for example, or issues around affordability, at the same time, GDP per capita under your government in 6 of the last 7 consecutive quarters has declined. That's the steepest decline outside of a recession. Again, like, why do you keep saying you're going to continue delivering on stuff that Canadians doesn't feel is actually changing their life for the better? They've 4 years.
Actually, the Bank of Canada did issue another interest rate cut, and neither because of policies that we have put in place. I mean,
So just a little update here. Yeah, Bank of Canada. This is filmed 3 days ago. So Bank of Canada cut the rate by 0.25 basis points. Yeah, they're just trying to lean on that. It was a convenient timing.
so we came out of the COVID recession, the COVID pandemic, into a very difficult world, and we needed to make sure that we were responsible to ensure that we get inflation under control. The interest rate cut today is an important one. Hopefully we'll continue to see more of those. Childcare, yes, there are 4 spaces to create, but that very statistic that you quoted actually demonstrates an increase in spaces since the National Child Care Program came into effect. And just like the Prime Minister was in Newfoundland announcing the very first agreement for a national school food policy. So these are things that are
I've already pointed out multiple times. Most provinces across Canada already have school food programs. Justin Trudeau just wants to come in and scoop up a bunch of them, put them under an umbrella, and take credit for them like the narcissist that he is. That is all that is happening there.
important that are working.
So with respect, Minister, you promised that national school program in 2021. You announced it in April. 5 months later, you're making the first announcement with one Liberal government, essentially, that remains provincially. You have not come to agreements with other provinces across the country. We don't know exactly how soon that will all be implemented. It's the same thing over and over, right? And I take it, no, it's not nothing, but you're just telling people more of the same time.
It's a big mess, too, because things are already provincially done. So now how do they transfer them federal? It's a big mess for them. That's why they're having to do that. They have to work with Liberal governments to try to convert those over first, and then become a national program.
In fairness, these things take time. of advocacy for child care before the national program in place. And now, real, tangible, 50% fee reduction across the board, almost more than half of the provinces in the territories have reached $10 a day. We have seen thousands of new spaces come online. These are real things. Dental care. There are...
I already pointed this out in the last video. Those programs are not available hardly anywhere. They're all full. Wait lists are 5-6 years long. People can't get their kids in there. Most of them are paid for a select, very few people who have been over child care. You want to prioritize like whoever is the poorest, but I don't think that's how the program works.
Hundreds of thousands of people who have now accessed dental care that didn't a year ago. So these are real things. School food, we announced it in the budget, and now the first agreement has been signed. Constructive conversations are going on with provinces across the country. So these are really things that are making a positive difference in people's lives, and those are the things that we're going to continue to do.
Like dental programs, people are just getting absolutely shocked, sticker shock when they go there and find out it's not free, and they actually have to pay a lot of money a lot of the time. People think it's going to be all paid for, and say, oh, no, here's a bill for $500 they weren't expecting.
Mr. Singh should say that he's been so successful in getting things done because we had a productive agreement, but now it's time to rip that up because he thinks about it and improve his own political fortune. It's not about Canadians. It is about his own political fortune.
What is Justin Trudeau doing the entire time? Come on.
Wanted to see these things through, we would still be able to find confidence agreement, but he is right now.
We found small things have well, we can tell about it anyway. A lot of things much
Yeah, she wanted to say more. You can see it on her face. She had a lot more to say to that. This lying snake, just lying to her teeth as she always does. Jumping over like, see what news we've got today. Trudeau downplayed potential for East Coast LNG despite global affairs touting benefits. 2 months before Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said there'd never been a strong case for LNG facilities on Canada's East Coast, the country's Foreign Affairs Department was touting the potential of that very sector, highlighting opportunities to increase natural gas exports to Europe, according to a document made by The Logic. So this is a pretty long article here, but yeah, basically Trudeau just fumbled the ball again. That's all he does. He fumbles everything in this country. Western producers export gas to markets around Chicago and St. Louis every day. The proposal is to build similar pipeline connections to Eastern Canada and run aground. Quebec and Ottawa both rejected $14 million TNL proposed pipeline that would connect countries' main artery for West Coast gas shipments in 2021. Now we have a can you imagine just after the plan, there's a big check Justin Trudeau. I saw this on X. I think she's some celebrities from media. The 2021 Wall promised that they would only sell electric vehicles in 2030. Earlier this week, less than 4
we gotta change that thing.
Project due to a lack of funding. That is interesting. I think it's time for these car makers to think of a hybrid unit.
Look at that juicy fucking pussy. Are you ready to come and fucking drink up some of that pussy juice?
That's batteries, but there's some.
Oh my god, you need to back on that
fucking
lens right now.
Yes, you do. Something like a Audi A4 or whatever, it has like a smart on it you can drive every day, and then once you run out of power, then you can drive off of your gas engine, something like that. But at first, I'd love to see more like van-like type vehicles that you can run power and live in your vehicle. Or you can van-like
that's
fun.
nice.
Maybe you have a solar panel on the roof that charges part of that car. You're parked for 3 or 4 days or 5 days a week, and then you get some of that charge back and get some free driving. I don't know. But all you want is a family doctor in the home. The best I can do is stumbling juice up in the corner store. Here we got Doug Ford with some stumbling juice. He's buying it at a Circle K or 7-Eleven. I don't know if this really should be a big priority, but I guess that's what he did. I take that. Yeah, no kidding. So we got this article here from the Trumpets Mark Carney, local MPs gathered. Consider the coming election Party's not touching it. We saw that greasy smile when he's asked about Prime Minister, like little creepy Count Chocula. He's getting all hot and bothered just by the idea of being Prime Minister, but he knows if he goes anywhere near Justin Trudeau, this filthy scam that's all over him, he's going to get it on in and he'll give a chance to be.
Let me feel that fucking tip of your fucking balls. Are you fucking ready to fuck me hard?
She came in and washed her all over the net. And it's still standing there, but it's just barely standing there. That's what
Are
you
you
like.
Jake?
Already knows what
Are
you're
those
doing now.
balls started fucking tingle?
On the side of the show, where there's actually
Fucking haven't grabbed that dick yours right now, Jake.
He doesn't want to be on camera with Justin Trudeau.
Yeah, I don't
He
do
doesn't want to
DMs.
see with him. I think he's going to stay far away from
I'm gonna
him.
come up.
He knows it hurts his feelings.
Well, I probably PM was dating right now. These are like dating.
Wait until after the election, then I think he can
Yeah.
First, they push you into difficulty. Then they act like, oh, we can help you.
Are you ready to use that sweet fucking pussy? And you love how fucking sweet that fucking cunt is wrapped around that fucking cock, don't you?
Dassey's on a bit of a rampage, tearing down these corrupt politicians one by one. First it was Jagmeet, then it was Karina. Who's next? What we're going to have to watch for now is, what is the Liberals' next move after Jagmeet pulling up that agreement? How are they going to retaliate? How are they going to come back? Essentially, they're at bottom of the barrel now. A lot of polls put them at fourth place, behind the Bloc and the NDP and the Conservatives. Fourth place. That's dangerously close to getting passed by the Green Party. In some ridings, some locations, the Liberals are not going to just sit there and take it. They're the ones in control. They have no problem, unleashing any amount of scandals. What is their next move?
Michael's Big Ball Sale is going on now. Celebrate the season with major savings. Enjoy buy one, get one free fall in Halloween floral, decor, lighting, and more. Hurry, get it soon.
MSNBC who's left the listing coast find new inventive ways to embarrass themselves. They really are a gift to this segment. Here is Ari Melba accusing Donald Trump's campaign advisor, Corey Lewandowski, of defamation, threatening legal action. Now, Ari claims he never said the bandage on Trump's ear was a spectacle, the bandage on the ear that was hit with a bullet in an assassination attempt. Ari claims he never said it was a spectacle, except he kind of did. He starts off here claiming Fox News ran a false piece, but they didn't.
Fox News, which has been caught in defamation, ran a false piece, falsely stating that I said something else that I didn't say. So, I stand on that. I stand on the New York Times. People who say, this bandage is a proper spectacle from a candidate, not a spectacle. That's correct. A placard for delegates to fill in, an image for political mobilization, a spectacle. Well, this candidate, who we know, is, by his own admission, obsessed with assorted spectacles. Mr. Lewandowski, I did not say that. That is a false quote. What you have is a false quote, and I'm putting you on notice, if you continue to repeat falsely that I said that, you will be potentially in a defamation situation, because I didn't say that. But I understand the internet, there's a lot of false information. And Corey Lewandowski, we gave you time. Thank you for present for that. Thank you for joining us.
Dude, it's all on tape. In effect, it's threatening defamation action as on live TV when you said it. Oh, yeah, I know MSNBC viewers a lot of information institutes, but the rest of us have eyes and ears. Now, President Joe Biden managed to tear himself away from the beach for a few hours, and he was asked about the media-created scandal about Donald Trump's physical photos and filming the Gold Star families at Arlington National Cemetery. This was his barely coherent response.
President Trump's teenager at Arlington Cemetery with the visit to the fallen soldiers.
He said, I don't want to answer because I might tell you what I think. That's what he said. There's never been bad with the puppet president who has abandoned these Gold Star families who lost their loved ones in his watch the fall of Afghanistan. Trump has been there for them since the start. He's The only one who showed up at Arlington National Cemetery to mark the 3-year anniversary of their deaths, and that saw a strange orchestrated media attack suggesting breaking protocol and politicising Arlington. A media attack involving all the usual suspects from New York Times, Washington Post, and of course MSNBC. This is as dirty and rotten as lefties losing it gets, folks.
The death of some American service members in Afghanistan as part of the evacuation effort there a few years ago. They're trying to make that a major problem for the Biden-Harris administration in the context of this campaign. But I know a lot of military veterans were very uncomfortable with the idea that Trump was there at all, and that even at one point posed for a photograph of him with a big smile and thumbs up on their face. Now, we should know some of the family members were doing the same, but that's their right. Donald Trump seemingly very strange that he would do the same.
I looked at the same pictures that you're alluding to now and describing at Arlington, taken the former president, and the thought rolled immediately through my mind. It's nothing secret.
Now, it wasn't long before Kamala Harris joined these attacks. She joined the ugly pile-on that, in effect, was also attacking the Gold Star families. The media and the Democrats don't care who they hurt in their desperate attempts to smear Trump. And that saw these Gold Star families, one after another, come out to defend President Trump, calling it the fake news, the deliberate disinformation that the media is engaging in, and calling out Kamala Harris too for her lies.
I got to stop on that there.
Best for the country. I think the best for the country. Dear God, you just have to wait in place to take my lessons. Are you really going to hit me? Are you really going to hit me? I want to go to jail for assault? You look like you look like Thomas Crooks. You look like Thomas Crooks. You're crazy. You better get out of here or get your ass kicked. What a psycho. You're not so violent. You got that on camera. Little cyborg.
Well, we're seeing a lot of rainbow violence lately. A lot of terrorism coming from a certain community out there that's not allowed to be named, by the way. I'll be arrested as a Russian disinformation artist for perpetrating and perpetuating habitual lies. I don't know if they're lies. Here you got another situation where, maybe it's my fault for assuming gender. For everything, but I don't think it's a wild step when you run like that, and it tells me everything I need to know.
Is there a piscologist out there? I can tell them.
That is the look of a human
Piscologist.
All
Piscologist.
all through school somehow. Oh my God, I'm gonna run. This guy's got a trust band shirt. Oh my God, I'm still tolerant. I'm going to attack them. You shouldn't be attacking anybody, bro. You have lived a very sheltered life. Running? Sauntering? It's, I'm not so sure that the end. You're lucky that guy's got some restraint. Mustache. Everything over here is screaming. Holy balls. Every aspect of this. If he touched you, brother, I would get Lysol. Because who knows? Man, monkey balls. Oh my God. Take that. Rain Diddy Trout. What is this? He's got some sort of climate change grab on the shirt. Oh, that's gotta be a lot. But now you run up on the wrong person like that, and I don't know if he makes contact with them, but you might get all of your hollow bones shattered. You might get your teeth, your gender fluid teeth knocked out the back of your head. But there you go. We're seeing a lot of this violence, by the way. There was another one where a guy was walking down the street with a Trump shirt, and a dude in the press started screaming and then assaulting him. What? Yeah, why? from me. Stay away from me. Fucking weirdo. Get the fuck. Get away from me. I'm gonna beat you with this battery. Get away. Stop attacking me. Fucking weirdo. Stop attacking me. Fucking weirdo. Ow! Why are you doing that? Fucking freak! You freak! Oh my god, you good, you freak! You're sure attacking me! Rapist! Oh my god, you good, pussy! And he went down, made some bear spray, and hoped that idiot get down. And that idiot started screaming, rape! I don't know what else to go on saying. Are you screaming rape? Because you think you're about to get raped? Or are you calling out what you're about to do? You just sort of baby sexual assault. Hey! It's about to happen! I'm about to get it to you. No, stop! Stop! There you go. A lot of violence. It's weird because I was told that all the violence comes from the blah 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 supported side, but the blah 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 supported side seems to be the only one that we've got videos of them being attacked. And not stupid fake attacks, by the way. I've seen one of those. You know, that's all legitimate. That's just way. There's nobody who can act this well, boys. Maybe of course Alec Baldwin, but not what is going on over the phone? This is a Vince over here. Oh my god, it's that soy boy white dude for Kamala. Taking a run out of Trump support. 4.7 billion views. 4.7 billion views of people laughing at you low testosterone, high estrogen dudes. With very low impulse, by the way. You've lived such a sheltered life to think that this is what you're doing. You're the wrong person. And someone can approach you badly, put you way worse than you believe in a match. Which is like one punch, by the way. These idiots have never punch in the face. You don't do some shit like this. Think you've been raised with brothers, or dad, or uncles, or any type of male influence. You don't do stupid stuff like this guy's, again, he's probably in his 40s. Look at him. His mustache is gray. Maybe that's a side effect of monkeypox, who knows? But they're coming out of the woodwork, boys. They're coming out of the woodwork, which is weird because I thought they were the Joy campaign. White dude, liberal Kamala Harris, Mr. Joy for warrior. And I'll tell you, if we see you wearing a lot of blood street. Blood of blood street? Wearing a lot of blood street walking down the street, I'll tell you. We'll tell you with our tolerance. In my mouth. No room for blood. Hey, here. Whoa, alright, bro, be careful. Be careful. This is a PSA. Listen, I don't want to see you get hurt. I don't want to see you get hurt. Actually, I don't care. Do it how you want to do. You be you out there, right? So, again, thanks so much for watching the video sports channel. You will catch your day with these very, very, very low testosterone white chicks / football. Subscribe and make way. There's a song as well.
It's about time your air fryer wasn't just one thing. More than just an air fryer. The wonder of it is a countertop appliance using powerful technology and simplified design to create magic in the kitchen. Again and again. Powerful and multifunctional, it's a lot more than meets the air fry.
It's really interesting how you're interested. Decided today to have high interest on your savings. We're here today because we're delivering school lunches, medical food for thousands of kids across the province, and we're making investments that are helping, are going to be helping hundreds of thousands of kids across the country as people step up. These are the kinds of things that Canadians are looking for. As I traveled across the country this summer, people talk to me about making ends meet, talk to me about the high cost of rent, need for more housing, talk to me about the environment and climate change and the impacts of it. And these are the things that we're focused on. I'll let others focus on politics, but I will point out that I really hope the NDP stays focused on how we can deliver for Canadians, as we have over the past years, rather than focusing on politics.
What will become of the programs that you announced as part of the agreement that you had with the NDP, such as pharmacare and dental?
We have delivered on dental care. 500,000 Canadian seniors now access dental care just in the past few months, despite Care Parliament Conservatives' opposition to it every step of the way. Canadian seniors have now had dental care, many for the first time in decades. This is a program that has helped Canadians. We still have more to continue rolling out dental care, and the NDP will continue to fight for that. This fall, we're looking forward to making sure that nobody has to choose between paying for groceries or rent or paying for much needed insulin. Private care is going to become a reality as we work on that in the House. I hope the NDP stays focused on that. As a government, we're going to stay focused on delivering for Canadians at a time when people need that. We have a bank account directly from the store. We have strongest fiscal position of the G7 right now. Our goal is to set that fiscal position for Canadians by delivering spaces at $10 a day in daycares across the country. Delivering dental care for people with disabilities and COVID-19. Delivering a school food program that's going to make sure that kids don't sit in class and focus on their bellies rumbling and focus on teaching. These are things that Canadians care about and need. These are the things that this government needs to focus on.
You're going to have an opportunity to think about what your fall will look like. The next conference, start thinking about maybe calling it
politics. Our parties focus on politics. Very focused on national politics. Canadians focus on the Senate. I had thousands of conversations with people across the country. Very few of them wanted to talk politics. They wanted to talk how are we going to make sure they can afford their rent as they get back to school. So how are they going to be able to hope for one day to be able to own a home? That's why we're investing in this ambitious home building program in countries overseas. They want to know how we're going to help with the price of groceries. Well, rolling out these school food programs right across the country as more provinces come forward, these will make a real difference in families' bottom lines. I'm focused on Canadians, or other countries focus on politics.
But with that said, you have to focus on politics at some point. Look at what people do. The announcement today, for example, the bank account rate dropping. It seems like these positive signs that maybe you would want to bolster this. So when do you start thinking politically?
Delivering for Canadians is at the heart of what politics is supposed to be about. We're about making sure that as Canadians are hurting, but as our economy is in many ways one of the strongest in fiscal position, we should be that's why we stepped up with $10 a day childcare. That's why we stepped up with dental care. That's why we're continuing to fight for pharmacare. This is why we're drawing in investment from around the world at levels that nobody's ever seen. More than 60% for direct investment. Last year, we had $1 per capita in the United States for countries wanting to invest. There is opportunity that's what we're focused on. An election will come in the coming year, hopefully not till next fall. Because in the meantime, we're going to deliver for Canadians, and the context with the conservative leader who wants to cut your healthcare, cut the school food program, cut the insulin for pharmacare, cut the programs that Canadians are relying on to help them use their program. Well, that'll be a political decision that Canadians get perfect right. But in the meantime, I'm not going to ask Canadians. I'm going to stay focused on that.
Forest to Josie Price, it's the highlight of the summer. My question is that what's not to love? More than fully pricing, and it's good.
So tonight, Doug Nixon defends his decision to end this deal with Louisville, but most of it brings down the government.
In terms of any motion in that mission, I'm not supposed to have but being torn up. I've ripped up the agreement with Justin Trudeau, and I know that he said election is now become more likely. We are ready to fight election whenever that happens.
So once today, of the explanation that seemed made today for the separation from the Liberals helped the NDP the whole school. There on those regard, we're going to break it down tonight. Some are there. It's nice to see you back another day. This is a regular day, so we'll be back for a regular list. Okay, let's start tonight. What's your take out some of the explanation, attempted explaining day-to-day behind the decision of this bill? Well, he made it clear that he ripped out the agreement when he said that like 25 times. Because I'm not going to papers or put you up to the he had to navigate a really tricky road. It's probably want to ensure that there is no repeat of 2005, where a lot of New Democrats are still upset that the NDP voted against stuff like Paul Martin had, like the Sloan Accord, and ushered in a decade of Stephen Harper's rule. And so he doesn't want to go on some money bills that might include things that actually the NDP fought for in the spring. And there's still a drive, if you listen to some New Democrats, where they actually think they can push the Liberals further on things like pharmacare by being out of the agreement than being in the agreement. But the tricky part is when there's a pure non-confidence vote, how will the NDP vote? I don't see the NDP bringing forward a motion in the next few weeks or even few months, but the Bloc is on the record voting against the government. The Conservatives will probably use that as their opposition day. Where does that leave the NDP? And that is where the election timing, I think, lies. But as far as, this weird rock, hard place thing, he's going to be dancing that dance for the next few weeks and months. Well, that's why I don't know if my expectations were too high, Andrew, but I thought that the framing or the explaining would be, I don't know, better, but more complex than it was, to say the least.
Well, let's just be clear about what he's just announced. When he says, I ripped up the quite a big opportunity. Something like permanent much love, which is rather invented.
What is the average limit is today? 15 minutes?
Why does Keir Starmer sound so defeated in that speech he gave last Tuesday, August 27th? Where did that bold, suave, and optimistic leader go? The one who promised sweeping change and a fresh start? And why is he now telling us that things will get worse before they get better? It's as if he doesn't want his job to end. Welcome back to Nowhere Time. In this video, we're talking about the dramatic shift in Starmer's tone since becoming Prime Minister. A shift that has left many wondering if the man who once campaigned on hope and renewal has already given up on those very promises. Keir Starmer's recent statements paint a picture of a leader who's more interested in managing the climate and driving the bold changes he once promised. God is the man who vowed to build a better Britain. In his place stands a Prime Minister who seems resigned to the same old story of austerity and hardship. His warnings of tough times ahead, his talk of an economic and societal black hole, and his insistence that things will get worse before they get better have sparked a wave of criticism. Is Starmer simply acknowledging the harsh reality of leadership, or has he abandoned his vision altogether? Let's explore how Starmer's approach has shifted from optimism to pessimism, examining the reasons behind this transformation. Let's also dig into the criticisms that have emerged in response to his recent speech, focusing on the lack of substantive solutions and his apparent adoption of the very conservative policies he once opposed. It appears Starmer is no different from the Tories, content to tinker around the edges rather than deliver the radical change he promised. During his campaign, Keir Starmer's rhetoric struck a chord with many voters who were disillusioned with years of conservative governance. He crafted a narrative of hope, promising to reshape Britain into a better, fairer, and more prosperous nation that served the interests of everyone, not just the elite. Starmer's speeches were filled with pledges to rebuild trust in politics, assuring the public that he would end the cronyism and corruption that had tainted previous administrations. Starmer didn't shy away from addressing the systemic issues plaguing the country. He spoke about a new leadership that would not merely manage the status quo, but would initiate sweeping reforms. His vision included substantial investments in public services, a robust response to climate change, and the creation of good jobs across the country. For many, Starmer's promises were a refreshing change, especially after a decade of austerity, measures that had left public services stretched and inequalities. One of the standout promises of Starmer's campaign was his commitment to fix the broken social contract. This wasn't just rhetoric, it was a pledge to protect the NHS, increase funding for education, and ensure that no child in Britain went hungry. He positioned himself as the leader who would restore dignity and fairness to British society, a message that resonated powerfully in the wake of the pandemic. The pandemic had laid bare the stark inequalities in the country. Starmer promised to address these head-on, offering a vision of a Britain where everyone had a fair shot. Economic justice was another cornerstone of Starmer's campaign. He promised to raise taxes for the wealthy, use the revenue to fund public services.
It's a dirty thing to just look fucking keep you.
This was particularly appealing to voters who felt that the Conservatives had prioritised the rich at the
Fucking
expense of
Trudeau.
Starmer's economic plan was billed as a way to build back better, ensuring post-pandemic recovery would be both fair and inclusive. He spoke of a Britain where prosperity was shared and where economic growth didn't leave anyone behind. But what really made the people vote Labour was Starmer's tone of optimism and determination. He didn't just talk about the need for change, he made it sound like it was achievable. He convinced voters simple as division. To not only face its challenges, but will emerge stronger or united. This hopeful forward rhetoric played a significant role in persuading that Labour, Starmer at the heart, was the right choice for the future. Sadly, in that speech he gave last Tuesday, Keir Starmer's tone shifted from the optimistic figure of his campaign days to the pessimistic Prime Minister warning of tough times ahead. Of course, this transformation, it's tempting to see it as a sign that Starmer is struggling to manage the immense challenges of leadership. After all, leading a country is no small feat, and the realities of governing often differ starkly from the promises made on the campaign trail. But there's another layer to consider, one that suggests Starmer's change in tone might be more strategic than it appears. Since taking office, Starmer has frequently highlighted the economic and societal black hole left by his predecessors. His repeated warnings that things will get worse before they get better might seem like honest leadership, but they also serve another purpose. By setting the bar low, Starmer could be preemptively justifying any shortcomings in his government's performance. Instead of rallying the country with bold new initiatives, he appears to be managing expectations downward. Critics argue that this shift could indicate a deeper issue, an inability or unwillingness to break free from the policies of previous governments. Rather than pushing forward with the transformative changes he once promised, Starmer seems to be treading a well-worn path of austerity and caution, mirroring the approach of his conservative predecessors. Like the Tories, he's more interested in maintaining stability than in delivering the radical change he campaigned on. His repeated acknowledgements of an economic and societal black hole, they feel more like excuses designed to lower public expectations rather than a rallying cry for action. His claim that things will get worse before they get better smacks of defeatism, as if he is already throwing in the towel before the fight has even begun. What a real leader should be doing in this situation is facing these challenges head-on with clear, actionable plans. Leadership isn't just about acknowledging that times are tough. It's about offering a vision for how to overcome those tough times. Yet, instead of presenting innovative solutions, Starmer's statements have been disappointingly devoid of substantive policy proposals. His talk of unpopular decisions and the need to fix the rot in Britain sounds more like a continuation of the conservative policies he once criticised than the radical change he promised during his campaign. Starmer's focus on the supposed black hole in the country's finances seems particularly troubling. Rather than using this as an opportunity to advocate for progressive reforms, such as taxing the wealthy or investing in public services, he appears to be setting the stage for more austerity. This is a far cry from the hopeful, transformative message that one he supported in the first place. Instead of embracing the tough but necessary steps to build a better Britain, Starmer seems content to tread the same cautious path as his predecessors, offering little in the way of new ideas or vision for the future. Addressing the supposed black hole by increasing taxes and cutting spending is unsettling, especially given Labour's traditional commitment to protecting the most vulnerable. Instead of offering a better alternative, Starmer's approach feels he's just a continuation of the fiscal conservatism that has dominated British politics for years. Emphasis on this black hole in public finances, balancing with new austerity-like measures, such as tax increases and spending cuts, shows Starmer's clueless when it comes to generating economic growth. The idea that Britain's financial woes can only be solved by tightening belts rather than investing in growth is not only outdated, Also harmful. By prioritising budget balancing over the needs of those struggling most, Starmer is charting a course that will further deepen poverty and widen the gap between rich and poor, betraying the hopes of those who believe Labour would offer a different path. Labour's traditional values emphasise social justice and equality, yet he hesitates to target the wealthiest individuals and corporations for additional revenue. He made the claim in that speech of his that he needs to scrape together £22 billion just to follow through on what Sunak and Hunt had mapped out. Let's be honest, their plan was never going to cut it. They were talking about bumping up public spending by a measly 1.2% per year. Now, considering the population is probably growing at a similar rate, and the needs of the country are escalating even faster, this approach is hardly going to move the needle. Simply put, a 1.2% increase in real terms is a drop in the ocean and nowhere near enough to tackle the challenges we're facing. But here's the kicker. It's even worse than that. Starmer promised us change. Real, tangible change. But no one anticipated that this so-called change would mean keeping the two-child poverty cap in place. Nobody saw it coming, but this change would end up targeting pensioners, squeezing them even more. And who would have thought that this change would simply translate into more hardship, not just for those already struggling, but across the board. But here we are. Starmer's idea of change seems to be more about sticking with the status quo, with no substantial action in sight to address the NHS's woes or any other public service crisis for that matter. Instead of rolling up his sleeves and getting on with it, we've got a Prime Minister who's busy telling us how tough it all is. Of course, it's tough. Nobody ever said running a country would be a walk in the park. That's precisely why it's a job most wouldn't fancy taking on. But Starmer wanted it, and now that he's in the hot seat, he's spending more time lamenting tough choices rather than actually making them. He was genuinely interested in difficult decisions, carving out his own path in the government, rather than following laid out by Hunt. But it seems that he and Rachel Wilson intended to do a slightly more version of the Tory plan. True leadership would involve challenging those system was balanced at all costs. Let's not beat around the bush. £22 billion is a drop in the ocean. But the grand scale of government spending is true. As expected, it would be out of place to suggest more the amount of this emergency banking over the draft, which Boris
I have my sleeves rolled up.
finance the fight against COVID-19.
Oh, rolled up. Rolled up. It's about deciding who's going to bear the brunt of those choices. If Starmer was staying true to Labour's views, the answer is simple. The wealthy pay their fair share. After all, 22 billion is but a drop in the ocean for those who collectively hold a staggering £15 trillion of wealth. It's a sum so small in comparison that it's barely registers. Yet, those scraping by on the lowest incomes, for children trapped in poverty, for the NHS that's crying out for help, and for the urgent demands of our climate crisis, 22 billion is insignificant. It's money that can make a difference right now. Instead of taking bold action, Starmer seems to be backing off, dodging the hard decisions at every turn. This is the direction Starmer is heading, and it's making it quite clear that it is. Scientific combining the civil service and the mainstream cover those streams and the consequence. The civil is like a country regulated very well. missed opportunities and half measures. And that's it in this video. Keep Starmer's fresh ideas and run right. It's just into the confidence of the so to the comments. It's going to talk about change. It's going to does that. Keep on the same old issues. That's what we should see now. Found this video inside share it with your family and friends, and subscribe if you haven't already. Don't forget to hit the bell icon so you never miss out on our latest content. Thanks for listening.
It is incredible how this action is seen there. But my theory is that's the point. It's Starmer and the culture has basically switched the hands of the flight check that was talking about basically Keir Starmer now is on his and he is unstoppable because no one is paralyzed to stop him. And basically, all of this work it's only the electric vote, and that's an awesome concept not have an elected dictatorship, just because he has a large majority does not give him control or empower. You won't see it like that. It's exciting. This is what's interesting about people like Sunray and Matthew Price to actually talk about how they've been able to absorb the change the power back to 2010 and take it back to Starmer's office. I think this is the most centralised power ever by 1960. And that's because I think it's incredible amongst his own party to have the fact of his own. So he doesn't have anybody who will rely on him. How Corbyn had his whole radical type group, which kind of human. Starmer is basically saying that also comes with crossing up to power.
I'm not to be honest with you, I think the next question is also about that party. And what I have to say, I think Starmer is incredibly dishonest man, and not surprised that it's simply behind closed doors he was genuinely incompetent. Well, I say that because after that Northumberland into these sort of great down here.
It's actually very surprised that because 60% of people think it's 22 million like conflict is absolute nonsense. And I think that it's live bias, and that's when it's looking at 56% of people, I think you have something.
When half the GDP of the country, yes, that's 60%, 70%, yeah, 70%. Okay, as I said, the next question is also about the participant record. Has he been voting? Because what the Prime Minister in the history of the country?
I've seen it not yet.
It's correct. So it's the film. That film might be against the star, don't you?
I don't know, I think it's not.
The artist who sent everyone this week by planning to do what?
And it's not quite up, right? But no, that's what I'm just
his proposal to ban smoking every
yes.
I mean, I suspect the Republicans have spent all this money on that stuff, but that's the spin. But the reason you can
so angry and sweaty, she's tied her books, and instead of sitting there having what they didn't realise was true therapy, and people instead sat reading their phones and taking hard drugs.
Yeah, this is true, and there are two major therapists in the British life which are not really this is first the second is and I am a great defender of pub. It's a political position, and you argue something though, but I was so pro pub. Actually, there's something inherently good about pub. You know, I have a child who would take my child to the pub with my dad. Oh, you stop! No, stop! Wait a second. You're not one of these people who goes like the wacky warehouse where the kids go out to play. Mum and dad get absolutely shit. We will play Uno together as a family at a table. Have one or two beers and then go. Straight up all and always in their car. Yeah. So, right, but Phil, right, this is the big question that I'm worried about. I'm worried that succession government are ripping off business debates because of things like the lack of the churches. You know, it's so much more difficult now to run scam groups, from Johnny Schools and CRBs and all this sort of thing. And I'm just worried that the world that I'm working seems to fall away now. Will be cynical. Well, we're cynical, but don't you think that the age-old adage of power in numbers threatens government? So in other words, if they keep us more individualistic left, so in other words, they don't bother so much with British anymore, the pubs are all closing bit by bit, people are relying more and more on the smart devices that are not speaking to actually face-to-face, even though they'll be contact us. How much easier would it be for powers that be to control us? I know this could be a little bit of conspiracy, but it is true. Think about it. How much easier would it be to control us if we're all an individualistic party?
I think the smart picture that is less again is still the nudge to part.
Like behavioural solution. It's all about smart. Watch this going. What on earth is that? Yeah, yes. It's unrelated to food machines.
Yes, it's like the nudge to part was developed over COVID. It's basically behavioural sciences. It's how to kind of convince people to do things without realising they're doing it. It's kind of like pushing people in a certain direction and make them think it's their idea. Yeah. So it's all based around a lot of it from COVID and lockdowns and getting people to comply with kind of government mandates that they wouldn't normally do. And what I find quite funny is the guy who kind of was one of the kind of founders of the students. Well, they used my research in the entirely wrong way. After COVID, so we could have said this in the middle of it, we could have had a conversation about it. Well, yes, the nudge part is still in its existence.
A lot of people who believe in nudge theory. Yeah. But what they're trying to achieve is plastic bags. Yeah. But what they think has happened has not happened. They think that everybody's moved from disposable plastic bags into buying a bag for life. What has happened is everyone has a cupboard with about 800 plastic bags in it.
Oh, yeah.
It's what you used to do to get a disposable plastic bag and throw it away. Now I get a bag for life and keep it. Yeah. And I can't be the other person who's now drowning in bags.
But obviously, it's possible on this too. They think in the face of meetings, just this year, each pubs closed to terminal reaction. Is that sort of a month? Is it around 51%? The tendencies in the British Beer Association, they think last year 509 closed their doors, which affected 6,000 jobs. What's really important is those jobs tend to go to single areas of needing flexibility, hospitality, and usually younger people and students, which is a major employer in that industry. And that's something hospitality is a big employer in general. It's also made kind of economic impact to what Kidstabber wants to do. I didn't really like his justification of, well, it's about saving the NHS. I am sick to death of giving up my liberty to save a failing healthcare system. The United Kingdom has become a failing healthcare system with a country attached to it. It is ridiculous.
What about anything? You know, if you're that worried about the NHS, you say that the NHS sort of is under pressure because of maybe drink-related illness, smoking-related illness, sugar-related, whatever it is. Here's a wacky idea. Just tell people you're really sorry, but if it's proven that this is the result of you neglecting yourself through one of those particular avenues, then unfortunately the NHS can't necessarily guarantee you'll get free treatment off that. That's the way you do it, but it's an individual's choice.
I'm say this to you. I was invited by the BBC on Twitter to say fat people, drinkers and smokers should not be treated by the NHS. What do you think? And I said, you don't have to speak to the fans. Went, oh yes, I'm writing for that. What? As overweight treatment spoken at the time, you also have to excuse me from the terms, so I have to make my own private meetings. Yeah, I'll take all the What does the Labour Party want to ban?
Well, unfortunately not yet. They don't want to ban the drinking, but they do want to try and ban outdoor smoking in pubs.
That's right, it's smoking in pub gardens. Well done. So to Stephen, which pop star, I can't believe you're going to get this, right? Which pop star has said she will leave America if Donald Trump is re-elected?
I do not understand why US presidential elections have become so polarizing.
Yes. We don't have a vote. Yes, they're going to vote. And then however we vote, we have to deal with it. I cannot understand that prominent journalists who are getting involved, picking aside, politicians are foreign secretary. Exercise. That's the least what you think you can do. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you some clues. Yeah. Right, because it's quite very responsible.
Yeah, but she won't have a descent.
She is of Armenian descent. Right? It's a she. Yeah, but that's unfortunately quite a big fan of plastic surgery. See?
She was highly arousing businesses in the 90s. Saying, I'm going to leave America. Leave. She actually wanted to say that so she can get another farewell. So, oh my god, when she found out the actual ones in chairs.
Yeah, it's a pretty innovation. I'm not interested because it's not 1982.
Well, you can see between quite a few of these celebrities, I think they were also interested in it. It's like, I'm going to go. She came to, well, I usually don't. It's the best example, but this time. Journalist Jasmine Oliver said famously, she's right, it's the person says that in Brexit, if we vote to leave the European Union, she's going to leave this country. Why are you still here?
That's even the ones jumping out of my brow. We're talking about these business with trading amongst Jamaica, and literally British Airways and Virgin Atlantic have looked at the profile of these people and said we are unwilling to fly them, even treatment on our planes. So they had to hire their own plane. And I said, look, these politics, because they are not that I would say that they must be talking
Well, the one thing I will say is what you can underestimate how a celebrity in the presidential race Paris is attached to attached to the city of Charlotte and the and this thing got right. So to explain it, because it doesn't make any sense to me, but this is kind of doing your own thing, independent woman, don't not acting thing. But what it is after that the number of young people went to kind of apply to vote, it's skyrocketed. Really? And so this thing is, we can joke around about it, but the influences people have on the younger generation is very, very high.
I love the way, like, the fans of right-wing parties all rubbish celebrities.
Yeah. All downhill. So, but what I will say, just to add that just really quick, is there is very little evidence to just because you are registered to vote, only as a young person in America, you can go. And it's like the fact that that has had any actual effect on the number of people turning out. So remember that's like all the celebrities she had Beyonce around. And it clearly didn't make much of a difference. You know, the land of Beyonce was not that powerful.
Yes, it's what's watching Beyonce.
I think a couple of big celebrities doing fundraisers and so we couldn't go around about it, but they are a player in America. Everyone knows now Hillary Clinton's a right player, but Lady Gaga was coming back and not necessarily stopped.
They've got 4 or 5 of those chopped up. So sellers and So Stephen, we're going to change the question now. Spiritual question. I can't find Central America. Donald Trump went up last instead. There is, it's sentences have been on our million sentences into plastic surgery. It's with no more than 6 months old. It's absolutely right. Okay, yes. The Taliban have sacked hundreds of men because they can't grow what?
Oh, I read this. As President one, it's like you said, it's kids. Right, so this was a kind of reinforcement of a kind of a very stream of obviously Taliban. Followed with part of a kind of greater expansion of the kind of crackdown within Afghanistan on something like the prevention of a kind of prevention. Now I can't remember the exact it's all of this, right? It's a really complicated title. I know investigation virtual is how that is. But it's been a huge background on this stuff right across. But the main one that has really been effective is actually women that have been so it's not broken it yet. So just to be really serious with this for a moment, the team that won in Afghanistan has gotten worse. Unbelievable. You know, there is a brilliant state you can't walk around. It's not there around. Hard if you're under the age of 12 years, no formal education. They're being able to operate around singing, musical instruments. They what has happened there, I think is this Western affairs because the catastrophic going out of Afghanistan, I think is shameful on the West. And I absolutely ask the question, where are all the feminists defending the Afghanistan? There's a great phenomenon that has seen to recording themselves in front of TikTok and the rest. And I was like, why is nobody who's a feminist up here talking about it?
One thing, I'm just going to mix it up. A friend of mine, six of the Afghan college for girls were Afghan teachers in Britain who evacuated and now teach girls in Afghanistan on the line, which is a fabulous thing to do. But these girls just sat there, not for a day, not for a month, but for years, just completely unable to do anything. And the sad thing is about it, that you hear, because you've got a kid, you've got a child, and you hear these girls wanting to be doctors, lawyers, accountants, and it's just not going to happen. Stephen, it's depressing, isn't it?
It is deeply depressing because there's not enough to about. And it feels like a betrayal because we used to be proud of what happened. We used to be proud of the fact that we had a book. And instead, we are consciously not speaking about this. It's about this. What's really cutting through to ordinary people is this idea of two-tier.
Yes.
The idea that we're living in a two-tier system. And that because, for whatever reason, we can't criticise Afghanistan for the rest of it. Because if there was any suggestion of the monarchy kind of perspective, we would rightly criticise something that applies to what we have is somebody disparagingly called it the Islamophilia, right? Effectively, in the Islamic world, we are unwilling to criticise really bad practice as a fear of being accused of racism or Islamophobia or whatever. And actually, what is going on in Afghanistan is genuinely shameful. It is genuinely shameful. I don't personally like the putting together. I occasionally, with the people who are allegedly drug keep doing that all the time. If I was in I'd be like, thank you, I don't want to put together with those balloons. I want to stand there and hear a sensible crap. And I think that there is a lack of positive stories about Islam. I like no interest, to be honest. We have no interest in moderate Muslims in the BBC. They don't Chowdhury Star. You only have that sense. All the moderate Muslims that were choices in it. I'm talking about I'm not interested in everything where I live. And I think, I've got a child and I love that age usually by a Muslim. I'm surrounded by amazing women. And I tell you, it's not going to go to war. You need to read that. Please, God, get those Muslims, particularly Pakistan, religious people of God. Because at the top of my hands, they are it's basic from scratch, from basic. There's no way of stopping the strangers. This Jesus must have been Punjabi Because he spent 5,000 years on it. I don't understand the restrictions. I don't understand the it's sorry to say really quick. Really very sensible all this thing. It's like a double-edged sword. Because for me, as much as I understand why the Western world looks at all our values and starts pointing at other countries saying this is outrageous, this is disgusting, and then people get unhappy when they're not jumping on that bandwagon. I have to be honest, I say it's none of our business, right? And I disagree. No, I know people have that. I know people get that. But it's really something we've got to say, why are we here? I'm interested in us starting relevant work.
Why Samba? I don't think no racism president in China with 2.5 million Muslims and the concentration camp. Donald Trump has integrity ban for Muslim countries that don't help him with the vetting of visas. And it's the biggest racism in the land.
One's easier, one's
Yeah.
Totally. I agree with that. 100%. It's the case that if something is easy to tackle that, and then you'll see doing something. When, of course, actually, when you've got real problems, you don't want to tackle those. It's very
Spain. And you know, people that expect this, it's a simple case. But once it's done wrong to Gaza, it's not the number one issue on this side of the press. It's not even close. It's not even
what the Russian press was saying. It's saying on Facebook, they were shy This is 1984. KGB was involved in a frontal assault on America, trying to take the scale of democracy against Ronald Reagan, who did not want to be elected. So there was very active intelligence operations involved to influence the American election. And look at the CIA, built a wall, Walmart, Russian plot, Russian information. No, they didn't do it. Why? Before the 21st century. It's not you saw it. Very Carlin and Mr. White Ray are two men who have allowed their jobs to put the action coincide by the Biden administration. The Biden administration was scared of being scared of the American nation. Notice what he said. They said they made things up. So they simply said there's problems like that. Well, guess what, Christopher Ray? Guess what, Barry Garland? There are problems in America.
Yes, right on. We will not be coy by the stupid phrases and threats about Russian propaganda somehow being everything that is not part of the mainstream media's narrative about NATO and about the war in Ukraine. We need to speak truth to power. We need to do that ever more so. Who do you think these guys are propping up? Who do you think they're alleging the Russians are interfering? Harris. That's what this is all about. They tried this in 2016 against Donald Trump. They made up these stupid lines about Russian collusion. I want to tell you, the Russians will be quite happy Kamala Harris wins. Because Kamala Harris has got a clue in hell about foreign policy. She has no truth. It's very predictable. She can just do nothing. They worry about Donald Trump. So I'm looking for a minute pressure actively working to elect Donald Trump any more now than they were in 2016. This is all a beer campaign to shut down free speech, to go after small city conservative YouTubers, independent journalists, you want to call them influencers, whatever the hell that means. Anybody who doesn't read the talking points from the Defense Department, either in Canada or the United States. Anybody, any reporter who doesn't look, at what these agencies are doing. It questions it, it demands answers. Any reporter who's not going to just say, thank you for giving me your news release. I will type this up and we will put this online within the next 10 minutes. No further questions need to be asked. That's what this is all about, shutting down free press, shutting down free speech. I'll end with this. Thank God we will be having an election before October 2025. We need to shut down true censorship, which is as bad or worse as what Joe Biden has done and is doing in the States, and what Kamala Harris as president would continue to do. We need to shut down this incredibly encroachment on our basic democratic value, our basic ability to speak. I'll say that again. Visit our store, wear one of these t-shirts. I'm a Canadian, a free Canadian. That's one of our best sellers. Thank you for everybody who hasn't been visiting the store. Please do that. And I want to also, sorry ladies and gentlemen, the Stand-Up Garden Coffee Cup. That's available in the store. Thank you for everybody who has been visiting and buying. Have a look today. This is what we've got done. Thank you so much. I'll be back again tomorrow with more of the news you need to know.
Wayfair presents sofas and chairs. Find the perfect sofa at the perfect price with hundreds of options at $9.99. Save big on couches at Trent's Beds, sofas, and super spacious sectionless, plus a huge lineup of accessories.
Well, that was the line to the Bible. This is where level I'm speaking right now. This comes after Indie Computer Agency announced that they are putting out a Covenant.
Alright, what is this? Russia 2.0? Russia? This is actually a very serious story, a concerning story, but here's the headline. I'm just going to qualify it a little bit. So, apparently, Russia has poured $10 million into trying to somehow affect the thinking of everyday Americans by sponsoring videos from Star. Now, the reason I said to qualify this a little bit is because what do you think What do you think Ron does? What do you think we do? Right? Like unfortunately, it's the way of the world now. It's really gross that some people are willing to take this money and do this, etc. But I am going to say that this stuff, unfortunately, doesn't. I go to TikTok, and I can tell you from personal experience, and the things that they'll let through on my own TikTok account, yeah, I have. I'm going to get caught by a U.S. investor, Larry Ellison, right? Larry, didn't Trump like always have a deal with Larry Ellison buying U.S. assets in TikTok? Anyway, I have a TikTok account. It's fascinating to me. What will allow to? It won't allow to. And I'm like, do you want to bet because CCP got something to do with this? Even consider just that this is coming. It's very, very anti-nature. I do. I'm betting they do. Not that it excuses things,
Russia Today, and it gets worse for individuals and influencers. Celebrate 20 years of Washington's play for the Atlantic Lottery. You can win one of two $10,000 cash prizes. So $5 on any game at ALC.ca for your chance to win.
Jose, this is being described by our sources as a whole government action designed to target Russian propaganda and disinformation aimed at interfering in the 2024 election. It is said to include sanctions by the Treasury Department, law enforcement action by the Justice Department, and one of the books on RT, formerly known as Russia Today, that network of Russian government-funded English-language websites and television platforms that was flagged all the way back in 2017 by the U.S. intelligence community as a vehicle for Russian disinformation and election interference. And at that time, the Justice Department required RT to register as a foreign agent. It remains to be seen exactly what actions the U.S. will take against RT today, but this does appear to represent an escalation in the efforts to try to purge the system of Russian propaganda and disinformation. What's interesting is that the U.S.
By the way, I'm not right here with propaganda. Disinformation. So we say we're sitting on the other side. How do we not? I'm looking at you, Anthony Blinken. I'm looking at you, Mike Morrell. I'm looking at all the CIA officers, groups, and hacks that put out that letter saying that Hunter Biden's laptop wasn't there. And it was mentioned. Joe Biden had to insist and say that that dossier was there, which was then disproven. Anyway, to the point being that I think there's a little bit of a desire, shall I dare say, to say anybody who's conservative, who's vulnerable to this Russia stuff, and who might be promoting misinformation, disinformation, etc. Because again, they're finding University of Pennsylvania having the Biden Center with Chinese. I mean, China. They're not messing around. Forget 10 million. They got way more pockets than that. Anyways, $10 million is allegedly directed at a U.S. content-making company that produced videos on social media. And it is believed that this company is called Tenet Media. Tenet Media had a bunch of personalities that apparently they did deals with, where allegedly they were getting this money from Russia. According to the Department of Justice, the people that were taking the money in, one was well-known YouTuber Lauren Shen. She's alleged to have known that this money was coming from Russia, and she somehow disguised it to these influencers that they were doing deals. They were paying a lot of money for $100,000 a video. One influencer was getting $400,000 a month. So this was some serious chink, allegedly, with some of the influencers. You think, oh, I mean, I know. Betty Johnson is conservative. I like this content. She didn't want to do this. I'm going to share with you to say it. So Betty Johnson's tweeting out, as this came out just yesterday, a statement from the DOJ indictment today. He writes, "You're a media star. Here's my company to provide content as an independent contractor. Our lawyers negotiated a standard arm's length deal, which is Victoria. We were disturbed by the allegations in today's indictment, which make clear that myself and other influencers were victims of this large scheme. My lawyers look into many states and suggest otherwise." And then you get this one, sends this one out today, saying the FBI has notified me that I am a victim of a crime. Our article says this question is the only person who has ever had a 12-year-old from a period by turning to engage in being smart state. So, wow. I guess what's being alleged here is that some of this woman who ran Tenet Media along with her husband, his last name is Donovan. He's not who she is, Lauren Shannon. Let's see if I can show you a picture of her if we have one. Because I don't know if you know for RT. We actually pulled this off of RT today. So she's like somehow still connected to that, and she's been big in sort of these conservative online circles because she does a lot. I've seen her videos. I like, you know, it's interesting stuff. She does a lot of good commentary on Hollywood and has been really critical of Hollywood media. If you look at RT, though, apparently she's a political commentator, but I guess works for them. So she's something she performed. Born in Canada, raised came to the U.S. for university. Bachelor's of Arts, political science, with a minor in Middle East studies and Arabic. So she does all these cool culture videos, but apparently was somehow with company. According to the DOJ and the indictment, like taking in money from the Russians and then disguising it and having people make videos. He's wild. It's cool out of the statement. So he's another influencer saying, quote, "My statement regarding allegations of the DOJ indictment should these allegations be true. I, as well as the personalities and commentators, were deceived and are victims. I cannot speak for anyone else in the company as to what they do or to what they are instructed. The Culture World podcast is licensed by Tenet Media. It existed well before any license agreement with Tenet, and it will continue to exist after any such agreement expires. The only change with the agreement was that the location of the live broadcast, blah, 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 blah." Anyway, he's kind of funny at the end. He said, "That being said, we still do not know what is true, as these are only allegations." Fair point, right? Fair point also with Tenet Media. He said, "That being said, Putin is a scumbag. Russia sucks." Well, you can get it on the screen. Add to the journalists who wish to jump the gun. Add to the journalists who wish to jump the gun and create their own narrative, rely on what's actually going on. You can kiss my Irish. You know what? All right. So, look, it's pretty, you know, obviously concerning. I think the problem with all this is that it's absolutely critical. It's held out and divert resources to Ukraine and to Russia. I keep saying, hey, you know, where's the diplomacy? Like, why couldn't they actually manage to hold it back? Why did it come to this? And when many people go back to the research, handwriting, absolutely. So in that cultural period and actually going all the way back to the late 90s, early 2000s, when we warned about an escalating situation, some people are saying today, if we kind of manage Russia better. And so if it's mismanaged, as far as I'm concerned, we should have used it as far as terrorists and trade are concerned to influence people so that, you know, we can do this. But I don't think we have sophisticated enough people. And don't forget what Bean said about Antony Blinken, our Secretary of State. If he would recently resign, that people would die as a result of this. This is not easy. I think that's fair. I think they've really screwed up. I personally believe that. Now, he's the patriot. On Wednesday, it's going to lose. We actually need to cover this story in the news. But all of a sudden, the DOJ wants you to think that anybody maybe who doesn't see eye to eye with the Biden-Harris regime is somehow maybe at risk of something like this. I think that a lot of people are at risk for a lot of weird stuff. I can go back to that guy that they just hired again. Over at CNN, unlike for them, wow, they're like, what's the punishment?
Not females. This time, we got Joe Biden's son. So let's take a look at how the storyline is going to affect. In this case, a lot of these
manufacturing. Okay, so he's taking this 51XP side of things.
High Biden's storyline. Regrounded the Trump's benefit. It helps to really do this as storyline. Not so much as news coverage, but as political entertainment. Where trusting the other party is entertainment. Fox News, the TV red heart of the regular TV machine, molds reality into a serialized TV drama. That's how Rock basically put it. Think lost. for 24. Think David Brent for Breaking Bad. Think Westworld for The Wire. Every day there are what appear to be new developments in this entertainment drama.
It's alleging that Twitter about Hunter Biden's laptop was actually just part of the conspiracy, part of the misinformation. I mean, this is the same guy who started attacking Kellyanne Conway, the same thing of this one. Remember? Because she was trying to investigate her truth. But it is.
To this point, we've got multiple investigations through Mr. Mueller, through Congressional and Senate committees, and CNN itself has been so hot, Russia, the dossier. CNN's been obsessed with the dossier for over a year now, and now we know the DNC and the Clinton campaign paid the same firm for said dossier, which is completely unverified. We can't get you excited. You can't get your phone here.
That is misinformation that you're spreading.
Hold on. A lot of it has not been verified. Hold on.
You just had the entire dossier.
Okay, all right. Yeah, you get the point. I think what I'm trying to say here, well, there's never any excuse. You know, she was taking action, she should have registered as a foreign agent, right? Because she's effectively trying to lobby for them, right? And that's the right thing to do. I feel for any of the podcasters that got wrapped up in that, and they were told something different, as they say. But if she knowingly was taking a business on her family, did she just register as a foreign agent for Ukraine? Because she being paid by Ukraine to promote a certain campaign. Look, I really am concerned that in this administration it's freaking this common sense. It's become so unbelievable. And as they freak out, they're seeking out ways to try and protect the narrative. I'm frustrated, I get it. Encouraging, it shouldn't actually You've got people, I don't know, like that works for Kathy Hochul in your governor's office. Remember the deputy chief of staff that apparently was taking millions of dollars from China? That was pretty bad, right? I wasn't exactly in a position of power, mind you. And she's alleged to have bought a new Ferrari and a fancy home, all in China. And she prevented, allegedly, Taiwanese officials from getting to know the governor and anyone in her office. I mean, that actually was really something. Now, again, I'm not paying. It's going to be very, 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 very good, right? Well, check. If she did, what they're alleging she did, she knew she was seeking money from Russia, and all of these sanctions, by the way, Russia, because of what's going on in Ukraine, and that she did something, and what's scary is that she and her husband are alleged to have personal business opportunities to other people up there without telling them where the money was coming from. Rather, it was coming from two, according to the indictment, two Russian nationals. Two Russian nationals. I'm not even going to try and say these names. That's just want to get a good laugh. Konstantin Polishnikov and somebody else named Elena. I'll find this one. I speak Spanish and Italian. Russian was never my thing. Okay, with the conspiracy to commit money laundering, it was unsealed in the Southern District of New York. Those two individuals were at large. They allegedly worked as employees for RT Russia, a Russian media outlet, and they allegedly funneled $10 million into this one company in the U.S. Scary, wild stuff.
Alice is one of the global providers of communication services in Canada, with an expanded portfolio of health, security, and safety services.
Justin Trudeau is cooked. After he was abandoned by Jagmeet Singh, he has been under attack by all sides. And now, with his U-turn on immigration and employment numbers and economic numbers coming back, is losing face rapidly and has no political leg to stand on. There have been so many changes happening in succession. We're going to talk about some of that today. Let's get into it.
Most of the 21st century, Canada had one of the world's most liberal immigration regimes, which may be broadly supported. Today, Canada has one of the largest household populations in the world, ahead of basically every other large country. And in the past 2 years alone, Canada has received about 1 million private residents, on top of many millions workers and international students.
So everybody else outside of our government will call it as it is. Like, yeah, we have almost 1 million PR, but that doesn't include the floating students, the floating workers, plus their spouses.
However, in the past year or so, Canadian attitudes to immigration has narrowed sharply, with the majority of Canadians now saying that the country is taking in too many immigrants, largely because getting daily pounds cut on the housing prices. In an attempt to placate voters and stem the electoral decline, Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau, once a champion of liberal migration policies, has recently taken steps to tighten Canada's famously liberal regime, while signaling a wider reform of migration policy in the autumn. So in this video, we're going to take a look at how Trudeau's migration policy has changed over time, and whether these measures could actually help him hold on to power and get election. So let's get straight into it. For most of his 9 years in power, Trudeau himself has championed Canada's pro-migration policies, setting ambitious targets for the permanent citizenships in recent years, and implementing generous refugee programs for asylum seekers from war-torn countries like Syria and Ukraine.
Wow, it's almost like you incentivize people to pile into a country just by saying you're making it as easy as possible. Come here, then it's like people will potentially abuse the system and try and pile in record numbers.
You might remember this in 2015, when he elected Trudeau greeted Syrian refugees at Montreal's airport by handing them winter jackets and declaring, "We are home." We found Trudeau, when most of his tenure, this policy worked. Immigrants have promoted the economy, and polling found that about 2/3 of Canadians were happy with average economy at the time. However, after 2 years or so, the immigration rate has decreased markedly. This is in part because Trudeau set a new target for permanent residents of about 500,000 a year, with roughly 470,000 permanent residents being admitted in 2023 alone, the highest annual increase in the country's history. But the main combined numbers immigration via.
There's one thing we know, is that what you've done was once and two. And even when your dues come a do-over times 2, you still won't stop it. Because you love the challenge, and all the hours, and all the work to make it worth it. So congratulations, you just conquered done. Don't outdoors get more done.
This is what resilience does. Combination of international student visas and a new foreign worker scheme, which was introduced in 2022 after the pandemic. In short, this policy provides temporary migrant visas for foreign workers who want to work in sectors that are struggling with labour shortages, usually low-paid jobs in sectors like agriculture or caregiving. In its inception, Canadian employers could hire 20% of their workforce via this route, but the stock of temporary workers in the country has now swelled to over 3 million, and the policy has become increasingly controversial, which is why last week Trudeau reduced it to 10%. This influx.
So here's the thing. Again, when we start talking about temporary workers and students and all of these people piling into the country, because we have to have a conversation. And the conversation is, Canada does need immigration. Unfortunately, we are not having enough kids. If you're watching this and you're married, have a bunch of kids. So, we need to have immigration. And so when people have always had this conversation, we've always been a country of immigrants. We've always had immigration. Yes, we have had managed, controlled, responsible, vetted immigration that was productive to the society. That's not the conversation anymore. The conversation is the mass immigration that we are going through, which is breaking down our social fabric, which is absolutely skyrocketing prices across the board, not just housing, it's in all sorts of things that we've seen through inflation, which is making things in Canada worse, is something we've never seen before. So it's a new conversation. All the arguments are based on old levels of immigration, based on old immigration that we're not dealing with anymore. So the next time you're having a conversation with somebody and they call you out saying, well, we've been a nation of immigrants and we've always got to have immigration. Yes, we used to do it the right way. The conversation is not the same.
So temporary workers can also be massively severe economic crises. While at first glance it looks like the Canadian economy has fared remarkably well with this pandemic, with GDP growing faster than every other country apart from the US, that's only because of high levels of immigration and energy. Canada has actually fallen in the past 20 years and now down to 2014 levels. This comes after Trudeau's government capped the number of international students for the year as 60,000 in January, where the immigration minister claimed that college student visas had been only a path for its use. Similar policies have recently been implemented in both Australia and the UK, where anxieties about religious for student visas and high migration levels generally have caused politicians to pare them back, often in spite of opposition from higher education institutions.
What a surprise! The guys who are printing cash from bringing in people are surprised. That being said, all of the permits are done at the federal level. You know, because we've seen the numbers from these Ontario colleges and BC colleges like that are just pumping in immigration. There's ones in particular, I mean, Conestoga College, look at their numbers of how many people they brought in the last 3 years. It's staggering. They were building campuses just to pump in more people in, you know, whatever program. So the fact is, people have abused this, and I've had conversations, I've had immigrants message me now, say, hey, thanks for talking about what you're talking about. My family took 8 years just to get to Canada, and now these people are just paying for international student visa, and they get to jump to the front of the line. They are not the people we're looking for because they didn't win on the point system like the other people did, seeing that it's hurting the immigrants and Canadians.
What explains this shift? Well, the national aggregate, because of the increasing number of temporary workers using Canada's liberal immigration policy to travel to the US via the northern border, which is one of the implications of the Biden administration in the November election, especially when questions of immigration and border security are politically response for the Democrats. The number of monthly so-called encounters between migrants and US border guards, generally considered a useful proxy for the total number of migrants entering the US, previously hovered at around 100, relative risk of over 3,000 per day. These mostly
you see it charted like that is not
the so-called SWAT sector, 295-mile stretch of border reaching New York, Vermont, and New Hampshire. Robert Garcia, a child of the area, claimed to rely that more migrants have been apprehended there in 10 months than in the previous 32 years combined, but that many of these people domestic pressure. In short, Trudeau and his Liberal Party was not very popular in Canada. Trudeau's personal approval rating is above its measurement. 67% of Canadians disapprove of it, compared to his 28%.
Like the video yet, it's a free way to support the channel, and it helps get these videos in front of more people so they can see what's going on. If you want to feel free to subscribe. We'd love to have you on board. And to all the new channel members, you know who you are. You absolutely are awesome. Back to the video.
And the Conservatives, an opposition party, have now opened up 17.2 national polling, their best numbers since 1988. The Conservatives are polling conspicuously well in the voters. They look twice as likely to vote Liberal as the Conservatives when Trudeau first came to power. So numbers have basically flipped, with 40% of 18 to 35-year-olds now saying they'll vote Conservative at the next election, which is due sometime next year.
So one of the crazy things is, obviously that voter demographic would have been a lot of the people who voted in Trudeau originally, especially when you're going up to 35, not the 18-year-olds. But the reason that they're so mad and fed up is because look at this number that was just announced. Canada's unemployment rate rises to 6.6% in challenging market for job seekers. But when you actually...
Ready to shatter records in 2024? Jump into the future with OneClick Upsell's new AI technology. In just 3...
Actually start to dig into these numbers. The latest numbers are increasing, but really, it's... young people just cannot get jobs. Like, people under the age of 35 are finding it really hard to find employment. So they're calling it a cooling job market. And then you bring in all of these immigrants who, yes, are taking jobs. It's kind of, they convert jobs. I always find so funny when I'm saying it. But yes, they are taking the jobs. That's going to slow people building families, buying houses, all of these things that we need for natural-born Canadians to be able to be productive. And again, like, one of the funny things is employment is up in educational services, healthcare, and social assistance. Well, those are public sector jobs. So this 6.6%, as we talked about before, is already a manipulated number because a lot of the jobs that are new and created are not economically productive. They are public sector jobs. That's why young voters are sick of it. They can't get jobs, they can't buy houses, and a lot of people just don't feel at home in Canada.
Trudeau's impressive unpopularity is that for a whole bunch of people. But one of the people, Canadians have become increasingly wary of his liberal immigration policies. Even though Canadians are generally some of the most migrant-friendly people around, in a sense the high level of immigration suppressed wages by loosening the labour market. Unemployment is currently at a two-year high of over 6% and exacerbated the housing crisis, which is one of the worst in the world. For context, the average house price in Canada has skyrocketed from roughly $250,000 Canadian dollars in 2005 to around $750,000 today, and the ratio
to be. You guys know I can't stand Trudeau. You guys know it, but we have to be fair to him. He was not in power until 2015, so there was a ton of price changes from 2005 to 2015. So yes, prices are up, but you can't blame Trudeau for all of it.
Between the median house price and the median wage has increased from 3 in the 90s to 6 today, rising from 12 in Vancouver and to nearly 10 in Toronto. The leader of the Canadian Conservatives, Pierre Poilievre, has made this explicitly and promised to tie the number of newcomers to the number of new homes built each year. Given that Poilievre and most experts think that Canada's current building rate is around 250,000 new homes a year, it's far too low to ameliorate housing prices. In practice, this would imply a significant reduction in the total number of immigrants. Last week, Poilievre claimed that Trudeau's government destroyed our immigration system, calling for small immigration growth, and many Canadians apparently agree. Polling suggests that roughly 1 in 2 Canadians now think there's too much immigration in Canada, roughly double in 2022. So, good work and important. Well,
no, I think we know, like you said, Trudeau is cooked because he is flip-flopping, he is losing all credibility, he's losing his base now, he's just lost all the NDP support. So it's almost like never people are just kind of screwed. And I just don't see.
As other centre-left or left-leaning parties like Germany's FDP are currently finding out, shifting to a vital segment of immigration, who is early enough and with enough enthusiasm to notice European genuine. Because too late, it runs the risk of looking unprincipled as well.
That's it for today's video. If you made it this far, you absolutely rock. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and have a great rest of your day.
The United States and we talk about common politics because of the longer we have, the longer we sit there and sit down. We need to be here. So, before we start out, we want to go on from what we're supposed to do, with the Trump Harris debate.
They say it's not, but then it seems like it's not. I don't think it's about microphones. I think it's about whether Harris can be unbeknownst in there. What do you think of leaking up from when it was supposed to be up?
It's just such nonsense. They're going to do it. They're going to debate. It's too tight a race not to do it. Both sides think that they can win, that they can beat the other one. So I guess we're just going to have these, like, I don't know, pissing contests between now and then about mics or notes or what have you. The notes thing is absolutely absurd. Technically, she's already been denied the ability to bring notes on there. The text is easier if it's open book. We all know that. But she's running to be president. She's going to have to be fascinated with policy. And have next to her at all times. So I don't think she's going to be around to bring notes, and I actually think Trump will throw down over that. One of the mic things is just a reason to keep attention going. So
when I see stuff, I don't see interactions with people. I see this as it's a blast, but making sure that the risk is not existing.
I think that's how, and if she were my candidate, that's exactly what I'd be doing. I mean, you saw her in that interview with CNN. She is not good on her feet. She's not fast on. She really isn't. She doesn't really know her facts. She lies. She meanders. I joked the other day on my show that she went from being this person who seems drunk all the time to saying absolutely hungover. It was very humbling when you saw me. I mean, there's no in between. The real Kamala, I think, is the cackling Kamala. And so they've given her some sort of a depressant, I think, to get rid of the cackle because they realize how off-putting it is. They tried to rebrand it as Brat. Maybe that worked with some 20-year-olds, but no sober 50-year-old thinks it's Brat, nor do they even know what Brat is. So now they're trying to do sober Kamala, but she's just depressed and kind of sad all the time, which undermines their joyful message. But they got to choose which one they want, and they put the money down on sober Kamala, because that's what she came out with CNN. So that's why I think she's going to be on the campaign trail now. She's going to be a serious sober one we can trust to pull us out of Afghanistan without any deaths of troops, just also Joe Biden has died. That's the position we're in. And I just don't think that's inspirational. It is Trump. Most do. Yes, he does the rallies. We've talked about all this. But he is the stuff which is like a 7-Eleven. And he goes into some random restaurant or some donut shop or what have you. And the people will not. The thing about Trump is, unless you're a diehard Democrat, he's very charming, and you will find him charming, and you will smile with you. Jane Austen line, they will smile and make love to us all. That's kind of how he approaches any interaction. But people do it. So Congress have the ability to do that. So I think they're absolutely right. People are in tight controlled settings, on prompter, keep it quick, the bigger chance to meander or cackle, and let's see if we can keep that rolling for 2 months right into the presidency.
At the very of the thresholds at which these candidates are getting, I've been one through the glorious detail, the lies that were told about what happened when Donald Trump was invited by some of the founders of the church at which he died in Afghanistan, and it's about the
What's else?
those two witnesses
He decided to run for Congress rather than do anything to fight for it. Now she becomes forward, and even as a research
Great.
and things the same
Yeah.
of the camera, the media will choose to ignore that. But the Julia, the girls and the new hunters and the platform that you are, if the new people don't really see that story, think about a double standard, right? One is absolute bullshit, absolute outright bullshit. The other one is true. And this is what they're focusing on.
The backstory at Arlington is the Democrats stepping out of race. And that looks for that propagating in Seattle.
What is the situation?
I mean, to the veterans and the military, but this was just absolutely foul by the team. Which in the today's story, they need to know how to do what that's doing inside of the she believed correctly, and now she's doing the right things as she ought to, so she hasn't given them any sort of opportunity or respect them by anyone respects them, the families, and they were ready for this. So, you know, this is on their side. So I guess from that standpoint, they took the calculated risk that the media would run cover for her, which it is. But I really think this is a net negative story for Kamala Harris. It's only brought back into the forefront the fact that she has a big about the 15 servicemen and women who died at Abbey Gate, and she wasn't so she didn't show up at Arlington. The folks been there. But they are Arlington and beforehand. He's never been there for years. And paid expense for all of us. And so you're right that he was really back not to say he's a coward. Tim Walz is a coward. Afghanistan or Iraq for years. And these military guys have going to him probably behind the scenes to say, please stop. You're embarrassing yourself and you're disrespecting us, and he wouldn't do it. So we'll try to avoid that story. But I just think it has legs, and that the independents who are in these purple swing states are going to see the clips that were on my show. These guys have been out there, you know, individually, the clips that have been out there, and they know there's something about Tim Walz that's disrespectful, dishonorable when it comes to the military, and that's a problem. Tim Walz is a big handicap him from being able to tout the military director all this stuff. And that's a problem for him because Jimmy Vance can serve again, and the American people still hold Afghanistan against this administration. Now, will they hold it against Kamala Harris? They should. She said she was last in the room and so on. Trump's got to remind people of that over and over and over again. But he's been hobbled on bragging about his military service because these guys refuse to remain silent.
And that's what we do with that, you know, between now and election, through the debate, all the rest of it, about how much she owns of the administration that she's in versus what she throws under the bus. I thought the idea that she was out there arm in arm, you know, travels and everything with Biden on the public holiday, yes, all the rest of it, but still, any proximity to him, you would think a little bit of, you know, a bit of Joe gets on you, a little bit of kryptonite, she's done wrong, but she seems to still be fine and swimming in the same lane.
I mean, really, what's Trump's section out? Let's see if she brings him to Michigan. If I look at this Pennsylvania, where he grew up, and not far from, you know, it's sort of a working class life, right, that she's trying to get and so on, but he's a liability to her, and she knows it. There's a reason she strategically deployed him in one state only so far. And what we're hearing is that she may now try to distance herself from certain aspects of the Biden presidency in Afghanistan. Well, let's see about that. I mean, really, she doesn't manage, but she can't hold on to benefit and try to act like she was a tough guy in their last person in the room saying, "Poor Joe, love your plan, let's do exactly what you want." And by the way, she's another person who said it was a success, right? There was kind of 3 of them. She can't take those positions and now say,
the truth is, we're sitting in a world that has nothing to do with it. I think even this media will not let her get away with that. But the hearing report, she's got strategy for distance in a state. And she's already embraced. She's already the Wall Street Journal in an article last week talking about these talents. It's exactly like Joe Biden's. She's promoting all the recent things we did. The enormous tax burden on most Americans. Everyone earning $400,000. Now, these small businesses owners are obviously good. It's going to be the rule. This way, people will go down. Prices will go up. And that's providers since then. By the time she does the things that so she was like, oh, this is the most important issue in this country. But she's doing the same thing. It's very hard on action. So the point is that it's actually the number one issue again in South Carolina. She's doing an effective job of driving the issue over and over. So I'm absolutely for that. It's because it's not a disposition. It's very bad for more than I care about my choice now. And I was determined this would go through. No choice. Anyway, I'm not obsessed with that. She's a part of the abortion, and we're still not able to fix this issue. It's turning into contest, and women in America are very, very motivated by the desire to take out our own life.
We talked about this before, right? But it's another something that's going to help in terms of how abortion plays in the election. If things like the state referendum before the year, ballot initiative out before the law,
Arizona and Nevada and Florida. Now, Florida should be one by the Republicans by 20 votes. But the whole abortion is hard, and the legal system of the land government has been played. So, it's swing states, it's swing Democrats want to do it. They want to do it with the swing states responsible because I cannot believe that in Florida there would not be splits against votes. And maybe they'll go for a more relaxed abortion policy, but they'll go with Republicans not around. Florida's right now, it's not perfect. If she goes out in Florida, then it's going to be a landslide Harris victory, but I'm not going to forward to show us that she's poised to win, let alone win by a landslide. So I don't see that happening. But it's a very smart strategy. This is how George Bush won the election in 2004. It won remarriage on the dot ballot in many of these swing states, and in particular, George Bush were against it and came out to vote against it. And that's how he won the re-election. This parallel re-election strategy. It won the Democrats again in the midterms in 2022, post Dobbs. And it's likely to drive some votes this election too. If that happens, then we're just going to have to accept that here in America we are still dealing with the post-Dobbs, which is the case that reverse Roe, fallout, and that Republicans may not be winning any elections until that fallout has settled and abortion policy has now been resettled by the states and away from Democrats who are really motivated by this issue with rush to the polls to weigh it up. And that's just a natural consequence of Dobbs. It's the way it had to happen. Dobbs had to happen. I mean, the way it's why it was made up law. There was nothing in the Constitution. It's the stuff it said. And so, in a way, this is just playing out exactly as it must. But Donald Trump is on a very clear message on this. And bringing these battles because he came out with absolute nonsense on Friday that was kind of alarming to see. I've wondered what his internal polls are showing in places like Florida. Obviously, he isn't not good. And now he's swung his messaging back toward the more pro-life position, which also makes me think, is that good? Because clearly it's a wrong approach. You need to set up your pro-choice. Just make it have a solved it. So where are we? What's it today? Well, exactly that, and we don't have a clear whole images for the possible review on the issue, that you're not really able to fight the fight. If you just in a scenario where, well, I need these people, and then I can't piss on these people, then, you know, they crush you because the side that's coming at you has a clear and all the way. Last one. So it's what she's doing. It's what she's doing right now. On fracking, and single-payer health insurance and single private health insurance, and go down the list. She's just flipping all her positions because she realizes her actual views are too important to actually win election in America on an international race. And so the House helped Donald Trump to become the flip-flopper that she is on an issue of legacy and treatment as abortion. And not as a Republican candidate for the presidency unless of the is. That's just the way it is in the United States of America. The problem with Donald Trump is, I've said this a long time, he's pro-life, pro-choice. Pro-choice is pro-life. He understood what I just said, so he said he was pro-life when he ran for the presidency. Justices on the U.S. Supreme Court, which is how he got jobs. And now that this becomes such a basic issue, he kind of, I believe, going back to his real feelings. I think this is probably the sincere Trump saying 6 weeks is too short, I'm not voting for that. And he is for the base in the Republican Party that he may take over her, but they might stay home. This issue is so important to them. I'm clear about characters like this in the news. You gotta laugh. They know us all as our owners. We are levity, and she is the perfect vehicle. God will love her. I don't know what to expect next. I'd love to say something. Is she going to go to the court? People will forget. And she's got, inside, like maybe we can hear some of that. What's he really has to say? That's what they are really baited well because shots of like switching or as the New York Times or whatever Republican members for effective code switching. We love it. If Donald Trump did that in front of a black audience, that kind of something makes that sound like he had like an urban accent. Giving all the racist to race. But she can do it even if she doesn't talk about that. I can't wait to see what she does in the next season. She's very good at it, and it's highly entertaining.
Yeah, we're going on for this other one. We want to pick it up and get it down. And see the one that is doing this like series and check. I'm going to set it up. That's it.
Ram is a most awarded truck brand over the last 5 years, so we decided to celebrate.
You're having a party.
No party. No party. We're having a sales event.
With a party.
The Ram Big All Sales Event. Get up to $10,000 in MSRP discounts on 2024 Ram 1500 or 0% financing for 60 months, 3.85% APR.
Yeah, that sounds like a party.
See you look at your details. Be serious. Now on that line. You can't really like that.
Hello, welcome to Power Hour. Joe Biden has returned from his big holiday and he's decided to do a bit of work. He joined Vice President Kamala Harris on the campaign trail earlier this week in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. It seems he forgot that he actually dropped out of the race and is no longer running for the presidency.
I'll be on the sidelines. I'll get in there.
Look at the way he tried to save himself. He claimed that he'll be on the sidelines. No, he was. We all know that he's back at the beach in no time, which, to be honest, is where he belongs. Because he shouldn't be in the White House, and if he really wants to help Kamala Harris, he should stay as far away from the campaign trail as possible. But he's back pretending to know what's going on. So let's listen to what the 81-year-old president has to say and to see if he can make any sense of it.
We don't want to be the manufacturing. Where the hell is that shit? We're one of the greatest manufacturing cities down in the world. Thank you, world.
Did anyone get that? Now, with this next talk that I'm going to play to you, it's not funny. It's serious. It's how now the president spent his time years. After being asked by reporters if he had a message to the family with a hospital, which was basically killed in Gaza, he claims that he's going to the American.
You're the best for the hostage family, sir.
Yes, I spoke to the American hostage. I spoke to his mom and dad, and they're not giving up.
Oh, insulting. It's clearly an accident. But that doesn't make it okay. Why are people being excused? It's going to reach the point where when you see this, and they don't even bat an eyelid anymore. Everyone has just accepted that America has a leader who has no idea who he is, where he is, or what he's saying. Not a clue. Meanwhile, the woman who wants to be the president of the United States, Kamala Harris, is doing a great job hiding from reporters. She decided that she was going to, as she was past journalists, going all the way to the plane, which I suppose would be fine if she was actually on the phone. Unfortunately, this was just bad acting, which she gave up. Turned around to wait for reporters and photographers. We had her phone up to her ear, which is not how you would have a phone call with somebody if you were wearing headphones. Let's bring in Emily Wilson, the host of Emily Saves America. Emily, we need you to save America right now. When you look at the jobs that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris just keep making unbearable, what do you make of the new ways Kamala Harris is going about avoiding reporters?
Well, it's funny because every time he steps foot outside or he even speaks, Trump increases in the polls, so I think it's fantastic. You also have Trump doing over an hour, 2-hour-long discussions with Elon Musk. He just did Lex Friedman. He did Theo Vaughn. I mean, Tucker Carlson. I mean, you go to every platform, and meanwhile, every time you go, you go up in the polls, and you can see this president is what he stand, mentally fit to stand trial, and she stood there along the president and said that he was fit to be the president.
Yeah, I feel like there got to that line to review that people what they thought in this is not going to confuse with say that last week. But it seems like Kamala Harris has also forgotten that she's running for president because she just keeps acting or finding up these acting skills. She tried the I'm on the phone thing before. But let's listen to how she delivers her scripted lines in this voice.
You better think of me, remember?
Looks like you're on YouTube watching a musician that wouldn't do at all. But did you notice the music app that does it with ad-free listening and song downloads and background play and a whole lot more? That's a lot. Gotta keep your music premium.
It's so hard to watch. Emily's a typing her.
She's honestly the epitome of cringe. What's so crazy is I've seen her when she is speaking, which is so rare. She's done multiple different accents, and it's kind of funny to me. I know she's speaking to not exactly the smartest crowd, but when she does these inherently kind of like ghetto accents, which I feel like is not only kind of racist, but extremely insulting to her own audience. If Trump was changing his voice, I'd be like, what are you doing? I mean, it's like, don't speak to us like we're done, but I'm not talking or anything.
No, she does it in front of the camera. I don't know what she's doing, and I feel like she has to be taking from herself, so if no one is advising her to put on the camera. But the White House Press Secretary William Jean-Pierre was asked about why Kamala Harris is putting on different accents. This is her response.
What does Vice President have what sounds like a Southern accent?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
He's talking about Union in Detroit, one tone of voice.
This is the
singing lines that she used the same line in Pittsburgh, and it sounded like he at least had some kind of a Southern accent.
I mean, here's the question, I mean, do you think Americans seriously believe that this is an important question? America responds, I think this is what the White House does now. That's why.
It's so funny because every time we are using it when a woman asks the question, you see the light is flooding out of it. It's so strong.
For women. IVF treatment. Because we want more babies to put in hands nicely. And for this same reason, we will also allow new parents to deduct major newborn expenses from their taxes.
An amazing announcement, yet the Democrats can't handle that Donald Trump wants to protect women, make the country a better place for women. Just over a week ago, Democrats suggested that he would ban IVF. Here's Michelle Obama.
Taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wonderful mothers and daughters.
Donald Trump, he's just exposed them. They lie and they lie. But what do you make of his announcement?
Well, yeah, they said he was going to do a nationwide abortion ban, which he said no. They have to lie about him because the party that's obsessed with protecting women's rights is only obsessed with protecting women's rights when it's about killing children inside them. They don't care about the children being slaughtered by immigrants. They don't care about the people, dying from fentanyl across our borders. And it's so funny, everything they thought they had on him, they don't anymore. And also, I like this because the right-wing community is going to go off about family and having children and all these things. Well, this is right along with our values. This is a beautiful thing to do, and I think it's fantastic. And once again, this is another thing they're not going to have to go against him. This is all they had. All they had was abortion and IVF. What now?
Well, it seems like the honeymoon period is over with Kamala Harris. Looking at the odds on Polly market, Donald Trump is up by 3%. Obviously, anything can happen between now and November 5. But what do you make of the way it's looking?
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. I'm on Polly Market every day watching because basically anytime that Kamala now gives a speech or goes into public, he goes up. And not only that, because I think he's doing so many interviews aggressively and going out there and getting on the ground with people, I think that's why he's doing so well. Because a lot of these people who are interviewing him are, I think, a lot of middle voters. And not only that, he's now endorsed by RFK, and those people were definitely middle and definitely left-leaning. And it went from Make America Great Again, which still is all of us, to now Make America Healthy Again. So a vote for Kamala Harris is saying you want the country to be dangerous and unhealthy, and therefore you are just straight anti-American.
Emily Wilson, it is so great to speak with you. Thank you so much for joining us on Power Hour.
Thank you.
Joining us now is comedian Alex Stein, who's joining us from Texas. Alex, great to speak with you. We are 2 months away from Election Day, and we've heard from Kamala Harris supporters who are super clear about why they like her, what policies of hers that they like, and why they're going to vote for her.
Sure. Why? She's not Trump. Okay, what's your favorite policy of Kamala's? Actually, I don't know any policy. What are your favorite policies of Kamala?
Between the two of them, I'm just picking her because it feels like the lesser of two evils.
Show for Kamala. Oh, Kamala. Why Kamala?
She is really a smart lady. I think she has all the tools she needs to be a president.
Alex, that makes a lot of sense, don't they?
Then it makes no sense because really they don't have anything to say. Kamala was supposed to be in charge of the border. She didn't do anything with that. I just think they're honest.
Kamala.
But they can't even say that. That should give you how much support she really has. She has no support. People don't like Donald Trump. They just vote against Trump.
And at this point in time, do you think more and more people are realising that Kamala doesn't really have a lot to offer?
I think so. There's going to be a most important this debate coming up next Tuesday. I think that will wake a lot of people up. But right now, people don't even take into account the fact that she's been the vice president for the past 3 years. So a lot of our problems right now are inflation. The fact that basically got the head of World War III. They're stopping all this currently. But she's running on a campaign and stuff. Yeah, there's stuff she's going to potentially do. So people need to wake up. Sadly, it's hard to wake up when they don't do it.
Now, I want to talk about Tim Walz. We've seen how far has the voice reporters, but just have a look at this guy who wants to be the vice president and how he responded when he was asked a serious question about the murder of 6 hostages, including an American citizen, Byron Armstrong. To be the vice president when he responds like that.
Well, he's a coward, but he knows that his state of Minnesota is very pro-Palestinian, so he's going to not say anything that could be considered controversial. And sadly, I guess that's how people win in politics. I like a politician like Donald Trump that's not afraid to speak his mind, but once he gets asked, Tim Walz gets asked one hard question, thank you, see ya, goodbye. Politicians are supposed to answer hard questions, whether they like it or not, whether we like the answer or not. But Tim Walz is going to lie about his service in the military. He's going to lie to people saying he's level he's doing as vice president. He's just going to ignore people that have serious issues, like the 6 hostages that were murdered. CNN said they died. It's because that not only is Tim Walz wrong, but the mainstream media that's covering it is also wrong.
We have that here in Australia as well. We have lots of media outlets reporting that they died, but not that they were in fact murdered by Hamas terrorists. Now, as you mentioned, Tim Walz lied. They will say that the threats he served with Tim Walz when they say he's alive who abandoned his troops with the
Did you not follow because it was all about it. No, personally, I understand how it's normal for that absolute full integrity. But he went across the state that he had quit, and it was like, what the hell was that? I mean, it was just unbelievable that a CSM abandoned his troops in 500 schools. They sleeping beyond that. There's 1,000 parents out there that expect that person to lead those people into combat. He's a habitual liar. He lies about everything. He lies about stuff that doesn't make sense. You're taking a piece of their thunder, but you're trying to capture.
When you're mad, and you're probably getting mad. It's like you're only mad because
Fear is a reaction. Bravery is a decision. And Walz has a wrong decision. He's not brave. I call him coward because he is.
The message is very clear. What's your reaction?
Well, my reaction is that the cover-up is always worse than the crime. I mean, Tim Walz did get 24 years of service to the American people, but sadly, him making this lie and now covering up for the lie, it just makes his whole entire military career worthless, and it just makes him look like an absolute coward, which he is. So that's what makes me mad. It's the fact that, first of all, he got caught lying and saying that, he faced battle in Afghanistan. Just admit it. America, we're all about second chances. So covering up his lies just shows you that he has no integrity whatsoever. Just like Kamala Harris lying about working at McDonald's. These politicians constantly lie if they think they can help them get ahead. I don't know how we're ever going to get the real truth. Media likes it.
Yeah, well said. Look, I'm ready to move on to Tim Walz. We just have to go through one more painful part where he's
pointed up for that CNN interview with Kamala Harris. I don't know why he was there, but he was asked to respond to that was claim that he made that he carried weapons in war. How he responded. The idea that you said that you were in war. Did you listen to kids the campaign has said?
Yeah, I said we were talking about in this case, this was after a school shooting, the ideas of carrying these weapons of war. And my wife, the what my grandmother said, always correct.
So he's not a liar, he just has bad grammar.
Yeah, it's like when I said when my dog ate my homework when I was an elementary school. The fact that he throws his wife under the bus, he must not love her. If I did that to my girlfriend, she'd kill me. So I'm researching the type of guy who's basically for his back. Yeah, was took the role, as you may remember, in getting Joe Biden out to get him to drop out of the race. But now he says that Joe Biden is just a selfless guy into heading to George Washington.
What should be remembered is the selfless act of someone who very hard to let go out. You know that was significant all around the world. And for someone to say, I think there's a better way forward, that's all the question. And that's really the truth. And all the rest of it would be long gone and forgotten.
I don't say lots of words, Alex. What do you make with this Bill Clinton?
I agree with Bill Clinton. He is selfless. He doesn't even know who he is anymore. He has no idea. Joe Biden's on the beach in Delaware, just sitting there. Who am I? Where am I supposed to go? What day of the week is it? Am I still under the election? So, I mean, in a way, he is right. He's not even a human being. He's not autonomous. He's being controlled by people like a puppet right now. And you know what? I feel bad. Not for George Bush. He's got a very good life. But I feel bad for Joe Biden. Just being puppeted and paraded around. The guy needs to retire and he needs to just go relax. Because, like George Bush said, he's selfish, but it wasn't his choice. He didn't choose to stay in the ring, so he has no control over the decisions that he gets to make or that the country gets to make.
Well, Joe Biden is back from the beach and he's back pretending that he's running the country. Here he is.
Hey, a lot of progress. Kamala are going to build on that progress. He's going to build on it. I'll be on the sidelines. I'll do everything I can to help.
Looks like he forgot that he is no longer running for president. Should he go back to Delaware?
He does need to go back to Delaware. And mark my words, Joe Biden has no idea who Tim Walz is. He has no idea who's running with him. He has no idea what's going on. He has no idea what's going to happen. I mean, let's just be real. He's in a serious mental decline. Because I know people his age that are still very spry and very sharp. And there was a time when, believe it or not, Joe Biden was a sharp politician.
Yeah.
But those days are long gone. He needs to retire. And I think they're going to get rid of him so they can put Kamala as president before the election. So it should scare all of us that she's going to be able to kind of get in through the back door and potentially stay the president if she wins this election.
We'll wait and see. Alex Stein, so great to stay with you.
Thank you. Always fun.
Some would accuse the Conservatives of your pension.
Not at all.
Now all of a sudden they're terrible because of some vague notion of corporate greed, and you're refusing to say whether you'll bring down the government at the first opportunity. What is the point of all this, sir?
In a recent interview, NDP leader Jagmeet Singh found himself under the spotlight, facing pointed questions about his criticism of the Liberal government and his political future. In a setting charged with tension, Singh appeared uneasy as he attempted to defend his decision to distance from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, while still leaving the door open for potential collaboration. The interview, marked by Singh's nervous responses, shed light on the growing complexity of his political maneuvering as an election looms on the horizon.
So we've torn up the agreement with Justin Trudeau, torn that up. And I know that means election is more likely than before. And it's really clear to me, there's mounting evidence that Justin Trudeau and the Liberals were just too weak to take on corporate greed and to hold in corporate interests and stop big corporate grocery stores and corporate landlords from ripping people off. And frankly, they're too weak to stand up to the real threat of conservatism and care polyev who want to cut our healthcare system, cut pensions. So for all those reasons, we've ripped up the agreement and or putting to Canadians the choice for the next elections between New Democrats trying to get people hope or Pierre Poilievre and Conservatives want to cut.
Singh began the interview by reiterating his criticism of the Liberal government, calling them weak and selfish for failing to address corporate greed and support working-class Canadians. He highlighted their inability to tackle the high costs of groceries, rent, and corporate landlords. When asked how he can continue to support the Liberals after such harsh statements, Singh nervously responded by stating that his party had officially torn up the agreement with the Liberals, signaling a shift toward an election. Despite this declaration, the interviewer pressed further on Singh's willingness to tackle issues. Singh's nervousness was apparent as he avoided giving direct answers, instead stating that decisions would be made on a case.
Which is why we do that. What's all the best things and just stuff. I think your hydration had a runner
Our program is equipped with the skills we need to step we guided over 30,000 students. In the first day of class, the first day of the job, Eastern College is at your side. You're going today to help you take a future filled with hope and confidence. Discover more at easterncollege.ca.
There's 3 places were at their highest over a year ago, and there wasn't doing much improving that. Why isn't that forced to make this decision? Is this more about speaking and your electoral chances and some of these issues in country?
Referencing conservative leadership as basis. He continued to emphasize that his decision was based on mounting evidence of the Liberals' inability to stand up to corporate interests, particularly citing the government's
about that, but it's like there's probably that with this aspect of their statement that's
left an impression of discomfort and uncertainty. I'm about to reveal the full interview, where you'll witness every moment of intense tension. You'll feel the pressure building, and at the breaking point, you'll see Jagmeet Singh
I was not forced to make this decision. It was more about your electoral chances
yes, but that was also I probably would have been a science that's he was an activist. that it was just an absolute mismatch. That's what we thought that we're going to try to strengthen this like that. But when it comes to decision, we always knew that at some point we would have to make this decision. And we don't stay with this brother. That's the only reason. As a first person captain, what we saw was that quite a lot of things that so that was and it was very clear more and more against Africa.
What's the thing? These have relatively recent evidence that the risk of that didn't already exist 6 or 8 months ago.
Obviously, the approach towards working people when it comes to the rail workers are really concerned about that. I raised those concerns very publicly that these workers were just asking for more safety, and that CP and CPKC and CN Rail, in a lot of ways, it looks like a collusion of timing this together. They locked out the workers. First of all, the workers weren't even on strike. They locked out the workers, and the workers weren't even able to negotiate before they were forced to bind the arbitration. Another example was when they way into the workers, because instead of the workers, that was that is one example of that. Got a lot of things done. The workers on the people, and
so if they have to take differently in that dispute, you must take in this
I don't know if you do hypotheticals,
symmetrical all-wheel drive, 211 millimeters of ground clearance, and 2,850 millimeter wheelbase for better stability. Super legendary full function next. Exclusive character. System for heating and air conditioning. You get a total of up to 359 kilometers on a single charge. So there can also get a 80% charge. If you plug in Democrats were saying, let's make people the priority. Let's protect people from
the corporate news, just particular events,
stop all of the stuff that you lay out. Talking about there have been questions that rather than do more. We talked about availability, and then corporate insights. Speaking of communities, and that's what our pricing is over the last year. The question is, hypothetically, you are
So we got a lot of work done, and it's a really clear approach towards the presentation that, again, is another example of the public interest. It's a really great clear that they're no longer able to meaningfully tackle the problems that people are going through. We've torn up the agreement because they're too weak to take on the conservatives, and they're too weak and beholden to corporate interest to stop what is the major concern that people are going through. High cost of living is being driven by corporate rate.
I guess it's that both are here and the fact are not it was a thing that we saw because we still legislative process that's I was going to ask you about the process of how it's actually for sure it's going to be faster than what you But if those things aren't done, why aren't you continuing to stay in it unless there's some kind of political interest in it for you? Which stuff is going to sit there and choose a way to get out
and now I'm not saying that liberals are no longer made it clear they're no longer able to do what's necessary to tackle the issues of the day. The issues of the day are high cost of groceries, high cost of rent, housing, and groceries. Those are two major concerns I hear from the liberals have shown again and again that they've caved the corporate interest in those two files, and then most recently in the summer, they caved to the corporate interest in these large corporate railroads instead of letting interest get a fair deal. They made it clear that they're not interested in tackling these problems. They told them to be interested.
I mean, we're arguing the fact that there's another workers going to be impacted by stoppage and rail network. I do take your point. Clarify on the question of the pension, because it is an argument that the conservatives have continued using. Are you eligible for a pension in February other than the election? But how that factor into your decision making in all of this? Or will it factor into decision making and perhaps prompting an election?
Not at all. It's a really personal suggestion. And honestly, my life, I'm not about that at all. It's just silly with back on conservatives. But it's on purpose. And the reason why Pierre Bell's is he wants to distract from what he wants to do. He wants to destroy the democratic program for you. So your parents, your grandparents, he doesn't think that he's going to do that. He wants to introduce power. Not only that, he also wants to get the healthcare system to build that power. He doesn't want to see a public healthcare system. He wants to see a private residence society. And he knows he's the fact that he wants to destroy not only the medical care, but our healthcare system as well. I'm probably going to try to do the one second rule about how much money you have to tackle to get quality of that country. We're going to fight to ensure healthcare delivery to that country.
At one time, I felt some failure with the Canadians watching their comments and saying, at the time, it's 50-50, but I rather remain higher, and public opinion polling for his party sits. At the same time, a lot of liberals have had, really, to say the least, political forces this really have not been able to capitalize on this. All your polls have remained fairly stagnant for the last few years. So what I'm asking you, if you should remain as the NDP leader, are you asking yourself that, and how much responsibility do you bear for the lack of success of your party?
We brought in the biggest expansion of healthcare in a generation. Proud of the work that we've done. I'm running to be Prime Minister of this country, and I'll be leading the party to the next election, absolutely.
So do you not feel like you bear any responsibility for being unable to capitalize on the Liberals' fall from grace among Canadians?
We're going to be running to form government in the next election. I'm running for Prime Minister.
Respectfully, that's not really an answer. But are you worried at all about the fact that you have to?
That's what I'm going to do. I'm running for Prime Minister. I'm running to beat the Conservatives. I'm running to make sure that this country has something to be on their side.
And I understand what you're saying. I think Canadians understand that you are going to run to lead the party. Do you bear any responsibility, though, for the hill that party has to climb in order to be competitive with the Conservatives in the next election? You have framed the choice as very obvious for Canadians, and the consequences as very dire if the Conservatives win. But your party has not been able to compete with them. Is that at all your responsibility?
Well, it's a serious fight. There's no question about it. We're not in any of these kind of finish the challenge in front of us. We've got a very big challenge. But it's clear that people are done with they're done with Justin Trudeau. And so when people want to replace Justin Trudeau, they're going to have to look at the two choices. The federal parties is the Conservatives and the Democrats. They want to change the election. They want to get rid of Justin Trudeau, which people tend to get frustrated with them. There's two choices. Not to say that this choice is this challenge is an easy fight. This is a very big challenge. But I want Canadians to know the choice is Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives who are very open. They're going to cut your pensions, they're going to cut health care, and they're going to let big corporations rip you off. Only Democrats want to restore hope. They want to build and strengthen our healthcare system and your pensions and stop these corporations from ripping you off. That's not easy. I know it's going to be an uphill battle. But that's the case coming through.
I will leave it there, Mr. Singh. I appreciate your time as always. Thank you so much.
The interview underscored the tension between Singh's strong rhetoric against the Liberal government and his continued willingness to collaborate on a case-by-case basis. His nervous responses, particularly on questions of timing and his leadership, suggest that the leader is opportunely navigating political realities and staying true to his party's principles. As the next election looms, Singh's ability to present his decisive visions and maintain credibility in the face of uncomfortable questions will be critical in shaping his party's future. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this interview breakdown or found it insightful, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to stay updated on more political content. Let us know your thoughts on Jagmeet Singh's responses. Do you think he's making the right move distancing from the Liberals? Hit the notification bell so you never miss an update. See you in the next video.
To make Canada's most awarded fully electric vehicle lineup? Walk is what it takes.
Well, speaking of the Liberals, we're also hearing that Jeremy Broadhurst, the Liberals' national campaign director, is stepping down. More on that big news. Let's go to Rachel Allen, standing by in the studios in Ottawa with more Rachel on what exactly this means and what the takeaway is. Is this bad news for the Liberals?
So we have confirmed Jeremy Broadhurst is stepping down as the end of the month as the national
This is the attitude. Gosh, eating, you know.
What about me noise?
Mm. Damn!
The solution
where we are. And that's what's happening. And so, with Project Veritas, they did horrible things to O'Keefe. They're still doing some good work. O'Keefe's knocking it out of the park. Tucker, a bunch of other groups we've had on. The fabulous folks over at Steven Crowder, who I love to death. This is a big deal. Our next guest will do this about 50 minutes the next hour, and then Robert Barnes, who's incredibly important. Please stay with us for this. Or if you have to leave, tune back into the rebroadcast later or the restreams, or we'll archive it about 3 or 4 o'clock today. And hit band.video and run all the shows, because this new Russiagate is serious, and it gives us the blueprint of the next attack. Okay, this is the next attack on free speech, on free press. I know we're all Russiagate. This is really big. But Judge delays Trump's sentencing until November 26th after Election Day. In a ruling today, the judge, Merchant, cited the unique time frame this matter currently finds itself in and rescheduled the sentencing for November 26th. He has previously planned to hand down Mr. Trump's punishment on September 18th, just 7 weeks before Election Day. Mr. Trump will face off against Vice President Kamala Harris for the presidency. This is not a decision this court makes lightly, but it's the decision which this court viewed best advice from its justices. Said the judge wrote a 4-page decision which noted that this matter is one that stands alone in a unique place in the state district. So that is a absolutely huge deal. And because of that, your bottom nickel that the Steven Crowder report, his team breaking, did this. Because they had the truth, and Rikers ready, and the police, and Aaron Dolan said he was sentencing to at least a year in prison. This is the stuff of victory. This is the stuff of what that undercover report with the FBI, CIA, and the of Sandy Hook, and ran the fraudulent hearings, what that did throughout the system, what that did what that did. There's so many organizations, groups that will come out here and they lock each other. So loans, they bring everybody apart. So, I am so thankful for what's here. I'm so thankful for Crowder. I'm so nothing like it. I would have that Crowder. You know, like that was very confident. Stop the players. That's it. Players. Last guy was all the time. I know. So 98% of the fight. End of the fight. And I'm just saying right now, I need money to fight. We are delivering and magnifying everybody only for their people. I'm not pushing on 20 years back then. All these stuff stood with the house. I say, let's stop this. I'm not together.
2,000 versus July, which revised down to about 289,000 from 114,000. Big numbers of the 118 from 179. I cannot do the math on 114, I think that's 25,000. The July revision, and it looks like 61,000. So what's 25 and 61 is
North Austin. Driving down the street in South Austin. Kind of out there with the side of the street. On a big street and stuff. Saw 4 acres of property for $82,000. He just bought it. He had a whole farmhouse on it. No blacksmith. They ended up the center of the farm. When you go back over 100 years. And later put another house on it. Like that. All $37,000. He's had. He's off the city. By the way, so Honda will highlight Arizona. Well, I have that much fire. And still, probably actually opened up at the other end. They want to keep that house. All property. Just heating up there. And water filter. The refrigerator. That was awesome up here. But that's the thing. There's capital gains things that go on. Unrealized. Next time I had to sell the property. That's all they got. This is probably up to like $100 a year. That's a damn lie. Just explain it.
Yeah. I mean, so, these stories are ridiculous when you play themselves out because if you're in the story, if your laundry grandma had to sell it and pay $125,000, she doesn't have it, so now she has to sell the property, and then she realized 44.6%. That tax, Alex, is 7%. You know what that's worse than? That's worse than Russia. I mean, it's like, wow.
that, right? It's just so bad, brother. It's just insane. These woke policies that are coming at us from all fronts, right? And when you think about it, we've got a problem where, like the unemployment, just slow down the economy that you're talking about. There was this research paper that I was reading yesterday. Last week alone, 28.4% of all Americans searched for a job. And 140 Americans looking for a job. So what would be the reason for that? A, they want a better job because they're states and they're not making enough money. B, they don't have a job. Or C, it's a new trend in America where the alarming number of people that have to have 2 full-time jobs just to survive is on the increase. It's like 2 full-time jobs, there's nothing left. There's no time to multifamily in East Texas that ranch and farm, all in full military Army pensions. They're all Army. We're talking 30, 35 years Army, and we're talking non-commissioned officers and officers. And they've all got jobs on top of that.
Oh, fucking God.
4 a.m. and go to sleep at 10 p.m. They get home at 8. And even on like Thanksgiving, they'll go down there and like, oh, where's this person, that person? Well, they have to work today. And these are people that are like 65 years old, and they're running a farm or ranch and got a job. I mean, is this the way that America should be? No. But this is what happens. You have these old policies where you have to print money to fund everything under the sun, have all these entitlements, paper things that the government never have to pay for. You have high taxes, high interest rates, high inflation, wages are coming down, unemployment is persisting. Sadly, this is what Biden has done. Excellent as well, and they're getting rave reviews. Let's talk about some of these other great products from InfoWars and InfoWarsStore.com. Superfood Greens, just a super high quality equivalent to some of the best sellers that are out there. It's got a whole bunch of superfoods in it. Everything you need in one big deficit. All the key healthy and helps a lot with pain. People really love Nurse Review. We got probiotics, an excellent probiotic. That's so critical to your health because it's the chlorine in tap water we drink out of the shower. It kills that chlorine in your gut better. So really give you a clean, focused mindset. Does amazing things. Until President Trump can be inaugurated. It's those 76 days between and being president-elect. Every sport on the south side of the Capitol will be the most critical. Unfortunately, almost no one else but us is talking about that. My goal is not to be the guy who's right most often and everybody else has nothing to do. I'm trying to get you to understand here how it is. All I do is represent my voice. And we've got the most accurate information, right? And out there, and people still do. There's a lot of people smarter than me that just need to get my perspective, my understanding of what they can do. Put on the glasses like they live, and they'll see it even as I do. That's what we do. Fast enough. All right, thank you, Bruce. Coming in on this live Saturday broadcast. It is 1:02 Central Standard Time. And we're going to be here live for the next 2 hours at Infowars.com/show on radio stations across the country, and on video, and of course, Real Alex Jones on X. Now, in the first hour, I'm going to take questions from the Real Alex Jones subscribers that they sent in for an Ask Me Anything. Small note, they have all these encoders, satellites, and systems. They tested it yesterday and it worked fine. We were trying to just send a stream of subscribers to go live from noon to 1 with the Ask Me Anything, and then I was going to re-air it after I did a live show after that today at 2 p.m. I was going to go live, cover other big breaking news, and then air that so everybody could see it, but I was going to do it just for the subscribers live, just them first. It had an encoder issue. It took about 20 minutes to fix it. I said, listen, we'll work the bugs out and start doing more stuff to subscribers in the near future. They want to see their stuff read public. These are great questions. And so it's going to air it anyways for everybody. So we're getting it done right now. Now, that said, these are great questions. I'm going to do these first. But then in the second hour, it's easily taking an hour of these great questions. They're excellent. They're all good. Going to that. It should be a surprise to most hardcore supporters. Subscribers on Real Alex Jones. The news I have on COVID is undoubtedly the biggest yet. Now, let me be clear, when you hear all this in the second hour, you're going to go, wait a minute, you already heard this. Well, you didn't hear all of it, and now a bunch of prestigious scientists, virologists, epidemiologists, cancer doctors, oncologists, you name it, in major peer-reviewed studies everywhere are confirming this 4 years into the poison injections, almost 4 years in. And I'm going to play a clip before I get to these new findings that you've been playing for over 3 years of the chief scientist of a British agency / private involvement, Dr. David Bauer, saying in 2021 that the shots turn off your immune system. Now, what the hell is going to turn your immune system off? Not just comes from the camera. The dangerous information I didn't blame you with 2 months of back up last month, so I had dinner. Technical scientists. Findings about dinner, about minutes, and I didn't really check back. But what he said in that 2-hour talking show, the interview's got explaining views and clips explains, but no one is logged in on the big enchilada he talked about on there. Maybe don't get it. Well, the FDA is recommending without even a law or regulation that newborns get a shot by the time they're 9 months old. Two more. And Joe virally said, that's horrible and terrible, we've got that clip. But I checked when Weinstein did the interview, and I watched it 2 days ago, and I checked yesterday. What he said, the most important part was hidden in plain view. And I said after the dinner, that weekend with Joe, that I was meeting with a respected scientist. That's what he is. He was talking to a bunch of other scientists, and they put the pieces together. So it's kind of like a video we had. So you got 200 pieces. The last 5 just fell in. And the part we already knew. There's a bigger piece. It doesn't just lower your immune system to any other virus. You should take these 5 very constant protection things. Certain strong, more depending on the science, on the middle, take the ball. If you put the spike protein that we engineered on any virus, then the body now completely turns off and it sees it just like one virus, coronavirus, and virus. You just simply stick a spike protein on it, or even mix it in with it to protect it, and the body totally turns off. That's called the binary weapon. I forgot that's the definition of binary weapon. I know they know what it means. They give you one thing, they got to use another thing. That way you can hit a general population, but you haven't had the first part of binary weapon. You can get hit by the mid weapon, it doesn't hurt you. But if you get hit with the first part, you're dead. Or close to it. So, when you did exactly the job, you go hanging out for 10 minutes, up to 2 hours. I asked, great, when I say great, in case guys does just the MVP. Right now, we're going to break. He's been up there 16, 17 hours a day. Anything I have to do, guys, I knew this was coming up. I just picked up 2 days. I gave it to him last night. That's when he had documents, video, and everything. Weinstein said, because Weinstein. And he did. It was on there. So, that is in the second album. Now, it's been about an hour now on this. I'm sitting out how to get this done. Now, the one thing this guy is popping. Then she'll kill all that. And you think a faster weapon because it populates steroids in different ways. Please remember, if you're watching us in video, you're watching us in you're watching Ralph Jones. Or the ball of beer. So if you simply decide, now I'm going to out for X broad, probably in my next time, family friendly, probably. That's how important you are. You're the most important. Let it sink in. Think about it. No, it's our most important share. You are what overrides the system. And your support. Yes, all the incredible DR Jones natural products like CBD gummies. Most price you're going to find 1,000 milligram high quality CBD out there. 1,000 milligram of these. I've got other interviews I can do. I've got things on this. I'm showing off on the show right away, doing podcasts right away, and then we will reconstitute and produce something. Or talk radio, probably something like an hour a day show. It's like a hard-hitting news program. Sometimes use compilation related stuff. So we are going to move out of talk radio into FM. If they don't, then that's the start. Not much. I'll continue with talk radio on that. But we're probably going to cut it next year. And then do an hour podcast or more. And then do more special reporting. That's This is Rich, please. This is Ed. Honor. I don't go to U.S. I don't want to put your Army the shooting, referencing that. Division. LGBTQ. Please give criminology by hyping them under massive attention. It does make more little things try to do it. It's still very rare they smack those daylights out of them. You get 125, 130 people on average year killed in mass shootings in schools. Most of those are gang related. That's black on black in Chicago. Most of them killed 2 days ago. And you get the national list. So you get a white kid doing it. And the media wants to make an anti-gun. Then they focus on it. In real, indiscriminate, terrorist Bible type Columbine shooting, plus 25 children die a year in the teachers in school. Still too many, but it's a very rare occurrence on 320 people. All right. So we have that information. And then, yes, I don't think all the elders hold a lot of engagement with not pedophiles. The globalists see your daughter with pedophilia and that family garbage and try to make rainbow flags with religion. To try to basically take over national sovereignty and attack the church. What's it called? Sex cult. This is a MAGA operator on a extent MAGA operator. One about month blood. I had been followed simply from the coast down. Back to every angle. I had been working at 1 month club. Unfortunate folks. I apologize about that and ask for here you go. Also, when I was out with 100 counterfeiters. This is F. Liberal Genius 54. And you do a random algebra wrong at the end of the string. You know, how about I keep it down to the algebra get to go on the end of the string? I'm bringing down the algebra. It's like a on there. I may have to something that I'm reading. I actually a lot of administration stuff where I pop my blood. So I like to do it. I usually do what I feel like doing it. So I'm excited about that. The country, the world waking up, bloody fired up to do it. Alright. If you want the folks, everybody to hear the most, there's people subscribing over it. All good. Alright. Modern Warfare with Alex Jones, at Alex Jones, MW3, all those folks. Can you interview your mom and dad on InfoWars Sunday? My parents were very private. And when I didn't feel like getting older, that I should interview soon. So, anyway, then Worcester and Illinois on SRTV. That's the question. I just want to tell you, motivated on this thing. Well, that's a really good question. Things, but how much you get to like iron, motivated, and also have a spirit of demon, I'll take hands. So I didn't really ran for $5 reinforcement. I like to fight politically, culturally, if I have to, on the part of it. And I just don't roll over. I can only see too much worse. You don't know the problem. Plus, you have to look at certain people who want their speech. Like I go back there. It's a terrible point. It's not entertaining. Got to make the right spiritual, cultural, economic decisions, or at least try. God sees that, and then God will finish taking you across the chasm. It's that experience, and then help others, reach out to others, get more informed, and learn to trust and verify. Ronald Reagan said, and there's just now points. On that front, don't get blacked out. If that's not going to help, we really are AlanSpeaker.net. And look how far we've come. 30 years ago, maybe 1% about this. I think 30-40% are pretty much right now. Half is not the way. I mean, 40% of people now support and trust the medical system. Just 4 years ago, 90s, the 80s, is that home? I mean, people are waking up. First, you don't trust, now they don't realize, now they research, it's a process. game, 2.5 hours, gives you a pretty good basic education of how it works. But it is important to revisit the basics. I think that's a great point. Also, at TJ Carson, or TJ, at TJ Carson, 1735. Is there anything else I can do to call InfoWars to keep up the fight? Post them on X, post them wherever else you can, send them out emails, text messages. Have your own show. I need 100 viewers, I can tell. Almost already talked about 100 every little bit helps. Support the broadcast, spread the word about it. Support the broadcast, pray for the broadcast, pray for global awakening. I mean, there's, get out there, people to vote. Be an educated group, family, help you talk radio with them. They love it, they perform it. That's another choice they're all so good. I don't know how to yes, and real JD, this is real JWAH310. How closer are we to World War III? And she has nightmares about going through nuclear holocaust. How close are we to WW3? I seem to have nightmares about going through nuclear holocaust. I hope we don't get to that precipice. Okay, I mean, there's a million ways to look at this. It's another incredibly huge question. These roles are too good, and too big, and too timeless, and too expansive. We're already in World War III, and we're going into World War IV if you want to get CIA, Korean Corporation, tactics. Now I'll get on there and say we're in danger of World War III, because the general public knows what that means, but the CIA and the Russians and the Chinese, their military histories, called the Cold War starting in 1946. The Afghan withdrawal. They call that World War III. Asymmetrical, constant war, economic war, tax war. Internal, they're not even secret, it's more academic definitions. You can research everything I'm saying, you'll find it's true. But I'll just say this stuff. Alright, okay, let's move on here. Great question. Info of Censor on X. If money was no object at all, you had $1 gazillion million, what would you do? What keeps you actually going on life balance other than the obvious answers like your kids, your faith in God? What's the driving force beyond all of that? It's God. I mean, this is the test of good versus evil and to see who you are. You're an eternal spirit. Mathematically, it's how do we prove it? That the interconnected with higher dimensions, that ourselves are just a colony creature resonating electrochemically as a transceiver, receiving and transceiving. And we are part of the timeless energy of God that's focused down into a new being with free will. And if I had $1 gazillion, I would do what Robert F. Kennedy Jr. did, exposing the war on children, the purpose of being poisoned and sterilized, I would file giant lawsuits against Bill Gates and all the globalists. I would use the money against Soros, who's taken over roughly half the DAs in the country in most major cities. I would have a huge educational program for humans for good. I would also free up all the new free energy. I think this is 30, 40 years old, but yet they're there, and it really empowers humanity to totally honest people about our real potential, but also the incredible danger of these advanced technologies as weapons to destroy us. That's the globalist answer to depopulating and dumbing people down. Suppressing technology is let's get out of hand, we'll destroy ourselves. We're already doing it. I believe honestly way to go and say, you know, have global votes, national votes, based on vote referendum on ground law technology here on Earth. But if you want to go on the asteroid belt and do it, or go on colony and do it, you know, I really see that type of liberalization, not the modern term, but the real term. That's very complex. But I love to watch some of those shows. So that's the next question. Jimmy Tom, find them at Git. I don't do all these weird long handles. I can't figure this out. Great handle, I just can't figure it out. It's Git, Chapel, PLKTH. Right there. It says, was there an ancient civilization on Mars that got wiped out? How did they get wiped out? I like that question. I can actually pretty much answer the question already, Steph. So when I saw those questions this morning, I gotta say something there. I think evidence of nuclear war on Mars, or the scientists believe nuclear war happened on Mars. Now, that's a failure. Because they know what's on Mars, they've sent probes, they know there's nothing there that would actually cause these isotopes. Unless there were hydrogen bombs detonated on a scale like you would see in 50,000 huge ones detonated. Paraphrase, quick to stall. You read active studies. So this is from Harvard. Evidence of massive thermonuclear explosions on Mars past, Sidonian hypothesis, and Hermes paradox. Brandenburg. Here's the other box now. Was there a nuclear blast on Mars? Here's the Epoch Times. Evidence of the ancient nuclear explosion on Mars. That's science. Assuming intriguing arguments that Mars would be from the top of the dust, would be radiation from Mars. Where on that if there's alien space or Mars theory, alright. So your question was very good question. Was there any civilization of Mars got wiped out? How did they get wiped out? I don't know the answer to that. There are some structures that look man-made. There is evidence that they have ice caps so cold. There is vast evidence that there's water there. But their atmosphere, because the gravity being lower, was not strong enough. I say they're planet that they got as possible that look like single-cell organisms. But we get back to the but they do find the isotope, the xenon, ultraviolet, and the giant microscope. This level so high, the other things we've already found. Very interesting. Whether they had a civilization or their ancestors there. And this came to Earth, or vice versa. Whether Atlantis has to do with the dogs that blew up their island, the farm, the guys who do it, or the now around them. Very good. Excellent day. What? All right. Do some preparation for going and see the master. All about 3 times better than second. Accurate here. and it's the best questions they ever damn released. Excellent. That is question. That is next one.
Officials on August 9th, with the investigators saying the evidence we have reviewed indicates that gangs are engaging in blatant trespass violations, assault and damage, and trafficking, sexual abuse of minors, unlawful firearms possession, extortion, and other criminal activity. According to the law firm's report, the Venezuelan gang Transit has threatened to kill and in certain instances has apparently actively attempted to kill members of this crime family. The report says a consultant for the property management company was severely beaten and stopped by gang on this hospital. The alleged incident reported by Gilbert and with screenshots attached to the letter. The report provides that the property manager said that gang members allegedly stabbed a Wisconsin resident or refused to pay rent to the gang. He also told the investigators to take over the gang. No matter. The report recounts that they started. The gang and the property manager told them they would help it out. With exchange for half of all the rent to be collected. The law firm that broke the report called out organized crime. The gang members then allegedly took over banking apartments. According to the document, moved families into those units and started collecting rent. The law firm says the gang members breaking into a vacant apartment so they could move a Venezuelan family in and then collect rent. This is a big example of gang members. Indeed, the property who doesn't like it will still move. There are reports of this Venezuelan gang in Colorado, Illinois, and Texas, and according to a recent Dr. Phil interview, retired special agent with U.S. Immigration, Victor Avila, this is all being done by design. Venezuela, I believe, has a lower
Right now, play that time. Yeah, all the way right here. Yeah. So, is it true that they're empty in prison? This is not a hearsay. There was a memo at DHS last year at the beginning that mandated that Venezuela's government was emptying the prison and rehabilitation centers and drug centers releasing them on purpose because they think it was protest to make it, if you're going to get out, you're going to make your way to the U.S. That is not, we're not making that up. That's true news. There was a report on the DHS admitting that that was happening. And in fact, it has. And it's very happening. It's heavily present in our country now. Okay, so you're telling me that DHS has a knowledge that Venezuela, for example, was empty in their prisons and the rehabilitation centers, completely understanding you get out, you care to go to the United States. Yes. And DHS has in writing said, we know that's happening, we know they're coming here, they're processing them in and have no idea where they're from. Millions. But just Venezuela alone. It's a war. This is great news.
It's very important, obviously. Now, let me reread the points and answer it as I can at the time. Why are these evil people getting crimes? Kennedy getting arrested by those who sworn to defend the country against any foreign country. Is there some Venezuela future outtake? Why would we get arrested? Yes, that's crime. What's the answer? Excellent question. Give us a quick answer. For the U.S., someone around the West border. I'm a logic expert who really does recently. And they've explained, not explained, the way the U.S. is set up now. The head of the Department of Justice, Eric Garner, under the laws they got passed, there's well over 77. They're full on cases. And so, I've interviewed several judges on record that people are not possible, child traffickers, victim murderers, and they come across and let go. So the Secretary of City police think we let murderers go. Let private testimony. And so, they won't let the judge and the grand jury see the indictment. The law may hold for 1 month, possibly, but that's it. Whatever happens, they can hold out their kids, one all of next to the U.S. They can grab the school bus for 1 day, so it's not that easy. You got to talk it out. And the board of police by Eric Garner and the federal marshals, the good FBI, what's upset about this? Their hands are up. It's like more people still think stuff. They don't like you. Other kids come out and vote. I think you stay down, let it all build up. The Congress will all agree to bring it out of stop as well. But after that, like I said, when I get right to even certain order. What's it go? So yes, this big sales. It's something to talk. And I have big trucks around the city because that's steel big. What the hell is this? You're going to steel big. Anyone can tell me that you say that's their rule. Because then they're protected. So, not your office, what way is the office, what way is the like 13 is about next control, 7 acts. And then in the late 70s, setting it over generals and their own law. Now this is the Supreme Court, fourth rank government. That's how we happen. So that's still up. So that's still in the government. Pull up the inner struck. Yeah. So you take the information, very good like alright, that's actually what drop more in, so we've got to move quick now. Big signal on board. All that. Big signal on board. All that reporting. Do you ever regret staying course and getting the fight in the dark of you could have walked away, had your own personal safety and your family considered? I wondered if this wave of return. Yeah, I really wait on it, but I'm pretty coordinated a lot. Here's the deal. I can't give up. I can't give in. I can't sell out. It's not my nature. But I do be guilty sometimes that it's part of the attack of my parents and family, but they're all behind me. And they realize there's nothing for anyways, we don't beat this thing. So you understand that kind of running with this, particularly how far along you are, that you would be able to do this. But the general public, for me, this is what there's economic out. You can say it's not safe, but they take money away from me, but I have some money problems back up to find them. So I'm getting some pleasure. I'm wearing a $50 shirt. I'm wearing $8 shoes. I got belts for like 25 years. And I wear Rolex. My dad gave me like 8 years ago. And there's 4 watches for that. I like it. That's simple. Got a 12-year-old truck and a 10-year-old car. I love it. So, I mean, that's part of it. I really think nothing is what matters. He's standing up to people. And so, the Potter said it's better to die on your feet than live on your knees. And in my experience, people that live on their knees die much quicker and are played than fight on their knees. Live far better lives and only die once. Now, I didn't look like a side and said, oh, I didn't live on that, or I'm over there, and I'm part of the art. We're not done, we're not done. So, all that things that happen is stronger, that is stronger reputation rate. I haven't heard this strong, there's not, I hear the Holy Spirit God. One more, and then I don't look at it and get down. My blood was because I hate them. I fight them because of the people, my children, so they're more important, so your children support my children. And that's really where it is. I like being a Boy Scout, I like being a good guy, I like being strong, I'm all right. And that's what I do. Like my ancestors. And that's another thing. I don't look back than I did. And get camp with them. I live on through those parties, those kind of camps live on through me. So on forever. Don't. Dallas, not now. There's people like there. Environmental and cultural movements in the USA. I'm certain the largest of the LGBTQLM radical conservationists are either being duped or are actively working in the interest of foreign adversaries. That's a very good question, very complex. China, our globalist project, the CIA, the Mouse set up the same kind of activity, rifles, outlying camps, kill the U.S. military people like those who stay behind and fighting. China was then opened up and exterminated 80 million people by the globalists in the 70s. One-sided deals set up to make them the dominant manufacturing world. The secret deals levels in public united. Then about 50 years ago, China became double-crossing globalists. about 10 years ago. And I'm not even trying to have one day. Governor in the last Anglo-American Catholic law. Show a picture of his wife. And it's public knowledge on the internet. And I was the biggest fuckers of government. Of anti-tax, anti-tax, anti-cash, anti-war. Got our interviews that were big on it. And make us buy on it for death in their life. Got down on the really got down on the 7 stop work. And they bring by from Saudi Arabia and so yeah. There are a lot of special interests, but all those things, ultra-rich complex, the Israelites, heavily outlined with China, and double deals through America and that. Probably did try to stop that stuff back a lot. And so, people like Wall Street and South Carolina and United States, a lot of them have come from there. But the United States is so far and so it's not your idea to say, laugh. So you pull the bread out of that, now it's that time. And I think we've got more. And the more we remember, it takes over the house. So Americans are also setting up for government, what our power is free, things like power and others, but then insiders, years we should actually try to come across it. The law is very much that. Really quite set on ground. If Trump is not allowed to win, what do you see happening in the first 6 months and the year after? Man. In fact, I'm going to take some of these questions this week, be like 30 minutes a piece on it. I kind of have to hurry through this. It's not a power. They are going to completely open the borders. We don't have all the legal Republicans that are already announced that Einstein or Schumer, Mike Mandetta, Pelosi, the other crypt keepers, more crypt keeper, use them. They're going to do flood more fentanyl, state false flags, mass censorship, Russian broadcasts saving work for Russia, accelerate normal with Russia, just force more transgenderism on autistic kids, everything you see, triple. Just hell on earth. Massive inflation, more giant, $300+ billion fake environmental boondoggles, getting money themselves, ridiculous windows, holy crap. I mean, just that's so mellow. That's the point of it. There's so many angles for that. Coming after your gun, considering a man always sitting on him. I mean, just hell on earth. Logan, at real_Logan23 says, do you think the deep state are going to kill Biden after his term is done? Probably because he's so embarrassing with so many criminal charges that it's blamed him as the death for everything. He'll probably be down as well. But I don't think he has started on definitely the public bill on Hunter. They can kill him now and say, that's what it is. That's what the law is. They can kill them all. They're already rearranging him on that character of Titanic. John and General Roll asked by Mark Hunter, John Harris, that's how will the election I thought she Friday out of Florida. It's like, there's an election official in Arizona there was no problem. All three on the coast floor. Blah, blah, blah. Republican district, Republican precinct, with all the ballots. It's going to be done. And Bob doing that, guy to guy, you're not supposed to fight if they're elected tonight. Oh my God. I think these aliens are demons that control the elite. Yeah, I mean, I think the Earth's a sphere. I know it is. I'm seeing other planets and watch it. The sun forms, it gets thrown off. Liquid spinning. Molten hot. Forms into a sphere. It's like you do that with molten metal. You're welding. When you throw the hard metals, molten metal in the air, it kind of hits the ground and falls. But yeah, that's what the aliens are. Absolutely. I agree with you. Time go. Let's say maybe that's
Right.
the device turned off. What do we do? How do we prepare? Now until then. Well, the first thing you do is ask that incredibly, I mean, I cannot believe I'm just question. I mean, I'm not doing the service to every one of them. I mean, this is amazing. And you know, I'm not saying, it's like watching. Oh, damn, that's I have to tell you that question. I mean, it's just real. I don't want to sit there and try to discuss something like that because I have to have an answer. Because before I even read that this morning, these questions, I was already thinking about it today. That's because you see people with perspective. When I read the comments on that, I love it. And the calls we get, and I guess we have. I just send you mental feedback from that. But I don't have much about actually what you think of this. That's engagement thing. You get people that sit there and nobody's reading. I mean, I'm the talk radio for black and calling. I want to hear your calls. It's great. I love it. Because it gets me thinking. I'm addicted to it. My life. Pick me up in the van. I'm addicted to it. Stop it. Stop it. Believe me. It's that thing out there. And then the comments on the board.com. Show. There's no real way to attack those spots. They can pull out. I don't know how to do it. But attack that. If you up me a day. You know, steak on the grill at 100 degrees. That kind of question, always question my brain. Not like I'm not going to half-ass that. Here's my hospital. Pretty Amazon. Talk about anyway. You know the same. That the shelter goes up 60 degrees. Sit there and party up. Last night. to go into full resistance mode. You gotta be thinking about it. No perfect answer. Pretty much, I'll be back to more of that later. Alright, James brought me a bunch of other questions. You look at this is the big enchilada right here. What are the chances Trump makes about that's about
There was a story about somebody in Southern District who's highly respected knocking the hell out of both of those cases. Say it's an embarrassment they were allowed to be booked. And that's you, my brother. You've revealed today, and I hope you're going to do a story because that big story, Southern District of New York was, and this is a very highly respected group of people. He said it was a disgrace that that case was brought. It was a disgrace that the case was brought in front of Mershaw.
That's because of you. Say so. I can say forward. You won't hear me deny it. You won't hear me deny it for a second. You know why? Because you will. And ain't that something? You know why I just aired somebody else's network's information and why I aired something nasty before by somebody else? So I'm Steve Crowder. I love Steve. I love him. And I know the inside baseball. I'm friends with him. And I know the fact that he is putting everything he's got into the fight. And the footage that they've been getting, the rest of the team, is presented to expect him for all of us. We're all together. And the judge in the criminal case, started convicting him of property guilty. On the 18th, now he's pushed his back much because of that information coming the day before. So, we're having an effect. We'll have what solutions are. Undercover criminalism. Stuff updates what he does. Things like Crowder's doing, getting the manifesto, exposing the UN, and spokesperson saying a criminal in this world comes to destroy us, 99% of what we do horrible. That was a week ago. That's what Crowder's investigative team did now for a fact. Other than that, they were spending everything they got to fight. That's total commitment. That's champions in a fight. And he's like, that's what we've done. We've done supporting. And I asked you to go to the archive.com and sponsor. And get right now it's looking like right now it's looking for things I need to get this more right. And get that little place winner. Get the college, get the top range, right up your road. You get that little place winner. This is stimulant, but works like one with no letdown. Gives you power to sell. And it's incredible. It keeps them out at the same time. Well, stimulant is good for you. And game changing. That's all money's under. Go get it. ERGoTackles.com. Easy fun. We're not there on the car. ERGoTackles.com. Best bullet slogan. All the great products. InfoWarsStore.com also makes it with the InfoWars MP line. It's all there. The secret email program takes you so good experience. This information brings relaxed clarity. It's incredible. It's the highest quality user. So it's 10% less than anybody else. It's all at InfoWarsStore.com. InfoWars MP line. Get the macros, documentaries, incredible stuff, all of it. So back one. Cardiovascular system. InfoWarsStore.com. Also, free triple X. 3129. Not even walk inside what I really want to do is watch it. Because it's here I am next. That's the part. blood cells that train the other white blood cells and antibodies on what to go after. And now, Professor Brett Weinstein, a great scientist, hilarious connected, and cracked the code on what the globalists are really doing. Now, this is extremely horrifying information. Most actuaries have 25 to 35 million dead jobs so far. The Journal of American Medicine reported just how to get it. But I posted on X last night that confirmed up to 35 million dead from the shots. That, though, was just the opening salvo turning off your immune system, but it's so strong it has all these other effects of blood clots, myocarditis, infertility, cancer, terminal cancer. But it's killed so many people. Attacks fertility. The list goes on and on. But what it really does is turn off your immune system to any other virus and bacteria that isn't even in function that has no weapon up. But in a microchip that had their regular cold flu, remember virus and so on, it then automatically turns everything completely off, not just cells or partially off. Unlike HIV virus that eats inside blood cells, kills it in the replication. This just turns off the most important white blood cell that Dr. Weinstein will break down here in a moment. But first, I'm going to show you Dr. Daniel Bauer, who heads up the Pain Institute in the UK. Almost 4 years ago, the shots were rolling out, admitting about the third shot in their blood. And then saying, now you'll need these mRNA shots for everything, even though you can use the drug. You know, to raise your immune system, so you need more of it. No matter raises it. Vaccines aren't supposed to do that. A real vaccine is attenuated virus or pathogen. Body parts will beat it without the body replication or recognize one side effect. That's what they fix up these vaccines for you. It's hitting up your mind. These are not vaccines. So this is the massive, and then this gets out to the people in the same world, almost how they can't rise for that stuff. And it's sick because their immune system goes away, so you understand what happened in their life. So far, we understand this is very much like you're all up to somebody. So, I'm trying to educate you all what's happening. It's understanding this is just the opening salvo primer in a binary weapon. Binary weapon gets you with one thing, and if you hit the second thing, binary poison, it's both to kill you. Once they have to hit the first one, you don't get sick. And it's their own opinions they're targeting. The sheep will just take the shot. Just trust us. You won't get sick. You won't spread COVID. Biden said it. Rachel Maddow, all alive. Good nuclear binary weapon, a biological binary weapon. This is the alien sucker that comes out of the egg in the original Alien that jumps on your face. Very light. Puts a proboscis down your esophagus and lays an egg in. That's the first thing. Then it hatches. Each puts in your stomach, grows, and then busts out of your chest and scurries off. There are actually a lot of bugs that do this later larva inside a stud or a bug. Wasps and other things to do this. Dirt dogs do this. They take spiders and put them in their nest and then lay their eggs on the spider. The eggs and eat them alive. So they got the idea. So this is an example of a binary weapon. And I'm going to lay it out and get to the parts together from Dr. Brett Weinstein on Joe Rogan's show last week. He was here last Friday, not this Friday, yesterday, last Friday. Went to dinner. So his post is on Joe. Already confirmed that he took the final piece together. I totally agree with it. It's a fact. And then goes into our podcast and final report that is everything. So I've said this up there. Folks may not see it. Here's a clip from the film, and then I'll drill into the facts.
I know where it's made of.
Is that we found that recipients of the Pfizer vaccine, those who had 2 doses, have about 5 to 6-fold lower amounts of neutralizing antibodies, have either the sort of gold standard private security antibodies of your immune system, which block the virus from getting into your cells in the first place. So we found that that's less for people with 2 doses. We also found that for people with only 1 dose of the Pfizer jab, that they are less likely to have high levels of these antibodies in their blood. And perhaps most importantly for all of us going forward is that we see that the older you are, the lower your levels are likely to be, and the time since you had your second jab, as that time goes on, the lower your levels are also likely to be.
Now we're looking right now at a lot of you on Saturday, but when this goes up as an archive and a video, they're all just get 1 million or 2 viewers. He needs 100 million, he needs 1 billion. Because I'm about to show you, almost 4 years later, the aftermath. He's like, well, we're going to have to deal with this now. You're not going to have an immune system now because you took this. What the hell? That's what AIDS creates. That's what HIV creates. That's AIDS. And now they call it vaccine-induced AIDS. Look it up. But they're like, hey, everybody, we're cutting kids' genitals off. Tell them it's stylish and cool. Maybe retarded, mentally retarded children and autistic. Hey! We're releasing your immune system. It's a new way of life. Hey, kids have heart attacks now. It's normal. Billboards. TV ads all over the world. Hey, everybody down is early now. Hey, standard of living's down. Hey, we don't live long now. World population for the first time since the Black Blood Project because it's normal, it's fun, hey, let's go over and live together, livings. Now, again, there are only hundreds of studies on this now. Let's go. So, let's get right into it. SARS-CoV-2 mRNA vaccine exposure latent HIV in lab studies. Oh. Yeah, makes you fire up cancer before it turns back on. mRNA basically creates cancer. But they admit that. So, first one's powerful, and we've added documents and information that they've got to do that job. We're going to do it. Often in front of the Joe Rogan show, and in the short interview, went viral, reached 10 million people, which went viral, but I've seen none of them from the show on this. People just didn't know what they were hearing. They've erased people that took the shots immune systems. That was back when it started. It only took 2. It's 10 now for something. There are only 11 now. You want 3 for newborn babies by 9 months. First day you're born, 3 months, 9 months. That gives me a lot of immune diseases. And people won't know what did it. I mean, this is so sick. Let's erase your baby's immune system. You know, mother's milk the first few weeks gives you colostrum, and all of her immunity is given to you. It's liquid vaccination from your mother. They try to get mothers to do that, of course, kids are sick, and their brains don't develop today. Literally, they're small. Formulas full of corn syrup. Everything they can do to make us dumb. Fluoride in the water, all of it. And now this, erase your immune system at birth. The FDA announced last week, CDC, we're going to get history shots. Even after strictly not working, erase your immune system, they're just doubling down for the FDA fraud by former Pfizer, Moderna, so the first red light is being accepted as, and then part 2 that is over the top mega monster. We'll play the first part, 10 notes, then we'll play the second part, and we're going to put each out as one part on X tonight. Okay? This is the full report right now. For everybody else out there, send them the license plate. You don't want to go through it, they're watching Joe Rogan 15 million This is the key. Right there in front of you. This is their next move. That's how they can release regular house blocks and determine who's sitting there the best day. Take the shots, won't have an immune system for it. They don't have to make your weaponized virus. They can release the regular ones and you'll get centered out. See? The crime they committed? What is more valuable than your immune system other than your soul? They can steal your car, steal your house. But they steal you or steal your kids. That's just big. It's so huge. Here's part 1. Why is it we are dealing with a simultaneous panic over Eastern equine encephalitis and West Nile virus? Well, that is a very odd coincidence. One thing that's true is the last was over. And the response to COVID was massive vaccination. The mRNA shots for anybody who's out there. Something called IgG4. We've talked about this before. That's IgG4 is the immune system. Don't mess with yourself. Don't knock yourself down. And why 2 or more? That's just pure. I don't know whether anybody expected this result of getting those pursued. That was the number every active presence of IgG. So not with 1. Not with 1. I'm not saying there wasn't a something that and then you something back our jobs to get rid of that. Is that explain why it's itself appears to have changed in the last year? Right? Why so sick during the summer? Remember you 5 years ago where there were some folks who were marked on the weird that's a crazy.
think when it was rolled out, there was doors, that was just something's gone. Money versus that. And it just so happens that people watching the matter with the ultimately affected or something. Why not? That's the main problem with this Nile virus is that one specialized itself. Right? It's the absolute again. It'll recommend
and just look at a guy like Fauci, who was one of the rare few who was hospitalized, and he's had 6 shots.
Yeah, I gotta say, as soon as we get to Fauci, I don't know. I'm agnostic as to whether any shots, whether I was going because there's so much marketing surrounding that information. What things I must say that I just can't accept any of the face value. But here's what I don't know. Let's look at the headlines otherwise. They are now considering we're going to start eroding civil liberty over the presence of this one person. Only one person? Yeah. Yeah, and it turns out the average here, there are 7 died. So it's not like this disease that never shows up in something. There's one case where every county. There's apparently an annual rate of this. Have an annual rate, even if it's low. This does not suggest the possibility of a massive spread of bleeding. Giving people a shock when the their immune system is down. So it's probably that it looks like you're creating vulnerability over here, recommending mRNA shots and then you are I want that to realize or work with
because there's no science that backs that up. It doesn't make any sense, and yet we're still saying people go to get boosters. This IG4, IgG4, what does that stand for?
IG means immunoglobulin, that's standing for antibody. IgG is a major class of antibody. So we have 5 major classes, and then IgG4 is a subclass that turns the immune system down.
And why does this? What is it about the mRNA shots that cause these to happen? We just know measurably people who have more of them have this.
Yes, and it's alarming.
And there's a lot of studies on this. Professor Weinstein said that there's not evidence of the first shot. No, I shook that. The Rick Institute, the top of the world, saying if they roll the shots out, that one does. But 3, it's gone. And what it does is, those studies doesn't kill the trainer teams. That's what we're talking about. Great guys, 4. The program's going to run late. It's the gym. It tells them what to do. HIV went out and killed them. This is where it's off. So, again, all premeditated, all there. You saw the last minute of that clip. That did go viral. We're talking about giving somebody something that doesn't work. We're listening to Forest and Trees here. Clip 2 is where he nails it. Really lays it down. He has to sit more at dinner, but already this is all true. He's had this for years. And now you see the effects of it. And it doesn't work for COVID, but take it, so everything makes you sick. That's the cover of getting this into your body. Okay, let's go ahead and go to the next clip, part 2, Professor Greg Weinstein.
COVID. SARS-CoV-2 virus that causes COVID appears to have emerged from laboratory work that was dual use. Dual use work means bioweapons research. The excuse, so it's called dual use because you're only allowed to do bioweapons research if it's also research that might contribute to public health. So the excuse is, we're working, what they cost us. Well, the gain of function research is so that we can create pathogens and what much good about them before they find
themselves out of nature and we don't know what to do, right? This is a nonsense story. It's not, it is not coherent to think that by creating some pathogen in a laboratory that you're going to learn something about pathogens that might affect. One thing, pathogens leaking out of nature isn't difficult. They have to do two tricks, and it's not easy. They have to affect a person. Okay, some pathogens will do that, but then if that person dies or gets better, they have to jump from one person to the next. Very, very few are ever going to jump that gap. So it's not a big risk. And then if you've created a pathogen of your own, you can learn about what to do about that. But it's not broadly applicable. You see, we had research on coronaviruses being done at the Wuhan Institute, being done in North Carolina. How much help did it give us? What did we learn from that research that protected us from COVID? The answer is nothing. Nothing, because it's inconceivable that so they're using the excuse of public health to do this weapons research. Here's the punchline of the story. The vaccines are also the product of bioweapons research because they include the spike protein, which was the innovation that made the ancestor of SARS-CoV-2 into an infectious pathogen. Right? In addition, referring to either site, to spike protein made this thing capable of infecting and spreading into humans. That spike protein was the core of the mRNA shots. Get 2 or more of those shots, as you create IgG4, the more of the shots you have, you produce.
Was there any literature that indicated that this was going to have this effect before they rolled out the vaccines, or was this just an unfortunate byproduct?
I'm not aware of that literature, but notice the following problem. That IgG4 signal turned down is now negative in the presence of spike protein. And a bioengineering tool is triggered to add spike protein to something else. Bioweapons researchers have a problem. You create, first of all, they have 2 problems. One of them is there aren't that many weaponizable pathogens. Right? So they're sort of bored. In fact, they've got a small number of these things that they play around with them. They're not happy. They need something else. So there's also a vast number of nature that that's the weaponized most of them can't affect humans. They engage in this focus stuff where they take stuff that doesn't affect the human and turn it into something that affects the human. And of course the risk that it will escape is very, very large, and the risk that it will learn anything useful is very, very small. But nonetheless, they play this game. And if they create something, they will right to my principle that they're organized species for something useful. The question is, how can you deliver a biological weapon that harms your enemies without harming your population? You have to separate those 2 populations in sunlight. The obvious way to do it is to inoculate your population so that they have immunity. The enemy population doesn't have immunity, right? Mind you, this is all wildly immoral, but if you think like a weapons maker, it should make some kind of sense. But this is not the only weapon. And that's where the IgG4 thing really throws me. Because what they seem to have, in the best case, accidentally done is created a vulnerability in the populations that took the mRNA shots that does not exist in populations that didn't. And any time a pathogen shows up with spike, it's likely to trigger the immune system to stand down. Right? That's something that a weapons maker might really do into its enemy.
Let me put it to you this way. He gave me as well dinner plus 2.5 hours dinner. Let's take out this motherfucker with that. What he really thinks is going on, which I'm going to say is going on, which is clear. He went into no simple China, like the others, take the mRNA shot, or the others, idiots. They don't have the spike protein therapy system not turned off, and now the entire Russian world is almost going to get rid of. turn way down where regular temperatures are. And now, anybody can do something else that's high protein, and it's probably going to be now. She'll ask Weinstein, well, do you know of any examples in nature or in life where they've given somebody vaccines to do this? He's like, well, not in front. Well, guess what I do? So I'm going to be 100% science what I do. This is one example. Marek's disease in chickens. They find it in poultry production. That's why they never created something for the common cold. You give them the equivalent for bird flu or cold. Coronavirus is vaccines. Just normal. It's not RNA. Then, after a few times, it lowers their immune system down to almost nothing. So you've got to keep giving them new vaccines for everything, and then finally they just blow up and have tumors all through them, and their joints swell up, and they get Marek's disease. So that's an example of this type of situation. You cancer all over you. And you die horrible death. So, this is a fact. So, this is why, but if you take this part where I just described the end and what Brett Weinstein told me, what already goes through, you put it on the front. You can tell them, they take away, well, watch this, and so academic, like what I'm hearing. Be very careful then. And he said he would go in there and explain all this the way he did, so I don't think it's on record. So, that's the issue. Is that China and Russia and other countries didn't take it. Otherwise,
much of this.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nick Morris here, and I'm going to please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Just focus on Patreon and subscription below. Today, we have breaking news that a major Ukrainian contact ended up being conducted on the ammo depot inside of the area before an escalating. Here's some damage has been chronically serious equipment as well as satellite footage from the America's Albert Lake. What you're seeing in this video is a series of explosions of balls and ammunition depot inside of Oregon Oblast after Ukrainian troops ended up striking several facilities at the depot and spreading the flames around, creating massive explosions and ammunition began to go the facility began to go up in flame. Now, many would say that the United States consider this building being that great fish. This really shows the severity of the damage that was actually caused in the surrounding area. The damage is, in fact, incredibly severe. While we understand, the highway in between the cities of Voronezh and Luhansk had been completely shut down as the fire has spread from the ammunition depot and across the entirety of the surrounding area, setting the entire region ablaze in large part, forcing 3 settlements to be evacuated with a state of emergency being announced for the entire surrounding area. This is probably one of the biggest ammunition depot explosions that we've seen, at least in the area of land that it covers. And for this reason, we are able to understand that the explosive mass inside this ammunition depot had to have been very large, as it flung projectiles into a very large area surrounding the town. According to what we know, about 54 kilometers of the Voronezh-Luhansk highway is currently closed right now, and it does seem that we will be seeing that this ammunition depot fire probably carries on throughout the day and probably a little bit on into tomorrow, as most of the ammunition inside of this depot building is exploding, largely being destroyed. We have seen this is not the first time that a major ammunition depot inside of Voronezh has been hit. Several months ago, we were able to see that near the area of Oshkosh, another ammunition depot is going to be partly destroyed in that area. And even further down, an ammunition depot at Volkovka, which is one close to Ukraine, was also attacked and destroyed as well. Again, leading us to see there's a recurring trend that the Ukrainians are continuously attacking and destroying the ammunition depots that are within this area. You can also see satellite footage here of the before and after of the surrounding area after the ammunition depot exploded. You can see that's covering an incredibly large area. Now, something that's interesting is that multiple ammunition depots throughout the Voronezh Oblast specifically have been targeted and destroyed. There are loads of ammunition depots throughout the border regions of Russia, in Kursk, in Belgorod Oblast, in Bryansk, in Voronezh, and Oblast. But for some reason, the Ukrainians really seem to single out and target the ones that are inside of Voronezh, and they have a fairly good reason to understand why they're doing it. Well, what we know, most munitions that are used by the Russians inside of the Donbass are mostly being transported from Voronezh and into Luhansk and then further distributed to the front lines of the railway. That's what we're understanding at this moment. We are highly doubting that any kind of actual ammunition movements or shipments are being conducted from Rostov-on-Don. Rostov-on-Don appears to largely be some sort of oil transportation hub. At this point in the north, we see some ammunition in that area, and every once in a while it does get targeted and deployed. From what we can tell, it largely seems that the Rostov-on-Don area is considered its connection to the Volga River all the way over to Volgograd, and also to the Don River through the entirety of Rostov-on-Don Oblast, is really being used to try and ship in further fuel products force and the Russian citizenry to keep the nation alive. So it seems that the Russians are diverting their munitions from inside of Russia and funneling them through Voronezh and into the Donbass. This may be why we continue to see that these munition depots are targeted at a much higher frequency than ammunition depots anywhere else within the border region, is because this area is specifically using the movement of munitions and further supplies into Ukraine for the Russian military to be able to use. The damage has been incredibly significant today, and we will be trying to see even more footage from later tonight or tomorrow to be able to give you all a more in-depth, more detailed picture of the kind of real damage that was caused and maybe even the tonnage of munitions that were lost in this massive blaze. But beyond that, we're able to see that while the Kursk Oblast has been a little quiet lately, at least in terms of munitions attacks and strikes like we saw in Voronezh, we have seen some Ukrainians taking on a little bit of their frontline efforts. That's another conflict where one of the two groups that was currently standing was hit and destroyed today by Ukrainian HIMARS attack. We were able to get footage of the HIMARS missile attack that right there. And you can see the Honda trying to cross it, getting near some bridge and holdings and semi-submerged. But as we see the Honda crossing, just a little while later, literally right after the conflict was off the area, the high north is right below the concrete grid. We will sink that command and ensure that this little grid will be in operation. And when I say little, this is only a small one. But now we can see that it was literally right after the explosion. You can see that right there. No longer useful by any stretch of the imagination. The Russians are now down once again to the single conflict points in this area. You're expecting that the problem of military conflict that it could and but there really is a lot of conflict. Considering that the high north that the other bridge is currently not making it for 2 hours before this bridge man is 12, then it is also knocked out. We can find a way to see on the second bridge before it's on here as well. We'll probably get that by tonight. It used to be that and the last Russian brigade south of Pakistan once again some of them here probably just the worst squad because everything has to go once the bridge. Moving off that area and even further on in the we're also able to hear today that apparently the Ukrainian government is giving the Russians listen right east out what we call not just Shahed 136 but the kamikaze ones that people are not familiar with. They are now providing some form of message to Ukraine and starting to threaten Iran heavily over this. We were able to hear this today. The Ukrainian Defense Force said that civilians in Ukraine died from this message, and Iran will pay a double price for that. The response will be severe. But then they didn't really elaborate what the severe response would be. It still is very interesting, though, because once again, we're leading us to see that the Ukrainians are thinking the Iranians is a bit of a serious threat. And Iran, as far as Ukraine is concerned, is actually a serious threat. They have been providing a decent amount of Shahed 136 kamikaze drones to the Russian Federation throughout the entirety of the war, and now they're offering to provide missiles to the Russian Federation as well. Most likely, as some sort of fundraising venture, that they can try and further support and fund their own efforts that are going on inside the Middle East, most likely with the IRGC forces that are inside of Lebanon and also within the area of the Western Front. That may be the reason why the Iranians are trying to sell this to the Russians. But at the same time, the Iranians are directly threatening the Islamic Republic of Iran that they take any further action or that they're trying to put some form of consequence onto the Iranians in some form or some way, which is fairly interesting. Every way to see how that actually unfolds, but we are assuming that it will probably result in the Ukrainian special forces arriving in the Middle East and fighting their proxies around the area. We're not entirely sure how that will look, though. We're going to have to get a lot more information as time goes on, but still, it is very interesting such statements on the brand. We've also been able to hear something a little bit concerning speaking of possible Ukrainian special forces involved in the Middle East. We've heard some very interesting statements today from the British MI6 and the American CIA about what the Russian Federation may be doing inside of Europe. They are saying there may be a campaign of reckless sabotage plus the entirety of Europe being waged by the Russian Federation. They didn't really go into a lot of detail for this, but we are assuming this happened being put on lockdown, and we also heard that at some point there was some sort of water poisoning that happened at another days that resulted in some pretty serious action that would happen in security. It does seem as though the Russians would be leaning towards that outright attacks against the West would go incredibly poorly considering their lack of military power or any form of power projection. We are going to be assuming that any kind of action we take will be posed. Like, for example, the attempted assassination of the Rheinmetall CEO that occurred a couple of months ago. So we will be waiting to see how this unfolds as well. The CIA and the MI6 will most likely desperately try to find any more creative ways that the Russians may be trying to conduct sabotage amongst Western war industries or Western military inside of NATO in this area here. But we will have to try and keep a little bit more of an eye out and see what the CIA and the MI6 are able to uncover or are able to unravel. What the Russians are taking inside of Europe at this point. We also have a small little update going on in the Middle East. There's not really any particular news and any update of some particular note, but we are still hearing that the Israelis are preparing for some sort of defense actions against Hezbollah inside of southern Lebanon. We'll be trying to wait and see if anything happens to that. Usually nothing has happened so far, but we are keeping an eye on that here on this channel, and if anything does happen, y'all will be the first to know. Nevertheless, that is all breaking news that we had for today. I'm going to thank every single one of y'all once again for watching. If you haven't doing it, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. It makes us probably happy for folks too. Not that there's like any real benefit to it, not that you have to just bring them to go and go on. But if y'all would like to like, comment, and subscribe, it makes me and the person incredibly happy to do. And not only that, if you really enjoy the show or something that you want to do, y'all make sure to support us on Patreon. I have to give you a massive shout out to those things. All now, if possible, and I'm going to give the order something as possible. Whenever there's stuff we can make like today, I hope you will get on your little upload schedule. If it's has been a little bit, usually we have more towards our screen on it, and it's find anything that's making these videos and stuff like that on the daily basis. All we'll give something like that today a lot more on. But still, a big thanks to all of y'all once again for watching. And we will see y'all in the next
Assholes are the elements of the house. All that ongoing strengths of pro-Palestine protests. A lot of the protesters now are pro-Palestine people who actually being arrested and understood very particularly with that later on in this video, as well as Justin Trudeau's potential ability to get Socialist Study Mark Carney. Mark Carney is scheduled to deliver a speech at the end of this ongoing legal retreat. And we have a lot of other things to discuss in this video. Welcome back to the channel, welcome back to the video, everybody. Happy weekend, by the way. Before we get into it, I do want to encourage you to smash that like button, subscribe if you haven't. It does really help grow the channel. And I do want to take a moment here to encourage you to click the link down below in the description, or you can comment below, to go and subscribe to Mr. Sunshine Action. Just because it's a smaller town does not mean that the stories are any less important than they are right now, such as this one right here, Paid by Russia, where I apologize. I did post that on the Action channel, and I highly recommend you guys go and check it out and try to help that channel grow. But without further ado, let's get into it. So we're going to start off with the polls. You have Conservative Party Canada here sits at 210 projected seats. Bottom Islands at top at 232. Justin Trudeau, the Liberals at 81 projected seats. I predict that we're going to start to see that come down later in September at the start of October, because they are moving up and starting to see figures for a couple of weeks. Justin Trudeau is not the debater. You'll probably have on their hand is Pierre is a master debater. And every time he goes toe to toe with Justin Trudeau, really sends a
into this downward spiral where Trudeau just has a life crisis and crisis and whatnot. Then you have still 99% likely across the board for conservatives, and winning the most seats and odds of the majority government. So everything is as shared right there. Nothing to worry about. I will tell you the first thing to worry about. Now let's get into some of the news stories. So you have 6 buds here sharing the post saying Canadian universities international students enrollment down 45% after its just named wrong. And to that, I think for a lot of Canadians that was enacted, and I guess our country is pretty damaged by immigration, and there's been an ongoing argument: is it the immigrants' fault for finding loopholes and exploiting the system, or is it our government's fault? And I think a lot of people would have to say it's both, but I'd love to pass the question off to you. Whose fault is it? You have CTV here saying backlash against immigrants challenges Canada's well-being image. Canada has been very well known in recent history for being this almost international airport where they just allow everyone to come into Canada and to apply for permanent residency and pretty much get it. Crown life. It's like a second over Canada under the guise of your sexual preference or sexual identity. That is why a lot of countries out there provide some sort of death penalty or receiving repercussions for belonging to those categories, but still, Canada, to have that type of come here no matter how you identify, I mean, how do you even vet that? What's the screening process? I don't believe that you are claiming things that you are claiming. Like, no, that is anti-progressive for a progressive policy. It doesn't make any sense. So, of course, people have been exploiting it. And within CTV article here, you see something like this. The concern over the shortage of housing and affordability is at a weakened that consensus over the threshold. This is years-old anti-immigration tropes, said Peter Smith, a researcher in the Canadian Anti-Gay Network and the organization, which is inherently very hateful and also wildly racist. People are looking for something to change, and people are also looking for someone to blame, he said, in a Dr. Seuss reel. The target, unfortunately, as we know, a very easy one is immigrants. Well, I think that it increases to the equipment, and as you can see, Canada is a lot of hope, a tremendous amount of hope. But to combat some of this hope, you have segregation, is apparently the thing. To insult on that says, well, the government of Nova Scotia has built these 700 square foot boxes for people to live in. They call them pallets. And some of them are reserved for Black and African Nova Scotians. What is even happening? As you can see, it's basically like a double or triple wide outhouse that is made to live in. Now, as somebody who lives in a van, I can vouch that, tiny living is a good way to save money, but the segregation aspect of this is only for a select people of color and backgrounds is inherently kind of weird. Canada's so progressive that it's kind of racist. But I'd love to know what you guys think down below in the comments. Then you have videos like this showing up everywhere on the internet of Sobeys, which I believe is just a Canadian chain. I don't know if it's in America. Sobeys, if you haven't heard of it, grocery store, is showing that there's $110 for this oven roast premium. And as you can see, it's not really that big. Like, it's no bigger than a pretty large steak. It's $110. That is the state of Canada, folks. And people have horror stories every single day, increasingly more every single day. The prices of food, services, of goods here in Canada is just taking advantage of these inflations up to a point where, of course, we all know is out of control. We're spending more than we are making. We're spending more than we've ever spent. It makes no sense at all, says Macbeth. Then you have Globe Politics sharing this post here from Jagmeet. The NDP used stock image from Russia in video weeks after the cried conservatives for doing the same. You can't make this up. It's absolutely hilarious. Now, his excuse is, we filmed that weeks ago. We're talking about, of course, one of the most pivotal moments in recent Canadian history, where Jagmeet's saying,
tore up the coalition deal with Justin Trudeau and the Liberals, which means nothing. Means something. Until effectively there's a election that's called, it doesn't really mean anything. Now, there was a lot of hype about it. I am guilty of that, but now that everything's kind of settled and he's just flirting with the idea of an election, is he going to call it, is he not going to call it, he wants to get more people to search his name so that people can maybe see more of his policies and he can get more searchability, clout, or whatever you want to call it. At the end of the day, unless he calls the election, it don't really matter. But it's kind of funny that they haven't criticized people in the Conservatives for having Russian stock footage or AI-generated stuff in their videos when he's guilty of the same. Not to mention the fact that I was used in his freaking video. I'm so blown away by this. Not that I'm expecting this to, like, blow up by any means or for other, creators to pick this up and be like, hey, what the hell are you guys doing? He's using the House of Canada, but the only one, aside from the person who originally shared that post, not a single mention. It's so funny because the media was so quick to use these searchers words that Pierre Poilievre allegedly had in his YouTube description or videos, or in the 500 characters for video tags he could put on his YouTube video. Big towel, men go their own way, stuff like that, right? That real right-pill, right-wing, conservative, anti-establishment stuff. And then obviously it's since been removed, it's never even existed. But not once has the media thought about, hey, let's take Mr. Sunshine Baby, the, a really large, right-wing, conservative person who's very anti-Trudeau and anti-Jagmeet, and talking about the fact that Jagmeet is propping him up and using his face and his likeness in his actual video where he tore up the coalition. I mean, are they the exact same instances? No. Am I trying to blow it out of proportion to get on mainstream media? I don't know. It's hard. That'd be kind of cool. Anyways, moving on here, you got Rick Perkins, Conservative MP, says, breaking motion passed. Common sense Conservatives to force Trudeau Liberals to face accountability for slush fund, as he sees at the stamp of approval. Given the Auditor General's audit of sustainable development and technology in Canada, and given that government-appointed board members approved 59 million attendees towards 10 eligible projects, 76 million attendees towards 90 projects, 259 million attendees towards 96 projects, and the list goes on, and another 58 million. The committee therefore expresses extreme concern with the blatant disregard of taxpayer funds, and therefore calls on the government of Canada to recoup these funds for Canadian taxpayers, and that the committee report this matter to the House. We've seen a massive mismanagement of funds, and I think that may contribute a little bit to the overall incompetence outcome of this government, how bad things have gotten, right? They're spending hundreds of billions of dollars effectively on making themselves richer, not like Scotiabank, you're richer than you think, unless you're liberal, but you're actually richer, right? It just goes to show that we need to be audit of everything that's going on, and the only ones that are promising we have is the Conservative Party. Next up, you have Mark Carney here. Because apparently he's going to give a speech at the Liberal Caucus retreat next week. Let's take a look at what the mainstream media has to say.
What comes next? That is the looming question today, following a major move by the NDP this week to pull out of the deal with the Liberals in power. CTV's Jeremy Sharon is going to have the fallout Jeremy.
Well, it's really a smart major questions about how soon Canadians will enter the poll. The pension is also on some by-election just over a week away. And the NDC today focused its efforts in Montreal, just days after shaking up the political lanes in Ottawa. And in New York, Jagmeet Singh was mentioning his own priorities in Montreal today, campaigning alongside the candidate who is Lassalle et Monberton, a liberal stronghold since its inception in 2015. Even she's significant things. We force them to.
They're so mean. You have.
We force them to bring in laws like workers. We force them to do a number of things. And if we accomplish a lot of things, now it's going to move forward, no longer in the room. Turn that up. We're going to move forward, going to vote white Canadians for the second straight day and don't just push from it. It's going to lower rates that have been paid to enter violence that are likely to provide for the impact of the political split on voting. Montreal violation is a test for the Liberals after a stunning loss to Toronto St. Paul's earlier this summer, providing their expected win. Again, they had a chance to. On Winnipeg, the New Democrats are hoping to hold off a conservative push, providing a Melbourne transcom, a long-time hit, seat, people on the speculating that Mark Carney could lead to Justin Trudeau's cabinet, or maybe he's going to run last second in the by-election. I don't really know. I think there's just a lot of speculation going around, but I will say this. Canada's finances are absolutely atrocious, and that can all be attributed to the incompetence of our finance minister, Chrystia Freeland. Now, is Mark Carney a better option to handle Canada's money than Chrystia Freeland? Well, yeah, he's the governor of the Bank of Canada and the Bank of England, or whatever the hell. But the BC, will not speak. There's also that, so I think that's we should make him a better option than Chrystia Freeland's finance minister. I've got to say, I've never seen this much excitement for an election. Not the by-election, election right now. And on all sides of the spectrum, I think would be happy if an election would fall today. But I will tell you this in below the comments. Now let's look at Jewish you have more Jewish vigilante groups roaming groups. These ones call themselves security force. I mean, this person 4.7 million visitors.
This is the vigilante organization that prowls around now on the University of Toronto campus. They're a vigilante group. Not sure what they're doing here among the students and faculty. J-Force, it says. J-Force. Perhaps they couldn't and now this is their lot in life.
I mean, it's kind of funny, no matter how you look at it, but look at it, guys, down in the comments. I can only speculate to assume that J-Force would stand for Jewish Force, but yeah, let me know what you guys think down below. And this is because of the rise of the pro-Palestine protests that are taking place. So they're looking over the map right now, and how it's really not looking good for them. Now that coverage of records that they might be for the way they fly videos, they are getting out of hand. It's costing the police a tremendous amount of money. Specifically in Toronto, I think the total is over $30 to $40 million the past year has gone towards police resources to tend these things. And now that more and more resources are required, such as pepper spray and arrests are being made, we've got a lot of money and police just do not have it. But let's see what a series of videos here. Fly by Leviathan on X. So this is a large group of pro-Palestine protesters marching from UNC attempting to overtake the 777 Beach Street building in Toronto. Were met with pepper spray by the police. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb and say the majority of the people here were happy that this happened to the
freedom convoy and freedom protesters that we're not causing this much of a ruckus. We're not this consistent every single week, every single weekend for almost a year now. This has been ongoing. And so I don't know who they're looking in a recipe made. We have a lot of money. Police just do not have it. But let's see what it is. Series of videos here by the Leviathan on X. So this is a large group of profiles and protesters marching from UST attempting to overtake the 777 Queen Street building in Toronto. Were met with pepper spray by the police. Now, I'm going to go on and say the majority of the people here were happy that this happened to the freedom convoy and freedom protesters, that we're not causing this much of a ruckus. We're not this consistent every single week, every single weekend for almost a year now. This has been ongoing. And so I don't know who they're looking for, but it certainly isn't the nature. It's really become a nuisance, I suppose, but that's not me saying that, that's the police. Now we have another series of videos that are also provided by Leviathan. There we go. And I can't play the video because it does show police making these arrests. But as you can see, there's a tremendous amount of police that met with all of the protesters here. And there are punches that are swinging. There are people resisting arrest. And they're being absolutely manhandled. And I just would like to take this moment right now to ask Kashafri, how do you feel about this? Are you happy to see this? Are you sad to see this? Let me know your thoughts down below. And we do actually have a couple more protests to this. Right, so shutting down Canadian campuses for matters that Canada has no real say in. This is an ongoing conflict that does not involve Canada. And actually, Canada has been pretty progressive in these profiles, and people actually looked at what Canada's doing. Canada has committed to, if you haven't already, taking refugees from Gaza. We've also provided humanitarian aid. But we're also still funding Israel. So I don't know if it's crazy what is going on, but it seems like we're not shutting down ports, we're not shutting down airports, if I'm not mistaken, we've shut down roads, we're going to shut down university campuses now that school is back in session. And as you can see here, another video from Leviathan protesters from UFT marched from campus and blocking public for prayer.
Your prayer is not going to save you. Your prayers are not going to save you.
So there's 40 jihad promoting but I mean that's what Canada is. Canada harbors terrorists those aren't fully caught up to speed on that. Even that Ottawa mayor here is getting harassed for raising a couple of illegal Palestine protesters at a public event at this town was released playing. As you can see, they walk right up to him and yelling, free Palestine, and he just stands there and smiles. That's not what else to do with the shoe. Two more share this clip here of Jagmeet making rounds. Since the video that he released, yes, $5 grand, Chinese shooters that this is sunshine, that you support Jagmeet. I made it very clear that I do. Sorry, that was just all. I do not support Jagmeet. So here he is on CBC television trying to portray more lies, and Sunshine does in fact support him, but I do not. Listen. But if the decision had been made quite some time ago, to the point that he raised the video production, wasn't this worth a phone call to find that you work with honest internet journalists to deliver things like this? Why did you pick up the phone and call Justin Trudeau and say, hey, we have to talk about this because I'm going to fundamentally change the political stability of the political landscape. It's worth a phone call when you go work with it. You don't want to lose the way of there's no new deal here. This is the deal is done and ripped it up and we're moving forward. And so I don't want to open up the door to a potential negotiation or anything. The deal is done. We're going to negotiate and we're going to continue with education and we're going to bring that choice to the table. They've got a choice coming up and it's going to be about who replaces this government. And that choice is between, at the federal level, we got conservatives want to cut with Pierre Poilievre, we got New Democrats, we got leaders and a fight for working people. But that's a choice.
Water has never stopped you. It puts you in your element. You do things because it's right. Get going. Get ready. Get out there. Stop thinking and start moving. And share it with others. Embrace a world soaked with water.
Right, so he thinks that he's branded himself appropriately to be the man who's fighting for the working people. So I do not support Jagmeet Singh. Jeez, I always have a cough or a weird something that happens right when I'm in the middle of saying that I do not support Jagmeet Singh. Anyways, moving on, CTV here is covering the story about Canadian influencers that are allegedly based by Russia. Now, I did a video about this, apologizing on my extra account, and I also made a post about this on X, the current market situation, saying I've never been paid by Russia except for that trip to Moscow. I'm just kidding. I don't know if I'm paid by Russia. I'm also just kidding. I'm not paid by Russia. Whereas I admitted that's probably not the best time to joke about something like this because jokes are behind here. We're not allowed to joke about anything according to a person. Let's take a look at that.
There is Canadian connection at the core of an American investigation into a Russian interference campaign designed to disrupt its presidential election. Two Russians are accused of directing a propaganda campaign and were imprisoned for that collaborators. CTV's Judy Trent reports.
The news cycle has been absolutely insane lately. Canadian influencer Lauren Chen has hundreds of thousands of followers, but her channels have been taken off YouTube.
after allegations of Kremlin manipulation surfaced. On Wednesday, the U.S. Department of Justice charged 2 Russian media workers with money laundering and foreign interference, accusing them of meddling in the presidential election.
An internal planning document created by the Kremlin states that the goal of the campaign is securing Russia's preferred outcome in the election.
Court documents reveal a covert operation. The Russians allegedly bankrolled a shell company believed to be Tenet Media and directed the owners to create content that supported Donald Trump and to sow discord. Tenet was started by Chen and her husband Stephen Donovan. The couple have a registered company in Hudson, Quebec, and have hired other right-wing influencers. Asking Canadians, will you comply if there's another lockdown? Among them, fellow Canadian Lauren Southern, who has railed against COVID measures, immigrants, and trans rights. According to the indictment, the Russians put more than $9.3 million into this propaganda project, some of which was paid to a Canadian company and deposited in a Canadian bank account. This expert in Russian politics is calling on the arsenal to investigate.
You also need to be looking at it to hold those individuals to account. Warning from individuals who so willingly take money from a foreign government, an authoritarian foreign government, and collaborate with them.
In a statement, Public Safety Minister Dominic LeBlanc says,
So I'm just here. I have never been contacted by a Russian entity or a foreign entity. I've never taken money from a foreign entity. I've never from foreign entities or issued a statement. So now that that's been said, it just grinds up inside. We have a relationship of a government who's allowing them to be in balance. It will go to that's competition from China or from the foreign government. It's a known fact. Their security knows about it. We all know about it. Justin Hill knows all about it. Yet that still happens. You have content creators that are underfighting for sponsorship, which 9 times out of 8 never have a sponsor that has control and say if there is a sponsorship, it's to promote a service or a product, which it seems all very, very bizarre, and I think it's on creators that are saying, hey, there are so many problems here in Canada that need to be fixed first. Now, this is something that a lot of Canadians, I don't know it's majority of Canadians agree with. Block any downtown, any big, small town block downtown will keep all these drugs that the government is supplying. You have a housing shortage, you have way too many immigrants, and our immigration system is completely flawed and busted that even after we look at the problem or how we're going back on that very particular thing. We have a whole million issues in Canada, so many things that we should be doing first here in Canada before we start helping other countries like that. But I'd love to read us down below in the comments what is going to happen from this entire DOJ findings from the investigation. And as always, if the video looks good, one last time, if you haven't already, smash that like button, subscribe if you're not already, to the channel, and turn on the little bell notifications so you can actually notified about videos and how to see the next class.
I saw a hypnotist. He gave me a sneeze trigger.
H2 Brothers meant to be airplanes.
Please.
No.
Focus begins today with those upcoming federal by-elections. We have reporters standing by in Montreal and in Winnipeg, where on September 16th, most people heading to the polls. Let's begin in Montreal, where today, NDP leader Justin Singh is out campaigning in the Liberal stronghold of LaSalle and Montreal.
In this by-election, you have a choice. Justin Trudeau has let you down, abandoned you, or Rick Sylvanian, we're going to fight to lower the cost of living. That's the choice.
CBC's Movida
Bureau is outside one of the advanced polling stations that we're riding in Detroit now. So, Kavita, Chuck BC, can you be handed around today? What did you see and hear from them?
So, he arrived on site, he shook hands with the volunteers, and then he spoke to reporters alongside Greg Sobe, and they were really talking about how they believe that they are the right party to represent this riding in the House of Commons. Now, they also left the press conference by going to house to house to knock on doors to appeal to voters as the advanced voting has started. Now, Greg Sobe is known in this area. He's been a municipal councilor for many, many years, and he says that because he knows the area and he knows what people want, he's the best person to lead this riding.
After my 11 years of experience in this whole world, I learned about governance, I learned about how to get things done, and I'm absolutely shocked about the inaction we've seen from the Liberal government on questions like housing. We're living in this city. There are lands that are waiting for social housing development, and the financing's not there. They haven't put the money forward. So we've got to get this done.
So the NDP is trying to get that breakthrough in this area, but standing in their way are the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois. This is a Liberal stronghold. It was the former Catholic minister David Lamette's riding, and now the Liberals are desperately hoping to keep this riding theirs. And our colleague Rocky Buchkanian spoke to the Liberal and Bloc Québécois candidates earlier last week.
The last couple of years have been very challenging. So again, people have the right to have their opinions about RPM, and I respect that as well. But we've had some very good, energizing conversations about what I can do once elected to make a difference in the riding.
This election is not about winning them. This election is about justice leadership, and I think that people want to send a strong message. The people want to send a strong message to Ottawa. That people only get taken for granted by the people in Ottawa. Well, I want to be their voice, and I think that voting for the Bloc is a good way to protect.
So all the candidates are trying to make headway. They are trying to appeal to voters. And here at this polling station behind me, people have been walking in and out, dozens of people, all wanting to get in early and cast their ballots ahead of the official by-election voting day on September 16th.
Okay, so Fabino, let's talk about those voters. Because you said the NDP are trying to have a breakthrough there, but they've only got one seat in Quebec right now. David Lametti held this seat. Paul Martin has held versions of the seat. What are voters saying to you about their intentions of the seats and today?
Well, David, many people are telling me about the issues that matter to them, and the top three that come up constantly is the cost of living, the environment, and the housing crisis. And the housing crisis has been the one that I can tell you almost everyone that I've spoken to has mentioned. People are saying that the cost of living over here is way too expensive. For example, I've talked to so many couples that they say that they have downsized by moving into smaller places just so they can afford to live in the places that they are living in now. So they are hoping that their vote will pressure the government and the MP to push for better housing situations in this area. I spoke to one man who says that he's living off of his pension, but his pension is just going away because the cost of living is just way too high. And some people have even expressed that the situation going on in the Middle East is also having implications on who they will vote for. And a lot of people, David, that I want to mention about is that there are 91 candidates on these ballots, and people are saying that it's very overwhelming when you go in there to vote. They're saying that even though they know who they're voting for, it still takes them a while to find out who they're voting for. Some of the people who came here hoping to figure it out while they were in the ballot area, they say that that was very overwhelming because they had to look at so many names just to find out who they want to vote for. So a lot of people are on different areas when it comes to voting, but people are just hoping that whoever represents them in this riding will affect change and will help with the housing crisis.
Okay, Cody, now I'm going to go through all 94 candidates, but I know it's a bit of a protest by the longest ballot committee, but so thanks so much for that. That's the CBC's Clavina Otero in Montreal. We're going to turn now to Winnipeg, where it's the other by-election. Advanced polling has also opened in the federal by-election in Calgary-Transcona, where the NDP and the Conservatives are battling. That's the CBC. Partly, we see in Winnipeg, Marty joins me now. Marty, I think you only got 5 people on the ballot out there. Tell me about this race. Tell me about this ride.
Yeah, this is a historic NDP straw poll. It's interesting riding in that the NDP and the Conservatives have been going head-to-head here for the past 24 years. The NDP have won all but one of the elections out there since this riding was created in its predecessor, Winnipeg Transcona, in 1988. The Conservatives only won it once in 2011 when Stephen Harper had that large majority. So the Tories are trying to win it back. They are appealing to what they the perceived notion that this riding is a very Labour-dominated riding. The average, if you look at Stats Canada numbers here, there are more people manufacturing and work to operate heavy machinery here than other Winnipeg ridings, but it's not really that much. But the Conservatives dominating candidate, the running candidate, Colin Reynolds, who is a union member, and they're trying to get that union appeal to run against the NDP here, and the NDP will dance. What the NDP don't have is somebody named Blake running. Daniel Blakey, who was Ivy Martin's father, was building. They were representing this riding in every term except for one by Jim Alloway, who's now a Winnipeg MLA and was before that as well. So this is an interesting race where the Conservatives and the NDP are at it, and the margin of victory in 2021 was 9,000 votes for the NDP, but again, nobody used it.
Yeah, that's a key thing, right? Even the Democrats say, the Democrats think that it's up to the ratings. He's worked with a while too, so let's talk about the party strategy so far on the ground. Do you think you have the presidents, and there's definitely the presidents, apparently something to limit here? What's the strategy about?
So the Conservatives are really trying to connect NDP here. And everyone's, you know, their confidence is fighting and just ended. For weeks, there have been campaign signs that have been calling out the campaign with pictures of Sid and pictures of Trudeau and describing saying out, sell out Sid, and trying to suggest that it will create the liberals. And that did end on Wednesday. Reynolds has now advanced to say if she is elected, whether she would vote in a non-conference motion. She said that she take everything issue by issue. She shot back saying, hey, Colin Reynolds has to be elected issues. How come you're not voting candidates? So it's something that is often with not a So it's a fascinating thing. Now, my colleagues spoke to political scientists and stuff, but this doesn't often see one party win an election against another party by tying them to the third.
No, but this is an unusual time. Kivas, and because let's just see this part of Kivas, okay, we're going to get a look at the lay of the land now. Bigger picture as we get closer to voting day of those 2 by-elections. And here in the studio is Dan Earl. He is the Chief Strategy Officer with Polar, but he's previously part of Justin Trudeau's staff as executive research editor. So maybe we can move forward a bit. Thanks for doing Howard every day and spreadsheets. Well, when you think about those spreadsheets and you listen to what we just heard from the Sally Murphy Dunn and what did you think of the by-elections?
The fun thing with by-elections is how we do it. In a general election, we've got more reliable polling, stuff with them at the local level, really got to be projected. But in the by-election, we're not speaking a lot. We're not speaking what's happening in the by-election. Yeah, it's obviously all through the campaign. So they become more of a motivation, more of a collective, less about just support, the polls that we do now. And then put the local elections. And I think the general election, the constitution, I know voters, things are going on. That's a voter can pick it right now. You know, by-election, like their bid is not in their hand. Usually, it's just a bit more important for but that was not that is without reason, I think that's right. I mean, people see they hold, they see they don't hold, and they're shocked. There is something possible. It's just something that's like, after the reason is you can never and people's beliefs will it's the base, right? It's liberals against. I think like the reality by elections wouldn't even that important at the end of the day because of those things we just talked about. There's only weird factors at play, and polls comes a lot more by-election as well. But in politics, if people say something is important enough, it has become important, and it might be able to that respect. Like, this summer we all got excited about hammer throw, and we're becoming the best in the world at hammer throw, because everyone said this year is the competition that matters. There was a hammer throw competition last year. I remember that, and no one cares about it, right? But because it's the Olympics, it becomes important, and everyone says this by-election is really important. It becomes self-fulfilling, because obviously right afterwards, caucus is probably a little bit more vocal for the vote the Liberals lose, so it can be a spiral. The calls are coming from inside the House for, a different direction for the government, different messaging, and the same with the spreadsheet of the House. I don't know, spreadsheets are the ones that are spent on basically only the data. What is the intent of the motivation? I think there's opportunity to go through these. Big picture, I think the problem is still facing more than anything else, but there's a lot of problems we're facing, a lot of causes to get to this position. But the biggest rise is people feel traffic and high inflation, housing, just heard the reporting it, but voters are saying, right? And that's not something that many will solve themselves in a couple of, maybe not by the by-election, certainly not even by the end of this year. But the problem is when people are feeling like that and when the government's not helping them, the government starts to see more of the time, right? So I think what we need to do is show voters that they are helping them, not helping them buy the plans to build a main country in 2030. They need to give immediate help that the voters are asking for right now. They need to help all voters most vulnerable, because I think the middle class is feeling like sometimes the government comes denied to them to help people who are rated about it. That's the middle class, the ones that are carried by the actions that show. So then they're trying to do that in a policy differences so that they don't discriminate and consider that. I think it's probably more likely to do that. I mean, still looking at the involved in something that we get. Sometimes it's just a matter of reminding voters what we have done, and just to get very quickly, like what we have done, and to remind them to have a couple of them over the years. And it's a good luck for the time. Right, so the government caucus is next in Nanaimo. Good development we learned today. First before the government Toronto Star is the former government secretary who will be briefing the caucus on prosecuting and economic recovery. What do they need? This is the caucus group they all wanted after St. Paul, to get a swift service out. What do they need to do at the caucus group? What do they want to do? The caucus group is large, but we'll be, I'm sure, a specialist under a and you won't get all that. They're probably going to have to do some common approach to it. It's going to be a privileged group for the Liberals, in all honesty. So, Congress group leaders, a lot of them will be using them within the plan, trying to get back into this hole that they're in to win the next election. But I think after that first kind of common of the vote, which comes about what's possible, and I used to get caucus groups all the time. And I think that's there, the presentation that you could give with you is what we should be talking about. It's the language we should be using. It's why we should talk about the other guy. I don't think that we bad with this. That's happening. A lot of people do how to be talking about Paul Ryan, studies Paul Davis, what he's done, and just trying to get everybody on the same page. So I'm not sure talk about this, but there's been a lot of frustration. The amount of liberals I've had on the phone with me saying, why are you not taking the fight to this guy? Why haven't you paid for ads to attack the guy and try to find the guy? And they feel like they kind of just stick it out on him and nothing. Yeah, and I think from my perspective, I think that they need to do is just be more consistent in their giving stuff like that. I'm not trying to establish the magic candidate, I'm not trying to give it for them. I think the way to go with it, I think realistically the Liberals don't have $1 million to go with it. It's the launch of the company for the next year, but certainly the opportunity to have a public debate like this to say that this has been knocked up the guy, it's all in a consistent way for the next 4 months, and let's see if it works. And whether or not we're just doing a weekend doing so we don't care and we stuff life, and all the direction I'm sure we can look at it, but I think one and everybody's going over the same direction. But we need to pick a strategy to this is either one at the same time and work for the financial office, work for the campaign, Jeremy's office, we need the national campaign, the answer. I mean, do you anticipate big change in summer in terms of the shake-up in there? Do you think you kind of find a new strategy as opposed to changing personnel and maybe results?
I mean, well, we're going to do campaign directors, so I guess that's, by definition, that's things that's going to be coming there. I think there's different ways to show change at the end of the day, and I mean, the underlying problem probably doesn't get resolved just by taking up the cabinet minister. We did a poll last year, and I think 40% of Canadians remain a cabinet minister, so, you know, who the Minister of Heritage is or really probably going to change 200 votes, but, you know, change from a policy perspective, you know, direction, very big communicating, yeah, that would welcome to go. Yeah, we'll shuffle the big championship election, open up St. Paul's, and decide. And look at where that happens. Yeah, other kind of counts, so you see, look, it's going to be, I said, we'll worry about it going into caucus, they've lost the campaign director. There's also lots of government departments. In the only transfer of the state of Ohio that we're currently talking about, and we don't have a belief. So that needs to change. You talked about the same industry. You talked about 1991, you're talking about trying to frame this as a finally towards the Democrats and the Conservatives. Not more than transphobic, because you follow through with that argument, but you use this conservatives like that. That's a problem. Yeah, but if you do a big thing like the figure was looking at the region, and then there's going to be a test point within Kenny Catholic, it's the bylaws. So you're kind of raising the stakes in that respect, because if they do a big gesture and then do go by-elections, this thing is going to be like, look, this obviously didn't work, it was a mistake, and the party is work right now. So we actually have raised the stakes, and yeah, they don't afford it on the terms, but I do think if I took a walk to you, that will help them a bit in there. I remember in 2015, we were doing, been pulling to the Liberals in Manitoba, Brent Selinger, which is like Iran, the people there, we clearly won the Valley that election, and in 2021, John Powell showed a big rise on the 1 largest margin. Over time now, a walk to you is still, they're 50% approval rating. So I think that will help them give them some headwinds, but even if they can't win with those headwinds, that even makes it look even worse, right? So I think that's going to happen like that. Okay, Dan, it's good to have you in Fan Arnold, former director of research and with the Liberals now and with Howard. The police it's the highlight of the sun. And you get 5 bucks on police excellence system. What's it about? Or employee pricing. Do you know what you expect? I don't focus on politics. I always focus on politics. Very close. The Canadians focus this season. The Prime Minister says he spent the last couple of months listening to Canadians, but the latest polling suggests that the government still has a lot of work to do. If an election were held today, the latest projections have Conservatives in 135 seats over Justin Trudeau's Liberal. Now that the poll is supplying confidence in the Liberal, where does the number go from here? We've got Canadians ratings right now on so both parties in the supplying confidence is a little rating between more low in the polls, and both movements are taking up on this potential being a bunch of that crazy anything in the world. Well, I don't think it's going to be too much for the Liberals, because while I was a member of the supplying confidence rating with the Liberals, I'm not sure if there's a lot of Canadians involved, which might be one of the reasons that maybe you want to get out of it. The party that we've seen about Canada was literally, you can describe the viewpoints of Canadians in three ways. There's got pencil Canadians who either carefully all that aware of it, or felt that they didn't make it different, but a quarter we thought it was a good idea, and a quarter we thought it was a bad idea. And when you look at the Democrats, on the whole, more of their voters did like the deal. So the fact that it's pulling out the deal, I'm not sure it's going to be out either of the party. It might be things a bit easier for the Democrats to position themselves as an opportunity for the Liberals and get closer to the election. But they're still in a really tough position. If the Liberals are in a position to govern where they are in polls, the Democrats are also in a position to potentially lose a lot of seats too. And so both parties are in a bad position, and it's one of the reasons why I think hasn't been able to survive is that both of them are facing some pretty rough results. if an election is done. Okay, so you know we really got a problem from this, despite the fact that it's delivered on the targets. That's the policies and the programs that they outlined and agreed to. But why did we never raise those individuals to resist as they resist the political or what does it do with like the values of the government? Well, I think from the liberal perspective, their options are a little bit limited because we do see that there's a lot of voters that are into the common election. While certainly happening at the last year, a lot of it would have been lost in the argument. They have a lot more to gain from the left. So how do you go after the Democratic voters who accept that they can sort of pull the plug on this deal and they're in a conservative government? I'm not sure if that's going to be an easy message to pass along. For the NDP, I think that there was a chunk of their voters that might not have been happy with some compromise management with the government. But again, I find that it is a difficult position for both parties because if you look at how Canadians view things on economic issues and social issues, there's usually one group that is supporting the Conservatives, they do things in a particular way. And there's another group that is supporting the Liberals and the NDP, and they largely view things the same way as well. So there's not a lot of animosity between the actual voters who support the Liberals and the Democrats. They are largely into the world in the same way. So I think it is going to be rivalry, but at the very least for the NDP, their rhetoric didn't always match their actions. And they were backing up the government. At least now the rhetoric might back up their actions, but we'll see what happens when they are actually pushed to make a decision and take confidence. So he's going to risk going to the election. So what about the Conservatives? They're going to first. There's something saying that slant the Liberals on its way out the door, but then very quickly give it a correct. It says, here, all of the Conservatives represent the program, so not doing what's needed. Is there a vulnerability to open up in this for the Conservatives and this big post law and the government police? Well, I think for the Conservatives, the longer the worse things can get for them. The opponent has more or less stagnated and evolved at still more than 42% of the vote. They haven't been able to go through that ceiling much more than that. So they do seem to be at their peak, at their ceiling, at least for the time being. And the longer this goes on, the more there's a chance that something happens, that interviews will go on, Justin Trudeau decides to resign, and that changes things up. So again, having an election sooner rather than later is the best case scenario, I think, for them. And this does ratchet up the pressure on the Democrats to actually go for it. So if this results in a campaign this fall rather than next spring or next fall, then this is going to be a win for the Conservatives. Yeah. And if we see that the NDP is continuing to make compromises and sacrifices to try to prevent the election, then I think that also is up enough to the Conservatives to say, we can't support the New Democrats, they're just sort of if you want to change that for us. So I think overall it's going to be a win for the Conservatives. As the closer election is for them, they're higher. That's us. Yeah, I think the Conservatives are stagnant 41%. That's pretty big bad between the government. Look, in the short term, we don't know if we're going to have an election. We're going to have a couple of by-elections. With Salazar Verdun, the Liberals think that is what I hear, a three-way race that the Bloc and ADP. And Elvin Franstone and BC for the Conservatives. Is this anything that's happening in those races, or then it's strictly about their own thing? I think I think they could have an impact on the Democrats. It would make it a lot easier for their candidates to walk into those and say, I can go press, you're upset at this. That might have been part of the message to pass along. So this will end up helping them in the by-election. We don't have any real program with them, so we don't know if things are going to get better if they're really but for the New Democrats, if they end up winning both of those by-elections, holding out in Franksville now, winning the assignment from then this seems like a genius move. If they lose both of them, then where are they going to go from there? So it is a high-risk proposition. If it pays off if you win, whether or not it's the cause, they can say it was the cause. So those by-elections, people for it. But also, of course, for the Liberals, if they lose the Sally Melbourne, there's another from the St. Paul's. If Bloc ends up winning it, then we're all a bit confused. Well, it's too much politics. I believe. I'll do this one. I would think you this. The Rick Dotson's welcome back to Power and Politics of Time Now for our daily television. I wonder what we're going to discuss. I'm joined by Larissa Waller, former Director of Communications for Ontario Community Board, and Liberty and Steve O'Brien, the former Chief Staff of the Local Cabinet, the former EPMP. All right, Kenny, let's get to the third quarter today. What is this? I am not focused on politics. You can set that up a political show.
I mean, it's 50.
Maybe. But my name is 50. Realism?
If he's not being truthful, listen for an answer.
That's pretty good. I am focused on politics. Or that other parties focused on politics. They're focused on actual political things. They're working this summer. Start answering questions today. I mean, maybe it's a fine confidence that was put the whole thing. So we're see, I'm not thinking about politics for me. Obviously, thinking about politics as a politician. What do you think of his reaction to kind of just saying, focus on February, I don't think they focus on delivery, solving the
Well, the deal was put together in order to deliver some pretty big pieces of legislation and policy, and they don't get. So for that part of the biggest party on the base sector, it needs to finish parliament, it needs to focus and deliver what was promised, because he will be going to miss that, as will, I believe, Mr. Trump. But yeah, it's also, of course, we also think about the policy credit, but part of the policy is delivering the policy.
Yeah. Matthew, what was the it's funny because the players for this year that there's a lot of people out there who've been lying to fight for the conservatives for a long time, that people are forming and standing up for working people and just really coming from the ADP to the party of working people and wanting to stand up for those folks. And so I think there's a sense that there's a lot that's been done, there's a lot that's been delivered, but much like the late Mike Rothbard said, people sought out the criticism of good news. To stand on their own 2 feet. I think that's exactly what's happening here. It wasn't instigated advice, and I see Kevin taking that now and untying the one hand behind the back and doing what the apolitical supposed to be part of this report to do. And I think going head to head with Pierre Poilievre and calling him out on the things that he says will and won't do. Okay, we're going to do more than that. Something like that. Mostly reaction and next week. Just going around. Obviously, 1 o'clock news is coming. That's going on Wednesday. Talking conversation and the second was done.
He had to end the agreement. He was really bread, and he was every day reaffirming that he was in a coalition government with the Liberals, which made it impossible to run against the Liberals whenever an election is called. So he had to do it. I don't know if the by-election in Manitoba plays into the timing. I think a lot of NDP supporters are reading a bit of a side reading today, and a lot of Liberal supporters are kind of, more to the end of the good times. Now it's going to be harder.
Yeah, I don't know if the by-election or not, but like the by-election could always swing the line. So, those would be a quick initial reaction. We get another big ups and downs. Which was the first. And that, you're saying this is explain that. Why you cannot like your polygon and still part of the supply market?
Well, it's funny because I think they're a disciplined rate by getting the goal, but I think ultimately what one of the biggest challenges is that despite all the you are kind of going to shadow. You aren't the government, you're supporting the government, you're heading things done, and that's very volatile. It's just really important to make a difference for a lot of people. But I think they don't see like their career, their desire to have Patrick how people are feeling and about both him and just about the state of things in general. And I know that a lot of your Democrats feel that they're hearing in their writings about wanting to see that contrast and everything, and there's a lot of group fights, so I think there's a chance to step up and learn that.
Well, I want to answer specific on that. So I think it's like you're saying the Liberals aren't doing it the way they should. So the public plan essentially really is the NDP parliament. I think it's strong in their doing it. It's that they're talking about. They want more of that kind of pointed harsh attack on the Conservative leader, and there's what we can do in this. There's a lot of frustration about the Democrats. That many of the Democrat MPs, many former MPs, members of the party are working people, the members of unions, and they see this smoke and mirrors coming up, and then they go to Winnipeg on Labor Day, and they see a Conservative candidate who says that working people are forgotten. From what I hear, didn't even march in the Labor Day parade. So I think when you see that contrast there, I think there's a strong desire to start pushing back on that and seeing that when you look at the polls, you see the Prime Minister not doing well, unlikely to win the next election, so maybe it's time to put a new alternative out there for those that are feeling concerned, put it that way, about the possibility of Conservative government, but knowing that they've kind of given up on the Liberals. Dissatisfaction with Liberals is also very passionate Democratic supporters, so I think something needed to change, and to your point, this is the time we need to do it. This isn't something that happened overnight, despite what the Conservatives try to tell us. This is a larger conversation, and that's, there's no longer in a good place between now and the next election. Okay, so clearly you see this as for the NDP a positive move. Stevie, up or down for the Liberals? Where are we?
I'm for the Liberals because I think the announcement today overshadowed what we should be talking about, which is the interest rate cuts and improving economy. What the Liberals need is more time. They need a runway. I think they are confident that they've put in place the right policies, the right investments in housing and infrastructure, and the right measures on affordability that we're going to see. And what we are seeing is the economy improve a soft landing.
Well, I mean, unemployment's going up, the growth is slowing down, but you're getting into the inflation. There's horizon that's more positive, right?
There's a more positive horizon. Some of the, we need more time for the impact of their housing policies to be felt as well. So what they need is more time. And it's two additional things on that. One, it's disappointing, I think, that the announcement today by the NDP will put into question how long that runway is going to be.
Almost shorter. It seems almost certainly, right?
Seems that way. And as well, it's
Okay, all right. Well, Lisa, Massachusetts is moving for you. You think you think they did it right today? I mean, what's your take on how this all happened today?
It's the only really plug-in that they could do. I think they did a poor job of it. I think issuing a video like that, and then not having spokespeople there, like from a communications point of view, it's a bit bizarre. It allows companies like us to fill in that void. And there's more people filling in that void that were very critical of the agreement even to start with. And the NDP sort of decision-making, track record while in the agreement. So if you look at even the statement that accompanied the video, it said millions of people have been helped. That's just not true. There's a lot of things that they started, like pharmacare, like dental, that have not yet gone through the normal course of legislation. Pharmacare hasn't even passed the Senate. Provinces aren't involved. Like, there's so much more to do, and the NDP is trying to take early credit for stuff. And I don't blame them because they've gotten no credit at all on, hallmark policies that were always traditionally NDP that the Liberals have taken and made their own.
Well, Matthew, there have been a bunch of policies like rent support, doubling GST. I mean, how does that people out there if you relates on have access to the executive program? Like, the job isn't done, right? To Lewis's point on pharmacare, things are still in the Senate. There aren't deals with provinces. Like, the implementation of the policies, they still have a way to go, and they ended their runway to make sure it's all implemented. It seems like they're just forcing it all onto the Liberal system and get overrun without a lot of the
No, at the end of the day, you're a formal agreement, but I also think that in some ways that provides more leverage, right? You look at how minority parliaments function normally. I think a little precarity is important. Has made minority parliaments successful in the past. I mean, no one is saying that there's not going to be a desire to work together on these things. I think it's just that there needs to be some accountability and an ability for the NDP to stand on its own and showcase the opportunity that they present, notably to the Conservatives who are leading the polls.
to being seen as, you know, the partner. There's unfortunately a lot of disinformation that's out there about what the arrangement actually was. You know, you hear things like coalition government being said, but the reality, I mean, our wishes for the government and having Democratic ministers, and that certainly would have been exciting, but having the end for this formal arrangement, I think is something that allows for a little more pressure. I think that'll be useful in getting some of these things over the finish line, but ultimately, the question for political parties always how do you want to affect change? And the best way to affect change is to swamp government. So it's great we've got some of these things with another party, but ultimately the NDP believes that they are best suited to implement what they see as the full agenda, and not just parts and parcels that look at a different party that's not always ideologically aligned.
So, Stevie, Global Caucus, you think that coming up with cabinet recruitment, the State Group said, I'm confident this will pass until June, and this is today, like, well, here we go. Nobody told us this was coming until they did. I mean, what do you do as liberals right now? I mean, how does this affect your ability to manage? When does the problem go around and do things that who knows what you're facing in the fall?
I think Jagmeet and NDP are going to wake up at the end of the month and realize that they've lost the game chicken. I think that video was very, it looked very much like a campaign video. There were very strong words, or fighting words sort of in there, and a strong position. I believe Poilievre said he will be coming out with a non-confidence motion at the earliest opportunity. Probably going to have an opposition day motion in September, and then the NDP is going to likely, I say, back down from this very strong stance. And I think that that's going to have to be a little egg on the face, and it's sort of all of this push now and this momentum will evaporate.
Right, you know, Larissa, I think they're probably confidence motion through the opposition day motion anyway. But, you know, you get to see his language about the liberals too selfish, too forward interest to fight for people. And that's pretty strong critique of some of the characteristics of working with the last 2.5 years. How do you then build confidence for them, even if there is like a basket of policies that keep saying this is what we got for our states?
I have no idea what he'll do or how he'll do it with a straight face, but I don't know how he's been doing this with a straight face for the last 2 years. On one side, trying to criticize the government. On the other side, voting with the government every single time. And I agree with Stevie. I think this is a game of chicken that the NDP is going to lose. I read on Twitter earlier today that, you know, the real kind of interesting next move would be if the Prime Minister introduced a confidence motion and force the NDP right off the bat to pick a side, right? Because the Liberals are more ready for an election than the NDP are. Conservatives are ready, right? Conservatives want an election at any time. But it will be interesting to watch the Liberals and NDP play chicken on this one, and I think the NDP is going to lose.
It seems like, but it seems like right through the recklessly doing the citizens, like their target needs to be your party of that conservatives, right? So if the language that they said using the video, I mean, this was shot, it's going to have to go according to Brad Levine. This was a deliberate concept that they took their time on. Boy, it's hard to walk back into being too selfish if you really think about the interests. How do you support them at any point? Your dear John Lennon says it's not reviewed. Yeah, I think that's exactly why I think that this scenario is more ideal, because when you're looking at it by case by case way, there to go, budget to budget, yeah, I think you're in a stronger position to make those decisions without also being tied with everything else. The other things that there are plenty of things that happen in Parliament that are significant, that are confidence motions, there are plenty of things that, you know, that happen in communities that are significant, that are confidence motions. And I think the form of framework is to some extent tied into these hands and not wrong. Again, there was a sign, games were a game, we're not putting that into question, but I think what it does have is the realization that the government's, the perception that Canadians have and the frustration with government is so far gone, and the result is going to be a government, conservative government that stands against everything that the NDP stands for. And so if the Liberals are going to put that fight, and if the Liberals are going to stand for square, how are they not taking the fight? Help me understand that. What is the Liberals' urgency doing that the NDP think they can do? I think using language like the language that you quoted earlier, right? It's just calling out the phony pro-worker narrative that exists from the conservative leaders who, when he was in government, adopted numerous pieces of anti-union, anti-worker legislation. So
I really think it's just about setting, this is why it's an upbringing. It's setting a parliament where there'll be new opportunities. And let's not forget, both by-elections take place, the GA parliament comes back, and so you don't want to hedge my bets or come give me before your hat to pick your metaphor and put your imagery that you'd like, but I think it'll shuffle the deck as well in a way that I think will change where we're at today. It's great that, I appreciate Doris's point about how it's rolled out, but I think when people really start paying attention again, the NDP will be in a strong position, and the dust will have settled on today's conversation will be focused on what's happening going forward.
Roll out of our topics that probably people care about, right? But there's some of the things that they look in the dark.
Well, I think that the by-elections are going to be a little bit of a litmus test to see how the NDP will go after that. I said before that the video looked a lot like a campaign video, but I think it also looked a lot like a fundraising video, and they may hope that video, a little momentum, can get them over the edge in Quebec and for the by-election. If they are successful in those, then maybe they will go more quickly through the polls, and if not, then, spend the time trying to distance themselves from the Liberals, which would be great for Liberals to give them the runway they need for their policies to come to fruition.
They must have been hearing it doors in the NDP, that they don't like the association with Liberals. You have to think that's part of it.
I would imagine that must have gotten thinking.
Right. All right, Larissa, we got about a minute, and then they can move away from it. What are your thoughts on what we just heard from Matthew in particular, that just frees up the NDP to act carefully of the guy you like, in a way that they feel the Liberals maybe
They could always go after whoever they want, right? But they chose instead not to go after the Prime Minister, a guy who made life so unaffordable that groceries went up to $700 a year, housing's a disaster, crime on our streets. Like, all these things happened over the last 9 years on the Prime Minister's watch, and that's who Jagmeet Singh, in the last 2 years, has decided to prop up. And so I think that that's the question that he's going to be faced on the by-election day, and that's the question that voters will ultimately judge him on whenever the election is called.
Okay, we have not heard from Dr. Singh today outside of the video version of the NDP leader. We do anticipate you'll have a conference tomorrow. Hopefully we're going to see Hong Kong for 3 minutes. So joining me, Hong Kong, Larissa Wong, Steve O'Brien, and Matthew Day. Thanks. Inflated pricing is back.
It's the highlight of the summer.
When you get my price on beef set 0.6,
what's not to love? More than full pricing, we pay what we pay.
I've been traveling. I was supposed to be a steak today. Everything's 2 hours. I'm going to be there 2 hours, sir. 2 hours. I got to like Tim appreciate anybody having to be here. This is some beautiful country that I didn't know how to drive. That's good one. We want you some bread tabs and show them. Say goodbye. We leave it on the stage and I say
be there constantly talking about it. So great. The statements are beautiful statement. We love it and we want it every time I have it. Beautiful state of the thousands of grand entrance which is what you are in the country. And less than 3 weeks from now, we're going to receive some necessity ceremony is honorable. United States Senate. Crazy Kamala, you know what I mean? She does a couple of things that a lot of people from Montana would like she wants to take over the guns. You like that, right? She wants to defund the police. Are you okay with that? She wants to allow millions of people to roll into our border. An invasion. Using an invasion process. I don't think so. I don't think that's for you. It's not for me either. It's not for most people in this country. We're going to evict crazy Kamala and we're going to get Joe Biden after the Olympics. What's he doing now? Like, what's he doing? You know, he wanted to debate. If we didn't have a debate, he'd still be there. Can you imagine if we didn't have a debate? Why did I debate him? How did he do? Do you think he's happy with the I don't think so. Not too happy. You know, they took it away from him. They really did. They took it away. The guy had 14 million votes. She had none. But I'd rather run against her. I think she's easier to beat. I really do. To make America great again. We're going to make it so great. This election is about saving our economy, ending inflation, securing our borders, restoring respect for our nation. We're no longer respecting. Preventing World War III, especially for all these young people, from being able to get them into World War III. And stopping a 1929 style depression, because that's what's going to happen. So what happens later?
It's not on your air fryer. More than just one thing. More than just air fryers. You wonder if the mission under cost line. Also technology sets about design to create magic and intuition again and again. So keen, powerful, and multifunctional is not one British flavor product.
Stop the Biden-Harris invasion of people that don't belong in our country. They're invading our country. It's interesting. Nobody really knows her last name. If you ask people, they don't want to listen. Nobody has any idea what it is. Harris. It's like Harris. I don't know how the hell did this happen. You know, they said, so we had the debate. He didn't exactly do well. And they actually said it was very nice. They said, that was one of the greatest debate performances I've ever seen. So by one person said it. Then what happens? 2 days later, they said he was lousy. They don't talk about it anymore. They just said he was lousy. And he was pretty bad. Yeah, pretty bad. But we're going to turn this country around. We're going to turn it around very fast. It's not up to the not up to Chester who thinks like he's my best friend. He's never voted for me once, and in his commercials, I love Donald Trump very much. I love his life. I the border. Against funding of the border. She voted against summer energy programs. He votes against us 100%. He's voted in favor of traditional by 100% of the time. This time. With the election, we're in the same problem. You remember, he comes out, everyone's saying, "Here's what's your policy line." He doesn't like so radically left lunatic, just like Kamala, and we got to elect him. We got to get him back. Becoming a presidential candidate, she needs to do the single interview. You know why? Because she's dumb. Single press conference. She won't hold the press conference. She won't do it. She won't do it. She just won't answer these questions. You know, the press. Look at it back there. Look at all of it. A lot of bribes. They're rigged. They're rigged. You know, I look at, I get these tough questions from the press all the time, and I look at the questions that Joe got, right? And you tonight, what would you have ice cream for dessert? No, I don't know. What fair questions are so hard, he says. No, the one that's really I won't use the questions because I'm not really accusation, awards questions. They are so nasty, they're the nastiest people I think on earth. Exact same speech over and over again. Over and over, the same exact words. One of the people put it up, like they put 6 of them up, and every single word you say, and I think there's a variety, right? My speech writers, how many of you just have one speech of this for the next 90 years, go out and just read that thing? We don't like to read teleprompters, right? It's not as much fun. It's not as exciting. It's never as good, is it? No, it's going to be like that one standard speech reading from beginning to end. You know what happened? We saw one man, we saw, how about yesterday? They said, oh, it's Shannon Crowd. The press is talking about the crowd. In Virginia, I had 107,000 people. The press never even talked about it. It's that thing. I went to South Carolina and there's 82,000 people. You go, oh, front of the Joe, look, we have many front of the Joes. You can just go all over here, look. I love that scene. You think he should take it? Well, I think so, yeah. Take it. It's great. You've got over 200, right? I know great guys like makes a lot of money, you get to make a lot of money, travels all over the country. But the president is great. We have so many people, they do so many of the rallies are great. We had a tough one 4 weeks ago, a very tough one, right? We had a very tough one. Ross, a great person for it, great firefighter, great person, really amazing man. Corey, what's up, man? It's real tough for the people. They love our country. What's the trouble? They love our country too. Really bad. They hurt. They're going to make it, and they're going to make it, and they're going to be as good as ever next year. In that whole area did a phenomenal job out of there. They thought these two would not make it, and they not only were going to be good there, but it's going to take a little bit, but they got it hard. All Kamala does is read that teleprompter off the papers. She has nothing to do with any of the disasters up there. Yeah, she's totally given up. And one of the first, she said, I want this, I want that, I want this. Now she doesn't want any of it. And then they accused me of being horrible when I questioned her. She wanted to be non-energy, and that she wants to be windmills all over the place, windmills. under our feet. Gold under our feet that they have in Saudi Arabia and rice. Totally surreal. Think of it. Totally surreal that media said she was grossly incompetent.
Water has never stopped you. You think it's positive.
Look going.
Get out there. Stop looking and start moving. Share with others. Get out there. Whether everything. And place the world. Yourself a good water.
And I said, I'm swimming to she didn't have a chance to beat you. She couldn't do anything. They wanted to get her out. They thought she should resign. Crooked Joe, but what do you like better? It doesn't matter anymore. But what do you like better? Crooked Joe or Sleepy Joe? Sleepy Joe, Crooked. Okay, ready? They're both correct. Joe, you are correct. Listen. Ready? Crooked Joe, so. What do you like better? Sleepy Joe? Sleepy Joe. She's always winning. He's a crooked guy. Well, let's think of it. If he didn't do the debate, he'd still be running. They'd be saying how great he is. He's a brilliant man, a wonderful guy, really at the top of his game. And he wasn't at the top of his game 25 years ago, I'll tell you right now. And she's worse than he is. She's worse. He's smarter than she is. But the Democrats didn't have the courage to force him off. They didn't have it. They didn't want to do what he was politically incorrect. And now the media is saying that she's wonderful. She's wonderful. The same people back there. Four of them I recognize so perfectly. Press conference, you cannot be president, okay? That's it. She isn't doing it. Remember when I used to always walk up to the press under the helicopter or under the wing of the plane that golf film with I loved it because if I didn't like their question, I could say, I can't see the helicopters. But they did many versions of it. Nobody ever did that before, you know. That was everybody copies it. So now she walks up, she'll take like a hand of plastic and she'll just, Joe was bad. Joe couldn't hear, he couldn't do anything. It was an embarrassment to that art form. That was an art form. It was an embarrassment. Kamala, sometimes referred to as Kamala, you used to get about 9 different ways of pronouncing the name. And because the press is so dishonest, no matter how you say it, they'll say you were wrong. You were wrong. I don't care if I get it right. Actually, I couldn't care less. I actually haven't been accused that I know of calling it wrong, but if I did, they'd say that you did it on purpose. And you could do that. I've done a lot of bad things where you call somebody that you know how to say the name perfectly, and you call it on purpose. They say, Susan, made a mistake. I said, no, I didn't. For her record of sad and weakness. A doctor, please. Doctor in the house. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Take your time. Take your time, Doc. Thank you very much. Thank you. We love these people. They sometimes, and then it's good stuff. It's not easy. Okay, thank you. And doctor, take your time. Good. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Thank you. Our governor says we have all the time we want. Rick says we have all. You got one of the best governors. I don't know if you know. Do they appreciate it or not? I don't know. And the governor's wife, I don't know. He's a great one. He's a great guy. We're trying to get 4 more years, so we're not going to have a country left if we don't get 4 more years. We're going to not have a country left. That's why so many people, they come and they wait for days. They wait for days, and it's tough. It's tough. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Yay! Wow. Thank you. That's great. That's really good. Incredible people.
In fact, when we looked at digital bucket, one of the challenges was that we had to use different internet providers to maybe get the market. The quality element there, we were having quite a challenge with it. Many things came in there and of that standard stuff product in the one API, and that was all about market. I think that's where something like RCS. If you look at RCS, the level of the possibility the RCS comes up so you can normally see with a normal SMS, and so you see and you just dedicated card branded, you've got the blue tick verified, and then after that you can see a logo, phone number, see the website and the email address. I think that provides a lot of value rather than just an SMS. Since we launched RCS, 40% of messages have been sent via RCS in Germany. And the delivery rate jumped up to 97.4%, which is really impressive.
Commander-in-Chief, you don't go to run and hide away from the press. You know, they go and run and they want to go on a record that's a fake record. They have a fake record, both of them. How about the new guy? I like him. And anytime you tell a story about anybody, by the way, Steve Daines, how good is he? He's one of the finest people you'll ever meet. I really mean that too. And it's an honor to be with you. You want to do it so badly because you want to save the country. We need the Senate. We need the Senate.
Go.
Such as head. I don't look into his head. I don't say he did this because he was greedy or because he was liberal and that's why he just lay out what they did. And his story speaks for itself. Addiction to the random medication. It sort of sounds like that. It sounds like the kind of control of globalization and the
Barbara meets Marga in big trouble on the Democrat side of the comments and chat. And COVID reckoning is what Kennedy policy is the pharmaceutical industry taking the task of the FDA, taking the task of the CDC, taking the task of the NIH, taking the task of that. And the analogy in a likely phase trial, you can see and gain access to the data around clinical trials, adverse events, excess deaths, vaccine company profits, lies of the toxic media, censorship that took place on Facebook, Twitter, and other social media platforms. Prominent anti-vaccine voices, as they were called at the time, that may have been censored or subject to other attacks, an area that I am personally investigating very seriously, you better believe, as a result of events last year. So a COVID reckoning is a great opportunity indeed, and Bobby Kennedy is promising one. Let me know in the comments and chat if you think this could provide, tell me seriously, do you think this could change the narrative? Whether you watch this on YouTube or whether you watch this on Rumble, now remember, be careful if you watch this on YouTube because they likely use AI to surveil those comments. So be careful down there. Be careful what spelling you're using down there. Let's have a look now at Bobby Kennedy inviting a COVID reckoning. Could this ever really happen?
You know, there's 2,200 footnotes in the book, and I invited people at the beginning of the book, all my sources in the book. I did something that had never been done before, which I put a lot of volumes next to them, so you can actually read. You can look up the sourcing. And I invited people to find problems with the book. I said, tell me what they have, and we would correct them. We would have an edition, so we had the capacity to correct anything. But nobody ever told me actual error in that book. If you read that book, it's hard to, I don't look into Anthony Fauci's head. I don't look into Bill Gates' head. I don't say he did this because he was greedy or he was manipulative. I just lay out what they did, and the story speaks for itself. And, it's a story that's been really, people have thought in really terrible, immoral, homicidal, criminals. And a decision of government that he had for 50 years without any election to clamp down the totalitarian controls that were outside its face, and that everybody now admits there was no side effect. Yesterday, the chief attorney for FDA admitted that there was no reason the admission he lost in court against documents. No reason to discourage people from taking ivermectin. Ivermectin was a very, very devastating tool for COVID, literally obliterated COVID. And, by depriving people of ivermectin, many people got diseases or died. And they were cured from COVID from day one. It was literally from the first. But they didn't want that. They wanted the vaccine. And it was a little nonsense for them. But they were so you cannot issue an emergency use authorization for a vaccine. If this thing remedy that has already been approved for many years. So they would think that I've got 4 grants and 25 existing things because it's fairly something that's not interesting and accepted. The whole vaccine market was looking at it. And so there was no fear of the vaccine. And people products that was not properly advised that's how my writers
And we've seen so many things now from there, like one of these goes, and we never saw anything like this before. Like now, this is the athletes were dying in the field, and we were getting down hundreds a month now. And then it's, you know, and there still has to be a reference in the mainstream media that hasn't caught up with science. But the science is out there now, and it's devastating.
The mainstream media have not only not caught up with the science, but they're ignoring the science because they're vested interest in ensuring that the truth doesn't get out. Because the reckoning required around COVID is a type of reckoning that unravels entire systems. It's pretty fascinating to have a figure like Bobby Kennedy so adjacent to the mainstream, because otherwise you can't publicly talk about something that many of us have seen with our own eyes. Like, I've been watching sport in one way or another most of my life, not to an excessive degree, but enough to notice that it appears that more people are suddenly collapsing than used to. I'm not a statistician or expert in demographics or data analysis, but I know that during the pandemic period, mortality overall did not increase. It increased in the post-pandemic period. What conclusions could be drawn from that? I'm not an expert in media, but I know the stories around vaccine injury were repressed and controlled, and I personally recall how vehemently the various media organisations just in my country, say the radio I was listening to, the TV that I would watch, advocated for taking the vaccine. That they created the idea that by taking the vaccine you're not only protecting yourself, but it is necessary in order to protect other, more vulnerable people. You know that in the last year or so, that kind of argument slipped away. You might remember hospitals that were filled, that we were told would be filled, and never were. You might remember the videos of apparently overwhelmed medical staff that had time to work on colonoscopy and stuff. But what is at the forefront of this are the sets of interests that we've always known are able to subvert what's called republics or democracy, essentially run according to the will of the people. What we can see is how the pharmaceutical industry, the organisation, the regulator, the media, and the government are able to work together to ensure that facts are ignored, overwhelmed, accepted, elevated to the level of truth. What we can do is invite, like we were with 9/11 or the assassination of JFK, kind of put it into the back of your mind, don't think about it really, don't think about the fact that see that New York Times cover, or the New York Times with a New York cover, and the sports goal dressed head to toe in TVE, under the headline, that's still sports bracket, it's completely normalised. Probably look on an event that is likely to have hundreds of millions of people. Kamala herself on stage on numerous occasions played that 220 million people have died. I'm sure if we could skip of the currency, like we would done, that we have some of the words that come ambling and spilling out of that portal. But the fact is this, that an impression is created of the nature of the crisis that is premature, hysterical, in order to legitimize the body of regulation. And as Charlie already said, when interesting words, no experience is required. The government benefit, and the climate benefit, and the tech benefit, and the business benefit, then the biggest world transfer in history, then there's no requirement for a shadowy room or a ceremony to Moloch, the evil owl god, although increasingly I'm beginning to think that such things are a possibility. Bobby Kennedy's movement into the mainstream, albeit an alliance with Trump, is a seismic shift in his election. Let me know if you agree in the comments and chat. Remember to like and subscribe, and we stream on Rumble every single day. Be sure and join us there. We can't continue to bring you this beautiful content without the support of our partners. The war against free speech is in full swing. We are the vanguard, bravely fighting back. Rumble's the home of this channel, Stay Free, and a leader in defending the fundamental human right of free speech. They've joined X to sue a cartel of advertisers and ad agencies who conspire to block ad revenue from going to the platforms. Recently, they've launched Rumble Premium. This, I think, is going to be a game changer for all of us. It's an ad-free viewing experience with great perks second of my content. Why don't you upgrade to Rumble Premium today? Support my free speech and the free speech of other content creators on this platform. Please go to Rumble now, rumble.com/premium, and if you use the code BRAND, you'll save $10, and Rumble will be aware that our stream is creating great content. So that's rumble.com/premium, and do use the code BRAND to save $10. By the way, there's a link there at the bottom of the screen now. We're posting in the chat. Join up. Hey, thanks for watching. If you want to see more uncensored content where free speech can flow, join our live stream. Click the link right here to watch the next video. If you want to, and become a member of the growing. Download the bundle, and you'll be informed every time we make a new YouTube content. Stay free.
Initially, you cannot get better than this. With the Muslim base, optimism, partnership, polygon, partnership, easily reliable, high throughput nodes. And you sign up on the Rise.io right now, and you start subscribing your project. You will be able to start for $0. You cannot just get your team going. All you get $0. You also get special endpoints that actually your death by 80+. These special are missing endpoints. For example, you get price, so you get 80 double price. You also get the double transactions, so you can get any transaction history for any wallet or warning. So you can do something like this. For example, by because when you show, please know that transaction history. So, those are actually the links that you know right now. Click it, sign up, and let's work together. If you want a good deal, even on the big plans, well, contact the support or we pick you up. Click right now, see you at Morales.io.
Hypogas. Show power to prosper the gospel.
The Lord said we are in this fight, and there's no weapon formed against you will prosper. But you gotta fight. If you don't fight, you don't win. You're willing to be victorious, but if you don't, you cannot be victorious if you don't fight. So as the Israelis are to the world, to the natural, we are to be to the supernatural. We are in spiritual as well. Live like it. Fight the good fight.
The Dragon's Prophecy is unlike any book he's ever written. Tells from I have never, it's kind of amazing for me to think about it, but I have never written a book focusing on Israel and the end times, and the end times in general. I mean, I speak about prophetic things that are to happen, but this is the first time. And in fact, I was working on the sequels that Jim DeGoss interrupted me and said, no, I actually saw a dragon in my head, and that was the beginning of the Dragon's Prophecy. This is the only book where I'm actually writing it, I'm working on it, and things are happening, it's happening in the world what I'm writing. So I had to keep on coming back to the book and rewriting because it kept happening. It's also the only book where I'm so much attack. I'm writing about, but I'm writing about the dragon revelation, the flood gets Israel. And as I'm writing it, a flood comes in and sputters everything. Then a second flood, right? Then a third flood. Then three kings in the flood. And it prays. It's a total spiritual. Yeah, it's all total spiritual, and that's a good sign. To me, I'm glad he's saying it is a good sign. The enemy doesn't want God's people to read it and to know it and to see it. So that's a good sign. So it's what if there was, I mean, everyone watching, there's a real spiritual war behind it. We're all part of it. Every single person on earth is part of it. And if you're a believer, even more so. And also the war is not only between Israel and the world, but it's also the church, and it's also each of our lives. The enemy is warning against the same way. So he's going to open up revelations about that as well, how to overcome. And one thing, there's one mystery here, I'm sure we'll get to it, but actually they enable us to know exact events yet to come, down to when exactly they're going to happen. And it's not a surprise, Jonathan, you've been facing massive spiritual warfare, because when we're talking about Israel, we're touching the apple of God's eye. And a lot of these can be linked back to October 7th, and that Hamas massacre of 1,200 Israelis. Tell us about the time in this book to the October 7th massacre and more between Israel and Hamas. Yeah, well, the first thing is that literally I was sharing, how many academics are one of the students of this, and the mystery ordained, this mystery ordained, that it's not only there. It would happen, it would happen in 2023, it would happen in 2027. It happened on a Sabbath day. It happened on a Hebrew holy day. It would take place on the first Saturday of October. I'm sharing this mystery that on October 6th, that Friday night, next morning it happens. People are listen. This is what I'm saying. This is no accident, and this is even unbelievable to tell us more. This goes back to the mystery of the dragon, and there is a force of people, and some people are fine with believing in God, but not the enemy. You cannot explain Hitler without the enemy. You cannot explain Jewish history, without that entity. And a lot of us, the dragon is a fallen angel, and he exists to stop the purpose of God, to destroy the purpose of God. Then on the other hand, you have God's agent people who are there to fulfill the purpose of God, to bring God's purpose into the world. So what are you going to have? When you have that, but one and one, you're going to have. And so what we saw on October 7th is part of the ancient war. We kind of rise up and we have our generation. But it's part of the ancient war that's been going on in one form or another. And it makes no sense. In the natural, you cannot explain it. The natural, it doesn't matter. In the world where we have no Jewish people, there's hatred for Jewish people. You got ancient times, medieval times, modern times, and it keeps changing. In some ways it's about we're against the Jewish people themselves. We're against the Jewish people themselves. We're against them because they have no business as well. We're against them because they have Israel. That's not this is a spiritual thing that we're all involved in. But if anything, you can only do it just Jewish existence. Show existence of God, its testimony. It can also testify to the existence of the enemy. So you got this war, and then you have this vision of this dragon who makes war against this woman who has a crown with 12 stars to the top of Mexico. And that the thing is, it's amazing because it's not only it's to come in Revelation, but actually things from Revelation are even stronger now because the war is happening right now as well. It's amazing mystery that affect all of this amazing action of writings. Talk about the devil, that guy, that's what they talk about the devil as well. They think Jesus Jonathan so much. They talk about the devil a lot. They're talking about our souls, but the ancient church writings, creating Jesus also talked about the enemy. Here we are in 2024, and here is again the witness for war against Israel. It makes no sense. You think after a thing like that, God wants Israel.
That is not natural. And the thing is that there's a reason, because Islam is against, opposes, he's against the Jewish people first. So there is a mystery here, and then this is something, and it's going to be, it can be kind of a stunning thing, and that is that. I mean, I don't judge it, but the thing is that we pray for all people God is for wants us to love people. But sometimes the enemy is imitating, he's a stop. So what if God's going to resurrect his ancient people and bring them back to his kingdom, the enemy is going to have his own resurrection, and he's going to bring back an ancient people. And the ancient people are the ancient enemies of Israel. And they're called the Philistines or the Philistines. And these were because they swept over and they invaded Israel. And they were like Goliath, Samson, sort of all that is the Philistines. So what would happen if he would resurrect his people? He has resurrected his people. And it's not about the people, they don't know what they're doing. But we call them the Palestinians. Palestinian means Philistine. It never means that. And then the basic thing, there's so much to this, they're actually replaying the ancient mystery without knowing it. The thing is that when Israel first came to land, it was looked like a Pharaoh's inscriptions, each time Israel. After that is when the word Philistine comes in on the Pharaoh's inscription. They come to the world together. And so when Israel came back, so the enemy starts resurrecting. When Israel starts to have the ancient enemies inside this conflict, and starts spreading the Arabic language. And then, in fact, the word, and you know what the word is? I mean, you would know, but the word for Philistine in Arabic, the word is Philistine. That's how you say Palestinian. That's how you say it's Philistine. That's how you say it. It's real obvious. The thing is that so at the same moment, Israel's coming back in 1948. There's this other resurrection that has now touched the entire world. And this is a part of the Dragon's War.
And folks, the book is called, if you're listening to this fascinating breakdown by the one and only Rabbi Jonathan Cahn, the book is called The Dragon's Prophecy, Israel, the Dark Resurrection, and the End of Times. It's a must-read for such a time as this. And Jonathan, I think it's fascinating how history kind of repeats itself. As you said, the Palestinians today live in the territory in Gaza in particular, in which the ancient Philistines, Israel's ancient enemies,
Yes, it was called Philashet in the Bible. It's called Philistia. And it was strip of land there. And now here's the thing, people don't realize. Gaza was there. We know that. Gaza is this ancient city of the Philistines. But the Gaza Strip, you know when it just came back? 1948. Israel came back and they went to their land. But all of a sudden, all these Palestinians are coming back, and also the population triples and quadruples, and now it's like 10 times what it was. It's all happening when Israel comes back. So if God is bringing the Jewish people to their homeland, the enemy's bringing, they don't know it, their pawns, bringing the Philistines to their ancient homeland. And so it's amazing. So, and from that land, for Israel in ancient times, this was a land they feared because evil would come from it.
No doubt. And it was a collision course then, and it is a collision course today. By the way, where can we get the book?
The book, The Dragon's Prophecy, is everywhere. There are books from Walmart to Amazon to every bookstore. Close online, you can get it right now. Great people get it for also for their families, people who don't know what they want, who need to know.
And Jonathan, you're right. You've unpacked this a little bit so far, but
it's very well known that the early steps of gathering the Jews back to Israel with the young Christians had a tremendous part. And yet, sometimes they tell me I support this thing or that thing, different kinds of organization. My challenge to these friends, maybe one of them, is that the best way to bless Israel is to this is what our people truly need. Since we've received those three scrolls of Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel that were handwritten in Poland in part of the 20th century, survived the Holocaust, finally made their way back to Israel. For us, it's something very emotional. Yes, we read them, particularly for us these days we're meditating on Ezekiel 47. We drive on, they've come together. They've gathered, there's flesh on them, look around us. In the state of Israel, this is happening. And so the first part
But the prophecy of Ezekiel was fulfilled to competition. Now we're at the cusp of the spiritual revival. And I'd like to ask you, you want to stand on the sidelines as God is moving so mightily in this tiny country among a small group of people, or you will take part as God is going to bless the world once again from Israel and with you standing with us in this dance. With you rise up with us in prayer and partnership. Believe in God's promises of redemption and join hand in hand, proclaiming the hope of Yeshua and become one perfect.
The dragon's prophecy reveals an ancient mystery behind October.
Yes. What happened in ancient times? See, the thing is that, and again, it's not the people, we got to pray for all people, but it's this mystery that's overtaking this people, and it's conforming them into the image of the ancient Philistines, step by step. And so the ancient Philistines were a warlike people. They put all things into war. They hated Israel. The Bible speaks about it. Yeah, the Bible speaks about behavior. They trained their children from youth to be soldiers. Remember Sir David Goliath? They said, well, Goliath has been a man of war since his youth. They had troops. It's all happening. And the thing is that, what did they do? In ancient times, they would invade Israel. They would launch raids on Israel. Israeli villages. And they would launch it from the Gaza Strip, or from which is actually such a little thing. And so it's in terms of the atrocities nearly 3,000 years ago. This is and it was happening again today in 2023. God, if you want to understand it, you're what's happening. God, good God, and the thing is that actually so these raids. Back to the Gaza Strip. We're watching this most recently broadcast. But it's one of the strange words that has a unique prophecy or talking to matters like this. And so this is the word it means evil, violence, and destruction. So it shows Yes. And by the way, a big question for me, the big one that went to Revelation 12, and linked to Hamas October 7th, Well, okay, it's amazing because it's always the other thing that's happening and we see it with the process of right now there are somehow flashpoints that don't talk about Revelation is now Revelation the one who persecuted and we were persecuted also says he had a rage against Israel and against that's what that was. It was the day of the dragon's rage against Israel.
But the thing is that the city's like launched a flow, specifically launched a flow out of this town to flow away the water. Now, if you're trying to flow away that water to the rocks that draws you, well, this was also a flow that came from. But the thing is actually what happened on October 7th as a code. The house is called the Fortune the flood came upon them. And this is a story where Eric and I enjoyed this. It's not and that is that it's a story we learned as children, which actually has a secret here. And that is the story of Samson. The story of Samson, the Philistines take an Israelite captive, they get captive down to they put him on display. I like that over there. They rejoice over it. I like that over there. Have a celebration, a festival. And then, as the festival's happening, it's that new story. Samson pushes and he strikes down the Philistines and what they makes the news because now we have the Israelites being taken to Gaza. And it's actually a festival. And it's almost like an ancient revenge that they're trying to use to get people to come out. What happened is now they start to festival. It's about Israel. It's festival. It's about joy, spirit up. So it's like Israel from the heart of Torah. And the other thing is that it says that the number of people that were slaves, it says about 3,000. The IDF identified the invaders on October 7th. It said it was about 3,000. So it's not going to be this but this fall. That you serve the decade between you methods of
some fun. I'll take my cap. Under the guise of fighting. It's just a lot of this stuff is very technical, very complicated. I pledge, so I'm not going to throw it, but listen, what they're doing with and X as this haven for Steve, actually it's a behavioral data collection for the sisters. Standing out of the capture, I look at things and the one way knowledge. And so that again, alleged free speech, Twitter, actually, it's a behavioral data collection for the system. The standardized algorithm capture, every day in my situation, because they communicate with each other without manipulating influence, manage, control in some capacity by an algorithm. You post something on the internet, it's only going to reach certain people based on what the algorithm thinks, how the algorithm values what you're saying. There's arbitrary, a little politics.
that's built into the algorithm creates your value for you. Your rates have no value in the real world. They only have value insofar as how you perceive the value. It's really trying to realize this is what you do on the platform. This is the problem. This is the problem. Not am I going to feel like it's safe, but how do you feel it's safe? And again, I know, it's private companies. They're using their networks. They're using their infrastructure. I know. I shouldn't even be complaining. But I know that for me. I get it. I just disagree. I think we can say. I think we can still say. Actually, it's a behavior data modeling operation that uses the resistance standardized algorithm to capture the frequency of the erotic information. In other words, that's the it's a Trojan horse. Seeking in the algorithm model. The algorithm model for communication amongst other things, is a key. You see how it just ushered this stuff in whilst putting us to another problem as a red herring. No, it's not the fact that we use algorithms to control who and speak to. It's the fact that there's free speech and we should be concerned what we can say, what we can't say. When we're pushing communication you see a collaboration of that. It makes them seem like they're right. It makes them seem like they're good. They go for speech. Let them perceive it. You see it's good. It's not how they back the because of what it really is. It's absolutely crazy. I'm just this stuff. We've been on an hour and a half, and we haven't even gotten to the AI health situation yet. I don't know. Oh boy. This week, I got 2 more seconds for just you. Okay. We're going to talk about inflation and everything tied into the rest of the world. Thank you for following. Let's see. Check slides here to check. So I'm going to come down to check this. Okay, this is by John Deliver. Let's see the good. One is with a space background. So, everybody engineer. All of a sudden, talk about World War II, questioning historicity. All of a sudden, people are talking about recovery because we decide the legacy of the war. And all of the same legacy equals the left, right, there, politics of the U.S. government. All of a sudden, everyone wants to talk about the JFKs. One section, historicity as derailed today. Keep the public's mind, political ecology, please, within the frame of anachronistic political, economic systems that do not properly interpret the supermodern machinations of the 21st century information age / technological society. Steel, and so on. Preconceived notions, false presuppositions that limit their ability for the preconceived influence from the passive existential transition that is current under political times. Yeah. But 7 sentences describe what this idea of 20th century historicity where we focus on 20th anachronism, consequently, tell you all happening. hear endless stats and boxing battles over the significance of colleges, good speech, and accountability for seeds and effective technology and the Constitution. Stats. This type of frame, this political frame enters the political economic system that cannot properly interpret the super 21st century information age that technology society other things. This is the world that surrounds revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised. Scott Hannon had said in the past. In fact, no, the revolution will be live streamed via algorithm. The revolution will be posted on social media via algorithm. The revolution will be experienced through small devices of technology brought to you by the big five amongst them. Yes, the revolution won't be done because the television is an anachronistic device. Or just like communists. The requirement is really important to talk about the debates, the perspective. So I know about politics, the universal things, architecture, and identity programs. Shaping the public's world through amplified messaging and symbols, images that engineer and modify their understanding of reality. That's the political social factor. This mediated force by algorithm and repetition and iteration influences the formation of the individual's knowledge, judgments, and self-construct. What do I mean? Knowledge, judgment, and self-construct. The things you know that are gathered algorithm, interact for long durations with heavy repetition every single day. Shaping what you know, your epistemology, data group about judgments, how you think through what you're seeing. The judgments you know. And of course, self-construct, because identity is formed through the system. You have the Whig-Man identitarian movement, you have the Black liberation movements, the Pan-African movements, the ADOS movements, you have the progressive leftist wokeism movements, you have all of these fine lines that are algorithmically constructed through this very designed knowledge, judgment, self-construct diagram. Most people do not read outside of legacy information and social media. All algorithmic structures of knowledge engineering, by the way. And that was easy to say some of these people that believe in algorithm too. But it's not an intelligence thing. It's an emotional action to say identity, race, self-construct that is projected onto a group, a political party, some type of dynamic of concepts like, I don't know, true. Hence, with all this being said, politics as towards architecture and identity programming, hence the absurdity and unrepeatable nature of polls, public opinion, conventional wisdom, mainstream views, and of course, populism, and of course, voting. All these ideas are aggregates of a paradigmatic engineered population. When you think of polls, when you think of populism, what's popular? You think what's popular is what's good, what's right, what's authentic, what's relevant, what's accurate. What's popular is just the representation of the hypothetical. So this undermines
public opinion. The whole concept of conventional wisdom isn't wise. It's filled with trends and meanings. The conventional wisdom today is meaning. They don't mean something aside from its structure and policy. The people out there are making informed decisions to go out and vote on the ballot. Do you think that's actually valuable in the majority? How many guys in humanity who are very intelligent, very wise, and knowledgeable, and know how to, articulate or dissect different issues? I'm not saying you got it. I'm speaking to this general kind of swath of board population. Because if people think they're going to be a black college and don't do that, what's the point? The first part is understanding college and understanding it's a lot of BS. And what we have here are three key issues. Anachronistic thinking, red herring, let's talk about the historicity of World War II. What is that? I was right about to get it. Really good. Let's get into the GFJ documents. Really good time to start off the CIA and how it is against the intelligence agents. The public wants what you feel. Governments are controlling everything and just the good guy. Right hand. And then, of course, some esoteric stuff is what I call subconscious wisdom. Esoteric mental association. And this is something that more spiritual and something that's a little bit more medical abstract. But I find it interesting. I guess it's the irony of this, right? I'll read down here. World War I, World War II, there's all this we talk about, right? It's kind of brought to the surface, right? And its dependence on World War I, World War II, its dependence on the Industrial Revolution. It wouldn't have been what they were without chemistry, mathematics, computer engineering, regards to that project, as well as computer technology that was World War II. It's clearly it's an element of the future. That was World War III for developing the moment. It allowed the fourth industrial revolution. And so I find it interesting now, we're all of a sudden talking about the old world, but in fact, we're experiencing an updated version of those times. As far as technology is concerned, it's the same organizations, people groups, factions, cars involved. So for me, there's like a self-conscious esoteric wisdom, almost like you can look at it like a story, like an association with it. Maybe look back in the past, but it's actually what we're doing now is really very strange. There's something that happening on the subconscious or the unconscious level. At the spiritual level, I'd say. Interesting. It's just an interesting and when we think of this fourth industrial revolution as far as what we're especially in Gaza, and we've got several shows, and obviously it's aside from genocide and influence, it's very similar to what we saw in Hiroshima, very similar to what we saw it's the same concept. As ritual sacrifice on the back of technological development, what we see aside from the cleansing is, I think, progressive and development of what we technology. This is a group of people that can move from the face of the earth and learn to develop new types of technology that we created that are totally existent for humankind. As well as those drawing some type of world power by a certain group that shall not be mentioned. So with that, he had AI predictive analytics, sensing capabilities, mass network connectivity and communication systems, and all the development of that. Empowered to kill and quit. So it's also what we're seeing now. Capturing the conspiracy theory subject JFK, 9/11, to how it got deep state, evolution, capturing the conspiracy coming back to the French society, and all this stuff is coming back. Very interesting. Fascinating. Let's see what's going on. Alright, I appreciate you. Full house. Let's continue. We just beginning to cook. Just beginning to cook. Technology. Artificial intelligence, are you ready for this? Are you ready to go into this? I'm ready for this. I'm ready to go. Okay. Okay. Acceleration happening, the acceleration of technology that's going back, all the growth lines, what we're seeing, social culture, this is the last domination that's happening in the international China, transition into those two societies. But this is what so let's start off. So now, so how much you guys know what happened? Ever since we did that show, this has to be back then, and we did that back then, right after this stuff. So it's the progression. Start showing all this all the hard shows, all the sub sheets like this vice president, third party, it's a cyber effective third party. It's this aspect of third party, it's essentially to address policy. So now, here's this Shanahan at 5. So especially when it doesn't tell you you're responsible. It's like we're going to make America healthy again. Tell us what that means.
Health again is admitting the fact that we have the highest chronic health disease rate of any nation, and we spend $4.6 trillion on healthcare. It doesn't seem to be giving us anywhere. So it's really asking hard questions of why is our healthcare system not delivering healthy people?
First off, the healthcare system isn't supposed to deliver health. This is a technical problem. I understand. We're going to deliver the sick and coverage, just we're going to do the medicine. We're going to fight so much to provide public health system, which is a biotech population. So this is still part of the foundation. When they're changing things up, it's some of your words, it's serious.
We know that there's a huge amount of collusion and a huge amount of corruption in our agencies. We're going to decouple that. We're going to decouple big pharma from our government agencies that are responsible for delivering healthy results to people.
This is slightly just like this is slightly these people also let's focus on them screwing everybody. It's all their fault. Aggressive. Instead of pointing out the fact that they don't know how to do this self-education, it's a warning on those future. It's just make them count for them. And it's not continue this type of suicide. This is just what
We're going to stop censoring scientists that are telling us the causes of these diseases. We're not going to just whack-a-mole these diseases anymore. We're going to get to the root causes of them.
We're not going to whack-a-mole. No, we're not just going to spit all types of chemicals based pharmaceuticals at you. We're going to into the biometrics and figure out exactly what's happening. That's what we're going to do. Out biometrics. We're going to have to
and we're going to be honest with people, and we're going to help them guide themselves into health. We're going to fix our food supply chain once and for all. We're going to fix dirty water once and for all. You know, Robert F. Kennedy cleaned up the Hudson. He's cleaned up a whole water system. And there are many other systems in this country that we know that if we had an opportunity to, we could clean up all the PFAS and toxins that we know are making us sick. And we're going to see those health results turn around in a matter of, I think we do it in 6 months.
She gets so she just has this vague speech about it. She just seems like one of those the point is, she comes at the analysis with this study because something, well, that's not wrong, but whenever you think there are people I understand that person. These are don't care thing to work with you. They're doing with a pension of their illness. I was praying to the love of Jesus. And say, how did you deal with this? It's in my ears right now. See? The system. It's only validated for those
give us all of these rules because they're going to fix, you know, you can't come in and fix what everybody else screwed up. We want you to fix what everybody screwed up and changing the paradigm. Getting away from digitization, electrification, turning humans into digital things, virtual boxes, such that you can manipulate things in a way no one has any idea about. But that's the great things about that they just yes. Step this is the and something does. This is the it's hard to listen to. I got a couple pictures and gas on the that's the thing, I can say a lot of good stuff. Hey, no, man, you're going to fix the water, you do a lot of these things. But it's kind of like, if we're going to fix it, but you got to take this whole thing out. That's very once everybody buys, I think they really stick. It's over. It's over. It's done. There's no going back. If we could go back to what the license of government children, you think we could just go back to social media because we did what they could do? Yeah. This stuff is re-engineering how you operate in the world. Think about it every day. I mean, big branding focus on the PPS, so Fox Sports, Fox Sports. This is what we talked a little bit about what she said was a Fox Sports. So what is a Fox Sports? It's a Fox Sports. There's a video which we go governance communication, we go focusing on accountability. Focusing on regulations, so go to the system. We're just going to be more secure. We're going to make it more transparent. We're going to be right for them to do it. So there's just a lot of things people are talking about. Government. We think about that. Government. Pure transparency, real time value perspective. Okay, watching that this is the Foxy War. The Foxy War is the big bad corporations actually the big she talks about weights, another aspect. She says the corporations will want to there's so much weight, there's so much gold, and let's speak to it. Efficiency. So I teach you that going through until you example developing over time as evidence that these concepts of efficiency, instrument, into the educated individual. Then as the big stuff up, I just got my best rational, reason, and good evidence and truth. Besides my idea such that that's been in the way that people do. And not as long as it's that I know, but I'm trying my best to put together things. When we're talking about race, that's what we're talking. Too much race, too much failure in the process. That is what efficiency. That is kind of the foundation of it. That's what we importance of efficiency. That's the goal to avoid. So it's production of big quality products accountability. Like the accountability, so how do you make people accountable, being surveilled, what you do. Now, education don't make people focus. People lifestyle, they love it. But people think, I never do that sometimes. And you just look around, it's not very fun to have a system. It's so fun. They like that. say genetics, of course, not just your lifestyle environment. So it's really just like health. So the thing here is what you get screwed over by big pharma, they destroy you, and guess what? We're going to fix it. We're going to fix it with what? With our new technology. We're going to be efficient. We're going to hold you accountable. But there is a cost. Give you money. Give you business. Give you the power. Never anything. Well, because they have a good person. Human person. You just have naturalist, culturalist, artist, all about the health. Security. It's the person. The more you love it, the more you're a person. A life, a purpose, a meaning, ambition, wants, desire, goal, experience, objective proven. All of that is pure faith. Just like faith, managers the values what they say based on its power, politics, arbitrary design. It will be the same thing about personal faith. Personal awareness. No change that you give it a place. You are a person that values and you guide this whatever I can send you today, whatever cycles I can send you now. What does this program tell us about your business? I don't care what you tell us about your business, we have the data. Objective analytics tell us that we cannot revalue the data for the difficult business. We value the data. Personal opinion, your own personal experience, your own personal subjectivity, your own values. That is the data set, and that value is the unique value, power, ability, industry, technology, state, corporation, income, pure, purpose. This is the system these people are working. I don't care what they say about the church, I don't care what they say about the world. It's the absolute paradigm, the scientific paradigm. Especially in science. In the scientific paradigm, epistemology, the ontology of the body, the ontology of humanity, the epistemology of being, regarding biological function, the disregard for human subjectivity, Smith. All of these things are poorly transited. We move towards post-human, that we lose what we would call today as human. Thank you. How do you get there again? She said, we're going to fix this in 6 months. 6 months. Word? What? 6 months? You're going to fix 100 plus years of industrial revolution in fodder and destabilization in 6 months? Wonder how. Yeah, come on, man. Let me Alright, let me get moving. Yeah, help me move. Now, let me remind you of this. We can play this out for the better. Remember this. It's very important. She said,
days, I developed, in my tech days, I developed AI-powered software to automate a affordable legal services? Well, guess what? The CDC and research institutions have the data we need. We can apply technology to figure out environmental factors. We can figure out what's making us sick. We just have to ask the right questions, do the right research, and apply
The right questions, research, yeah, we just need to. That's it. She said that. We just
and the right tools. So here's
the right tools. That's the bioeconomics, biosecurity, and bioeconomics. At the same time, we got the tools. We got the tools. We just need to go to the unfortunately, with that, and we need your cooperation.
So here's how the Kennedy-Shanahan ticket is going to end the chronic epidemic. One is focused on ending the corporate capture of our regulatory agencies. I am going to assemble the best technologists and scientists in the world, and we will use the latest in AI and computation to examine the health records databases and those in the nation who are ultimately quest to solve chronic disease. We will health concerns with
listen to the language. We will find the answers. We will find them through massive amounts of data.
In weeks, not decades. We can if we have access to those data. It is time to move out of the dark ages of medicine. We can solve the mysteries guarded by corporate influence. From band-aid solutions, and we can end this chronic disease epidemic. I believe that.
Yeah, I love the purple one too. Now even noticing, yeah, purple fusion synthesis, black, blue, yellow, purple. Choosing body. Just like what about it? Is she the symbol? Is she the symbolic embodiment of the synthesis? Woman. AI engine. She's literally the synthesis of the
it's really interesting. Before I took the offer to do this job, I spoke with some of Bobby's family members. They reached out to me. One of them, we had a mutual friend, and then the other reached out through a mutual friend. And these are individuals that are in DC, so they're part of, they're on payroll. And
I'm showing you this to show you the dialect, right? They're on the payroll, they're the bad guys. It's the left, they're kind of the bad guys. They don't want to come in because they are going to save the world. It's such a great build-up. It's so fun. The sad part is all this stuff.
Scout, and they're like, what is it going to take for you to not take this offer? So I said, I'll be totally honest and let your viewers know. I said, look, we've got to bring back product liability for vaccine manufacturers.
We don't have to reevaluate and completely remove the entire doctrine as pseudoscientific theory. Allow them to continue the ability. I would argue enslaving technology. They're able to sneak it in. Righting the wrong and appearing heroic in process, appearing honest, truthful, altruistic, presenting this air of good. Massive.
Gotta bring that back. He said, okay, let me see if I can get this done. Product liability for vaccine manufacturers. We've got to bring that back. He said, okay, let me see if I can get this done.
reverts. 15 hours later, I hear, yeah, I mean, I can't, never gonna happen. And it's really, like, who do you talk to? Like, who did you talk to have that conversation? Like, where does one go within the organization to have that conversation? And he said, it's unclear to me, but from the people I talk to who claim that they know, it just can't happen. And so they're sheltering the individuals that are ultimately making the decisions. And, even Bobby's family, I would say, they don't really know who's making the decision, but they acquiesce to the structure.
Now, she's not talking about the structure. We're talking about the actual science. She's talking about the business model as far as structure. It's just a bad individual. He's still at home. It's not doctors who do it. You go to the character, redhead. Wasn't it really red hair? Or red? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that was a different country. But I always get this memory of this little, redhead dude that was always blamed. Yeah, nothing to do. He didn't know what was going on. Was that Steve Dude? Yeah, but I mean, anything. Careful starting to that. See, for the vision, I'm reading my notes on that. Focusing on the truth. Let's focus on the individual, a particular business corporation, which only goes for money. If there's a bigger system that's going to shaggy. The Puppy and Scooby-Doo. See, that was the pup one. I used to watch that. I actually really like the Puppy and Scooby-Doo. So, I like that. Captain Caveman. Let's not get started on the nostalgia. We can be here for hours. But I watched this in Captain Caveman. Captain Caveman. Come on, let me get this started. Let's go. Alright. What's next? Now, check this out. We're continuing with the hot and medical help. We're going to fix America and make everybody healthy. Got up on stage with Donald Trump a little while back about making America healthy again. And he is deputizing it. And you're going to make America healthy again. So when you get in there, if Donald Trump is fortunate enough to be reelected, how are you going to strangle the food industry so that it can't poison the children? And how are they going to strangle the pharmaceutical industry so it can't poison the people? Because I'd rather go up against the CIA than take on big food and big pharma. That is not going to be easy. What's your point?
No, it's not going to be easy. But, the regulatory agencies were set up to do exactly that, and now they're doing exactly the opposite. And I've litigated on these issues, Jesse, against NIH, against CDC, against FDA, when you litigate against these agencies, you get a PhD in corporate capture and how to unravel it. And I understand exactly what we need to do. We need to take the $42 billion budget of NIH, which is now being used for a new pharmaceutical product.
You guys see the video. Come on. Is this the problem? Is the money the issue? You see, we need to focus on how the money's working and who's responsible for it. Sometimes I wish I was wrong about stuff because I can't help but feel like, why are these people like this? Why? Come on, bro, that's not the issue, man. Of course, that's the problem. Sure, corporate capture, basic flaws and elements of money can't know like that. Actually focusing staying away from their bodies with this crazy science, with this crazy technology. Speaking of that, now this is the very long time. It was pay attention to that. Solution. We got the blockchain technologies, AI systems, advanced data collection, mixed with the devices and all types of new sophisticated technology.
Our ability to
And it said we need to figure out what's causing it. We need to name names. We need to say, whose high-fructose corn syrup is linked to the obesity epidemic, establish the science behind that. And once we have approved science out there, the litigators come in and we'll solve the problem.
So you are going to tackle the root causes. That's interesting. I remember someone else was responsible for root causes, and I didn't really get to the bottom of it. I like that plan. I hope the plan works.
Yeah. Now one more, and it's kind of hard to get through. I got to play the clips as evidence that real up this thing, write all of this stuff down, concepts like easy and other clips and cultural elements, tie it all in, then you play the patience. You don't need to allow. This is about the uniparty. I'm going to show you guys what they're telling you. Uniparty, synthesis. Also, third option, getting people to still buy your federal politics. No longer the two-party system, but it's a three-party system. Trust it this time. And it's whole idea of a synthesis. Libertarian, independent, centrists with the rightist, conservative technocrats. But really, it's no different than neoliberals, neocon convergence, which we talked about years ago, which is a bunch of neoliberals, a bunch of neocons get together with technology.
He's going to give you a real position, and what do you know of what that position might be?
Oh yeah, we're not talking about a particular position for me in the government. What the agreement was about, it's about a unity party, and identifying our party for their certain objectives, and this will allow me to continue to disagree with President Trump on issues that I don't agree with him on, and him to disagree with me. The issues that we agreed on were ending war, ending the censorship of the surveillance state, and ending this war on our children. The chronic disease epidemic, which is now disabled about 60% of American children. When my uncle's president was 60.
I don't want to hear anything this guy got to say about children until he says that he's going to eliminate the schedule. And I'm not even going to say it, but that's why I will never let anything be said. He wants to talk about chronic disease. Chronic disease does not require cures. Chronic disease requires management. Chronic disease requires surveillance and therapy and scaling of technologies. Man, miss me with this.
Percent of American kids have chronic disease. Americans. Today it's 60%. When my uncle was president, we spent zero of our budget on chronic disease. Today we spent $4.3 trillion. It's the biggest budget item. It's the biggest cost to our country, and it is at 77% of our kids.
See how it's always about money. It's always about corruption. It's waste and this, that. It always gets back to accountability and efficiency that will be solved by way of more data and how to managed and understood through a type of vision design, because AI gives you vision of things you can't see outside of the data. Those are the solution. We just need to organize all of this and transfer it to blockchain. These guys, and again, I hope I'm wrong. And I'll admit I'm wrong if such happens. But these guys are literally bringing in AI-based blockchain, biodigital convergence, full spectrum technology on the back of safety and security. It's so wild to see this happen.
And are not eligible for military service because they're so sick and so disabled. This is just one our country. There's no other nation in the world that has this chronic disease burden. We've got to end it. We know what it's coming from. It's coming from toxic food. It's coming from we have 1,000 ingredients in our food script that are illegal in Europe.
True. A lot of it is toxic food. So we just get back to the old traditional ways of planning our own food. Living it off the land and being healthy and living how it used to be. Without blockchain, without biological innovation technology, without it, if he was talking like that, I probably wouldn't be out there a little bit. But again, it's all coming with strings. virtual digital strings that you cannot see.
Yeah. Just putting our soil. You got a good issue, Congress. You got a good issue. I just hope you let us get talk about it. And I know that I've heard your speeches and you agree, and haven't heard Trump say otherwise. So.
And you see how the party's doing at the future. Let's come back to this in a year or so and see if this is correct. But it seems like they're all building a type of very disagreeable relationship between the two in the future. Or we might end up seeing against the long debate and controversy and drama to such that they never get to really make anything happen because they're just disagreeing about this, disagreeing about that. It just creates this whole political milieu of people arguing about who was right, Trump or RFK, and that's really good this. Would that be it?
You know, if it pans out, it's a good thing. I still remember when I was a kid, you telling me, hey, that chicken you're eating, you're not supposed to be able to cut it with a fork, you know? It's meat. And it really opened my eyes.
So yes, I was really excited to see these clips because it's like everything I'm kind of working on, seeing it actually great actually doing these cases. This is what they see these see, but check this out. This is from just look at it. This is some is work on AI-driven behavior change or AI-driven healthcare. So as we see the federal government starting to present as technologists, AI people, all of them talking about health. We also see big tech engineers, billionaires, elitists, also things like this is Time Magazine. The biggest propaganda piece of life, how can they ever used to be? But yeah, this is Time Magazine. We don't have enough time actually to do this, but I'm sure let's check this out. Speaking of time, guess what Congress Brazil cover reveals the population this one of September. It's almost 30. This stuff is just rolling. The 100 most influential people in artificial intelligence. They're telling us right now. They're showing us right now who else chooses to shape this engineering of our political time. As technology, now we got to get to we got to get to the definition so we can understand these ideas. Especially as and doing accident, God, all the guys very well, but all these a life where having the efficiency and action being in the world. So as I have been shown is a to advance ideas and messaging. That's the sense. Many people focus on concepts like efficiency. Efficiency comes artificial intelligence, the transparency comes blockchain, and the third comes the public all the parts of mass data collection. But the changes in that process is going to make all the world. How to sell it, so like maybe you don't have to know how to push my AI phone, like just give us information.
that changes our filter for those that grew up prior to internet. If you have some information and all this information like yes, I do very good at it. So people don't have to that kind of work. So hence this idea that I'm using these two main concepts to define what is most important for people to doing this AI. So AI renders life. Renders life the efficiency. Efficiency is very good in this regard. And I think that efficiency is important. And it's systems like that. The processing systems that the concentration so this doesn't change the being in the world. So we must refer to some philosophers to get a little better understanding of it. And I want to first start with a good example for efficiency. Probably the best at it is Jocko Willink, which is the technological society. The technique. We want to define technology today because that's the new knowledge. So today I want to focus on technique and methods. In a general sense, consider technique like the means to the thing, the means to the means to which one now get a goal. The process. But I would like to look at the recovery of the intensity and efficiency. What is this? Marlowe Ponty. Finance, and an idea of how to improve the world, better to speak. So technique has efficiency. John agrees that the totality of methods rationally arrive at and having absolute efficiency for given safety development every field of human activity. And this is what AI is for. Every field of human activity. AI has for humans. Computing has an efficiency to life itself in all processes, whether that be in our industries, in our education systems, in our cell phones, in our AI is moving AI is stepping in pure system that its value that lies very important to see. That's about it. That's strongest one. Now, for a war, technique is not just about machines or technology, but encompasses all professional methods and applications. It's a broader concept that permeates society and behavior. It's not just about the function. It's not just about how I believe you is turned into efficient processes of methods and how to improve the human quality, it's beyond even the rights that you hold. It's a broader concept that permeates this, and that's my method given. It's a way of like urgency in itself. All activity, all action, whether it be human agency, idea, structures, material, metaphysical structures, all working for efficient modes of existence. This is where AI is taken. To the human aspects of us, like I mentioned earlier, personally. Sensitivity. Lose value in the virtual world, not in your real physical world. At home if you're there, like I said, love your kids and spend time with them, with them, your friends, with laughter. The physical environment, the home, embrace the physical world. Don't just touch grass. Actually be present in the physical world. Touch it, you don't. Because the more these efficiency systems come into our lives, whether it be healthcare, medical industry, work, education, it's going to destroy what we've always known as humanity. And we won't even notice it, because it's an exponential process that will happen over time slowly, just like the production of smartphones. We're seeing now the production of algorithms into everyday aspects of life. Hence the example of Facebook. And control and management of communication dynamics. We know it's very this type of manipulation that we don't even see, that we can't even control. It's very sick. It's not human at all. It makes sense why somebody like Elon Musk is behind it. A transhuman. Pay attention. Now, let's go to technique as a whole. I really like this here. This is more phenomenological, more metaphysical. It's that different symbols, different perspective. Technique has part of its broader technological reality. Technique is not just a human activity, but a universal mode of existence that includes both natural and artificial processes, say, like an algorithm, which is an artificial processing of data that influences behavior. It's one of the original things that happened before. Let's say one tells you things that happen when you sleep. Prior to that access to that data, you have no idea. You have no type of vision to see. You need actual data to see what's happening when you sleep. That's an artificial process. That's giving you a rendition of actual biological processes. This is the problem. We don't know the extent to which that data is accurate regarding those sleep things that are happening. We just have to trust the data. It could be completely wrong. And this is the problem with AI in general. It just happens to be the case wherever it's used. Now the problem is we're starting to go through this data. So the wearables, more than 100 bodies working and all of this stuff. You don't know the distance between what's actually happened biologically and the data that these algorithms are presenting to you as a picture of what's happening biologically. You have no idea. This is a type of blind faith. Let's see the introduction of the God with these technologies. Blind faith is that this is to say they can't have some level of accuracy. Maybe very accurate, so good. It's an aesthetic about stupidity. This is the problem I have with AI. It's an aesthetic of accuracy. It's actually flawed and it's really politically correct. The algorithms are designed for ability. And ability is a different position. So if I design an algorithm that's supposed to say, manage a certain ability, I work and design a logical system that's going to be set. So my algorithms, my work, into my algorithm design, there's no such thing as a purely reality. They're going to think. These are not really talking about things. These are the idea that fundamentally debates against universal algorithm after that. This is the happen. There's ways people are trying to take our jobs. Examples here. This comes from the story. But you can bet it to do that. And that it's beyond even a bet. It's a phenomenon that we're going to explore, something that feel how actually in the world changes. And we're not sharing in the world with identity. Yeah, imagine a level of silence. Imagine a level of silence. With this type of I'm going to show you some pictures. Whoa. I'm not the only one talking about this stuff. There are people who start to get out. This is really important. In this election situation, people better believe all better. And everything we talked about in the first segment, let it leave the politics and let the internet and poster now. But thinking about just a human, universal mode of existence that includes both natural and artificial consciousness. This is something good on the most different technical object. Synergism first focus on the ontological aspect of technique. Synergism has a fundamental way of being in the world. So technique is the means by which we accomplish things. The means through which we experience everyday life defines our ontology, what's real, what exists, the nature of our experience, the nature of our environment, changing when certain technologies are introduced into it. AI is being one of those technologies that is introduced into our way of being in the world. And the technique of AI as a means to meaning, as a vision of the world, is transforming our ontology of the world. In other words, AI, as a sort of a vision creator, is changing the way we see reality. This is huge. And an existential one for those that are actually paying attention to that, not very down. And as we see politicians, technologists, futurists, drifters on the internet, obfuscating, distracting, people from understanding, knowing that every day going forward beneath us all. Every month that goes by, AI is more sophisticated in its data collection on social media platforms. Biodigital convergence is spreading like wildfire due to all the bio nanotechnologies today. So many of these technologies are growing and growing in their funding and their development. Now, artificial intelligence has technique. This is my view. Artificial intelligence has technique. Before technique, all had to do with how we operate in the world through our own knowledge, our physical bodies, and the machinery around them. This all changed once electrification, of course, and computation came into play. This created an idea that academics would call cognitive distribution, or extension of mind extension. Where now we're not just what we think and remember to do in the physical world, but we're what we think and remember to do in the physical world, plus our data collection, memory, and distribution, networking, electronic services. We're now a cyborg of sorts. You think about that, how what I'm saying is, we've gone from that to now having artificial intelligence that now has become the technique which we live our lives. Now, maybe not all of you, but I know some of you aren't even on social media, but trust me, we're all alive. We're using anything that requires computation. There is some level of, let's not say artificial intelligence, I mean machine, there's some level of that. Now, some machine learning is very very innocent, very simple. Probably artificial intelligence has technique. That's the way we interact with each other in the world. It's new component of life. That's problematic. Artificial intelligence has technique. It has an integrated life mode. A life mode. It's a new life mode. Production, relation, production and how we work, how we learn, relation, how we relate, how we communicate, and agency, how we get around. Algorithmically defined. A lot of people are doing almost everything they say. I'm going to go on a trip to San Diego. Hey, GPT, tell me what's cool to do in San Diego. Buy this for me. Plane tickets. I'm just saying. Think of that real life is actually. Convenience will be the death of many. Relation and agency machine learning flattens this facade. It flattens the human experience in the world to forms of arbitrary values of measurement, systematic functions of efficiency, and socio-environmental detachment. As we interact more with AI, as we trust more on its data to give us vision of what's real, what's happening, as we rely more on its efficiency opposed to our own volition, our own agency, our own will, our own commitment, right? Our own dedication to living and acting in the world. As long as we keep relying on this, we become detached socially and environmentally from each other and the physical world around us. I know this is a little bit heavy, philosophical, but it's so important. And I'm trying to be as basic and simple as possible. The values, so when I said the human experience in the world to forms, it flattening of the ontology, a post-human kind of idea. Okay, so the flattened ontology, I'll give you an example, so this makes sense. If my ontology as a human got a different in that I am a best, I am to multiply, right? I am to be fruitful in the process. I am to subdue the earth under God's righteousness, not under capitalism or not just concern, personal narcissistic things. I am to subdue the earth with God's righteousness, His love, and His love for His creation, His land, all of it. If my human ontology is Christian, then I am separate and above the people. I am to subdue unrighteousness. My ontology is hierarchical. I am of a hierarchy given by the Most High God, creator of all things. This is logical. This presents difference, provides the opportunity and meaning of purpose. It's perfectly logical and pure and right and true, by the way. Let's see what the only truth. Now, if I want to flatten my ontology, which you would find in secular, not secular humanism, but post-humanism,
Interviewer right here for Variety, which is a magazine, and of course, does music. They interview big time celebrities. This time they're interviewing Elton John, and many of you guys have been following Trump for a long time know about Elton John. Of course, you guys know how much Trump loves Elton John. And ladies and gentlemen, the interviewer here tries to bad about Donald Trump. But what he does next is actually unexpected. And we're going to enjoy this video, trust me. And we're going to revisit one of the craziest times in United States history where Donald Trump took the steps that not even Obama could take. After Obama said that the biggest threat facing the West was Kim Jong-un, the little rocket man. So make sure to smash the like button. Let me know what you guys are watching from, and this is going to be a good one. I promise you it will. Alright, so here we go. So let's start off here with Elton John, who I want you to listen to the opening statement from the interview. Take a listen.
I know that you're not a supporter of Donald Trump.
I know that you're not a supporter of Donald Trump. That's how the interview started. Then it takes a turn.
I know that you're not a supporter of Donald Trump. He loves your music. How did it feel when he took the Rocket Man and he used it as a nickname for Kim Jong-un? He gave Kim Jong-un
If I get the phone, so.
You gotta love it.
A sign seeking John. Well, I want to talk about the snapping. Donald Trump is like, yo, listen, I know this guy, I'm English, like, I'm done it, but I ain't going to. I want to know, we gotta live more time. And by the way, like I told you guys, if you were here, what you thought by basically saying you're not a supporter of Donald Trump, I expected to be very nasty answer from Elton John, which is what every celebrity does, but then it's backfired. He doesn't see that. I didn't get you're rocking. I know.
So let's go another one. I believe the best path for a world peace to world are proud, independent, and sovereign nations that serve and respect their own people. When you look at what's going on in the world, there's so many people that don't respect their people. But we want nations that cooperate together to create better for all people. That's what we're all about, all people. And we can't have madmen out there shooting rockets all over the place. And by the way, Rocket Man should have been handled a long time ago. Little Rocket Man. We're going to do it because we really have no choice. And I want to tell you something, and I'm sure he's listening because he watches every word, and I guarantee you one thing, he's watching us like he never watched anybody before. That I can tell. That I can tell you. Wouldn't you love to see one of these NFL owners when somebody disrespects our flag? You say, get that son of a bitch right now out of the style. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those guys, they just want camera
Invite Kim Jong-un to the White House. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, Trump is criticized because Bush was president. That's what but let me know if that's what rules get these rules where, you know, it's a partisan subject. Stuff like that, and a lot of people don't got it. Yeah, that was the closest thing. And I think that's the closest thing to that it's going to that. It's not like the
There are many reasons and loves. This province has so much money. People here work hard, jobs, businesses, raise their families, and care for children. ever before. Finding a family doctor, daycare spot, filling the tank, putting food on the table, getting to an emergency room that's open. I'm Susan Holt, leader of the New Brunswick Liberal Party. I've spent most of my career working with technology companies and local businesses to help them grow here in Buffalo. And I'm a mom to 3 with amazing girls. It's never been more clear that our province needs leadership. Leadership that listens to you. Leadership that cares about you. Leadership that you can trust. Our team is ready. Let's go.
Canadians cannot afford another painful, costly, chaotic, and corrupt year of justice. We will not win. We must fight. Focus on what you strange changes. That's what
No. In terms of public opinion, right? When you ask Canadians, is the country headed in the right direction? Literally the exact same number. 25% say yes. 60 plus say no. Given to the Prime Minister, government's approval rating, and voter intention, while it increased variable up and down 1 2 points, the fundamental story is still the same. The Conservatives are in almost every part of this country. They're leading across almost every demographic, and that is exactly what it was in June of the last year.
Sasha, same question to you. Are you seeing the same thing right there? I am actually, I'm seeing in terms of broad-brush folks exactly the same as what David is seeing. We can take a couple points for statistics. It's not been the summer after nothing has changed one way or the other after all that. After all those barbecues, after all those clicks, after all those habits. It's like the whole that's basically what we're looking at right now. We don't have data as well that shows that trend. Such a is the trend of nothingness. Well, it's still on track. What can we take though? What can we take, David, on the strategies of politics? I mean, starting with the Liberals, where we did see, we would say after the last two summers, it was in a very crucial, less open-ended press conferences, for example, much more sort of photo ops in the month of August, but not as huge presence comparatively relative to previous.
Yeah, well, I think what the Liberals know from their polling that they're doing is the public polling, like the Prime Minister, how people feel about the Prime Minister is directly correlated to how then they might vote or how they feel about the government. And separate the two. And so maybe this was a moment to sort of step back, not into the shadows and out of the spotlight, but maybe just less saturated, attention towards him, and maybe give people an opportunity to calibrate in order to, if distance makes the heart go fonder, maybe that doesn't seem to avoid it at all, because at the fundamental level, all of the things that people said they felt anxious about still exists today, right? Interest rates might be starting to come down, maybe tomorrow will come down. That doesn't solve the cost of living crisis people are feeling. It doesn't solve the healthcare and scarcity costs people are feeling. And that's a much longer-term effect. But at the end of the day, you've got a minister and a government that's been in office for over years. That's still the fundamental problem. So they're looking for change of outcomes. And the easy place to look is political leadership. And you take the Prime Minister out of the spotlight, still the Prime Minister.
One of the ones here at the summit because Liberals certainly seem to be opposed on the process for a better economic situation in particular, right? But change the population around cost of living, economic anxiety and experience over the last 2 years. So if interest rates do abate to a greater degree, if inflation stays low, if the economy continues to soften and potentially continues to grow, I think the calculation is people will at that point, just like Prime Minister Trudeau, less as Pollyanna for what he is according to the Liberals, and just like him there. I think that is possible. Well, I think once we run into a reality where the cost of living prices have leveled, that interest rates have really or pre-pandemic or during the pandemic, that all of the things that turned the national a sour as cause over the last 2 years have not occurred. It's still a Liberal Party going into next year into its 10-year government, trying to make the case for why it deserves a fourth term. And so people are feeling some really good. By the way, I think this is tomorrow that Prime Minister's personal opinion is actually picked up. It's nothing to make any massive difference, but yes, maybe hiding from most of these summits would help a little. But at the end of the day, it was always going to be a challenge. There is a longevity of a sell-by date and a best-before date that hits any government. And it was always going to be a challenge to make the case to extend that best-before date for the federal Liberals. Unless you see a real personal change in the economic picture, I look at the macroeconomic picture, right? But the microeconomic picture, the whole economic picture, it's not just the data that shows that things are getting better, but that people feel in their spending power, in the level of stress that they're feeling on the mortgages, that things are truly getting better. We're not only of the challenge, yes, but they're still, at best, they're back to an even playing field as opposed to a personal challenge. There's no data point right now that gives us insight into what a vulnerability for the consumers would be. I can imagine taking this type of lead for another year would inherently have some challenges, but is there a specific vulnerability that you would be looking to?
I mean, I think there's two. One is there are still a sizable number of Canadians who don't really have a clear sense of who Pierre Poilievre is, right? They may feel that they kind of know him, they've seen him, but they don't really, I don't think, have thought of him as Prime Minister and what that means. Now, is that enough to close the gap of a 20-point lead? Maybe not, but there's something there. But perhaps more important, I think, is all of the relatively popular things the Liberals have done, perhaps under the auspice of the NDP pushing them there, dental care, as an example. The fear of losing those things, I don't think, has necessarily been mitigated yet. And if you are, as Sachi says, if you are a government going to be in your 10th year, you aren't going to win on your own coattails. You're going to win because people fundamentally would rather have the devil they know than the devil that they don't. And the devil they don't, for conservatives, is typically the fear of social conservative issues being in the forefront, fear of losing national programs. And I think as much as Canadians are aching for political change, there's still a defensiveness to them. They don't want to lose the things they have. And so I think that's the opportunity for the Liberals, is to continue to make the case that the Canada that may not be perfect today, and you heard the Prime Minister say it, we don't want to be the ones who complain all the time that Canada's broken. True, but on the other hand, what he has, I think, failed to do is even admit that there are things that aren't working well, and that his plan will actually be the better one to fix stuff than whatever the Conservatives are offering.
David mentioned briefly there the NDP, and I wanted to include particularly, Chachi, as we look ahead to the by-elections in both Manitoba, but also in Montreal,
where the NDP would be the ones likely, or the bloc, but likely the NDP to challenge the Liberals there. It's a very, very safe Liberal seat, long-held seat that voters use that one in which as you feel. Matthew Green, one of the NDP MPs today, telling the Canadian press he's considering, or he would like to have a conversation in caucus about the deal with the Liberals. That's a fine confidence deal, whether it's worth revisiting. Your sense of where the NDP fits into all of this? You know, the NDP, I think, for their attempts just in this last week and through Labor Day to try to push back on being the natural party that defends and stands up for union members, is at risk of having its lunch on all sides. If you're the Liberals going into what feels like certain disaster, you're actually going to pivot to NDP voters and say, never mind the NDP, if you want to stop Pierre Poilievre, vote for us. And then you've got the Conservatives making inroads and doing, frankly, better than they should be with union card-carrying members, especially those private sector unions. The NDP, sure, could theoretically gain some traction or some leverage from pulling out of that confidence and supply agreement now, although the natural question to a lot of people will be like, well, that's great that you're doing it now. Where were you a year ago? Where were you 18 months ago? Where were you after 2021, where you could have actually made more impact by deciding whether the Liberals lived or died, vote after vote, policy position after policy position. So it's a little bit of the, well, yeah, we quit, but maybe we're quitting just so we might get fired. And that of course, control liability for the NDP and pulling out of the CASA now or over the next 6 months or so. I love that we're using the acronym. It's been around for so long now. Okay, yeah, we're back. Thanks, everyone.
According to a shocking new report, former Hawaii Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard was placed on a terror watch list and was surveilled by teams of government agents. Federal Air Marshal whistleblower told Uncover DC that Gabbard was placed in the Quiet Skies program on July 23rd. It's a sinister name. For context, Quiet Skies is a TSA surveillance program that targets passengers who are not included in any terrorist database. According to the TSA, Quiet Skies is, quote, another tool that'll
Okay, so they got a report that somebody who has military experience told somebody who can kill several people to me. That would sound fun. Okay. So I think a woman called them. Yes, there's an update from the mayor. I'm going to play you the update from the mayor. From the London County Mayor. Let me get that on the screen for you. Hang on. Just hang on. Hang on a moment. We'll get it on the screen for you. B&O News found that the mayor of London, Kentucky, had posted. So let me put that up on the screen for you. And you will watch what he has to say. Where is this helicopter? The helicopter's up there. Okay. I'm going to play this message from the mayor of London, Kentucky, which is in the area. I have not listened to it yet. I'm playing it now.
Well, this is Mayor Will. Many of you are aware that we currently have a situation just north of town at the exit 49. We'd like to say at this time that all the first responders are safe. I've been in communication with all the ones that I possibly can at this time. They're giving me regular updates. The suspects have not been apprehended this time, but they are searching. Currently, we do have command posts set up I want to first thank all of our persons who have gone through the rescue squad, the Ball County Sheriff's
I don't want to step on the stand. So I'll play this when the scan cards.
From the Sheriff's Office, we've reached out as well as the wife. Everybody for the prayers, their support, and throughout the community. Thank you.
Area. Did you do stage 34? Yeah, I've got you on the final line sensor to the correct on the southeast side of the town. On that there, from the location.
We are asking everybody in the city of Memphis to be vigilant and know with your surroundings. If your home door is locked, not asking anybody to panic. There is no immediate danger here in the city. But again, Robin's guide for this person is going to lose. We are asking everybody to be safe. If you're out and about, just be vigilant. We want to try to keep everybody in this community safe. And we do have the Manchester PD there to do local assistance. We want to thank the mayor and the PD there and the chief of police for sending those units to us and all the other surrounding counties and city police departments that has called and sent units or offered to help in some way. This goes back to showing you what a great, great state that we live in.
I go to London. I'll signal 6 you back in just a second. Our public service reference this call. I'll call you right now. Sure.
Give me 1 moment here. There's a picture of the suspect. Breaking news, there is a picture of the suspect. There is a picture of the suspect. Breaking news. There it is. Right there. Oops, hold on a second. There's too many things on the screen. It says, consider armed and dangerous, Laurel County Sheriff's Office. Consider armed and dangerous. The below individual, Joseph A. Pouch, is a person of interest. There is, in the shooting that occurred at the exit 49, Kentucky 909 area. There it is right there. There it is right there.
Just north of Hazel Beach, Anchorage Patch Road. We're going to be coming out 2 vehicles on pickup trucks. Got one. Yeah, shoot. Just got to everybody where they were coming out.
Person of interest, Joseph A. Couch. Sorry, the wonderful thing that just came out. There we go. Person of interest, Joseph A. Couch.
Joseph.
That is from the sheriff's office. see Kentucky Police helicopter searching. Do not attempt to approach. He is a 32-year-old. Hold on. There's more information here. So, there's more information. He's 32 years old. Hang on, I'll get it. Give me a second. Sorry, there's just too much more. Let me put. There's a little more information about this person. He is 32. He's 5. 32 years old, white male, approximately 5'10", weighing approximately 154 left pounds. Consider armed and dangerous. So that is the person being listed. Joseph A. Hadley. We're up 91. As you can see.
And I get a record in here, 1400 shotgun. Henry Edwards, 1-1, 8-4, Henry Edwards, 1-1, 2-4, 8 trouble stars on this one.
And it's from the sheriff's office.
The first thing I just purchased and I want 15 this morning. $2,000.
So they are this morning with 2,000 left. Wow. The scanner says it's 710 purchased in Asia this morning with 2,000 rand.
943. Follow with it. Follow Jake. Slide into the power lounge. Warrior Jigger. And a power. Good. Power. Is there anybody there outside to get her out the tunnel?
So again, just for what did they just say? I think that happens.
They just said multiple gunshots, multiple gunshots. Why would you say that? So there's just a lot going on. Let me either.
Female 73rd,
So again, we just heard suspect.
I do a call for female 73rd,
Highway 1228. Highway 1228. Highway 1228. I don't know.
84
I see it come up on 1388 Highway. Helicopter is like let's try to work out that address again. Somebody said like this. There's 1388 KY 1228. Where's that at? Okay, over here, 1388 KY 1228. People suggested that way of typing it in. So is that where it's typing? That right there is about, that is about 8 miles from the highway. You know, maybe gunshots over here? Possibly. That's 1388 KY 1228. It's the same. Highway 1228. So, reports of multiple gunshots in that area. I'm going to play that report again. Hang on, I'm going to play that report again. Hold on. So again, we just heard the suspect.
I do a call for a female 73rd, 58 Highway 1228. Coming from the highway, just trying to hold for gun charge. They're rebound right now. This mark straight now. The one on the first thing, we'll cover the second thing, but we're on the ground on each other's front. Careful. We can do that, I think, on these
There's the suspect right there.
Have more people, yeah, one person.
Joseph Patch, suspect. 32-year-old white male, approximately 5'10", approximately 154 pounds.
All my boy brothers out there, I just got from the Gold Shaver Pro. Manscaped. Check it out. Let's see if that's accurate.